fascinating, just the whole setup.
It's not bad.
Awesome. So they moved from the wing, though. They were at the wing?
No.
Okay.
I was going to use blue wire at the wind, but they suck. All right, so hey, woke up early this morning, got some bagels. It's CES week over in Vegas. 300,000 people trying to get rooms at the Cosmo. Shout out to the girl at the front desk of the Cosmo. All you guys are fucking swamped. We're here live, the CES Early Access Show. Couldn't be happier to have my friend Ben from ERC Tree to talk a little bit about tax credits and building a side hustle.
Yeah, I mean, hey, thank you for having me here. I live in Wisconsin, and it's refreshing to be here in Vegas when it's 0 degrees and snowy in Wisconsin right now.
Shout out to all the people in Wisconsin freezing their ass off.
And all you upper state people. I'm from Chicago originally, and you grew up around the cold weather, but as I got older here, I can't take it anymore.
I learned that about a decade ago. I came to the reality that wind chill is something I never want to see again.
You know, and you know, it's really nice to be here. And like you said, with CES in town, I started my career as a young professional at IBM, a little tiny company that does technology.
Shout out to Big Blue.
Big Blue. They were really great to me, but I realized real quick after a few years at a young age 19, that I did not want to stay in corporate America. I'm more of an entrepreneur.
So being an entrepreneur takes a certain DNA strand, a certain mindset, a certain way to get your ass up every morning and go after and chase the hustle.
Correct. I mean, so that's what the last 25 years of my life prepared me for ERC Tree. There's so many aspects of this because there's so many moving parts with what we're doing and providing services to small business owners, and then also catering to people out there that want to have an additional stream of income, because everybody knows a business owner. I mean, really, it's hard. Either they work for a business owner or they know a small business owner.
Shout out to everyone chasing the American dream, willing to get up in the morning and start their own business.
Well, and it's not as easy as it used to be. I don't think it's ever been easy. You know, you could talk to people back in the 20s or 30s or 40s or 60s, whatever. It's never been easy. But because of technology, because of ways for companies to take over markets if they know how to market properly using social media and so on anymore. But then just inflation, you have all these different issues out there. Then you got pandemics now. Pandemics come around and prohibit you from being able to perform your services or get the materials you need to operate your business as normal.
Shout out to everyone on Twitter. We're live streaming right now on Twitter.
Right on Twitter. Go and tweet. So
there you go. All right, so Ben, what the hell is an ERC, and is it contagious like the COVID virus?
Right.
And is there a vaccine for it?
No, there is not a vaccine for it yet, but you will lose an arm. No, really, actually, what it is it's a program that was part of the CARES Act, which was initiated back in March 13th, 2020. If everyone can remember back, it's now 2023. 2022 just flew by. But there was a pandemic not too long ago, and businesses are still suffering from it. And the government came out with 2 programs to help small...
Shout out to all the corrupt politicians running this country.
Right? It really is fascinating the more and more I got into this space. And a friend had introduced it to me earlier in 2022, and right away I got it. Because I grew from IBM into becoming a mortgage broker. Did that for a long time till the crash. And guess what? Back in 2007 and 8, there was no PPP or ERC for me then. The banks got bailed out, but business owners like myself had nothing to help us get through that challenging time. So I got out of that and got into medical devices, and been in thousands of surgeries since. But when I was introduced this, because I'm so passionate about small business owners, and I understand it, and we can get up to $26,000 per employee. So it's all relative. You got 10 employees, that's $250,000. You got 100 employees, we might be able to get you $2 million. Okay, it's all relative.
Have you ever done that before? Have you ever gotten somebody $2 million?
Yeah, actually, one of a space that never gets anything from the federal government. They just got their first checks. There's up to a total of 6 checks. So there's 6 quarters to qualify for the employee retention credits, and that's a fancy word for saying payroll tax credits. And so what happens is a cannabis space. The cannabis space, dispensaries and so on, they are not legal by the federal government's eyes, but they pay in payroll taxes just like any other business, and they might have group health benefits. And this is a larger manufacturer in Northern California that we got him $2.65 million. The CEO is going to be in his way up, coming to Vegas here and spend some time with us over the next few days.
GP, right?
Yeah, GP.
Where is GP?
So he is in San Francisco. He has a home also in Sonoma, and he has a very interesting case. He had a horse that was born, and something happened with the veterinarian, and he has some type of litigation going on this morning. But he's going to be here, and now we have tens of millions, getting close to that hundreds of millions for the cannabis space now that we're getting them in tax credit refunds. So every employer pays what's called payroll taxes for W-2 employees. So this program's only for employers with W-2 employees. If someone has 1099 agents, those 1099 agents have to pay their taxes on their own, so the business does not qualify. But what it is a business owner pays payroll taxes, and we're able to get a clawback of a large percentage of the payroll taxes paid in Q2, 3, and 4 of 2020, and Q1, 2, and 3 of 2021. And when I was introduced to this space, I had never heard of it. I never heard of a tax credit like this. And what happened is I was introduced to a guy that had a company that was offering the services to file. Well, they were charging an extremely high fee, a 30% fee, which is high industry standard. Normal is 10 to 20% fee for the services, but no money out of pocket. The firms that I finally found are specialty firms that only do tax credit filings for manufacturers, Fortune 500 companies. You know, they're all CPAs and tax attorneys that started out at the big boys. You know, Ernst & Young. Deloitte.
Shout out to Ernest.
Yeah,
Ernst & Young.
Yeah, you know, those are great. And they're also now starting to offer ERC as well. They're very expensive in the way they do things. I've really learned a lot. And the firms that I found, these accounting and tax law firms that only specialize in tax credit filings, they just have their stuff together. They know it. They've been doing it for decades. And by extension, so anyone that would come through ERC Tree to get their tax credits from the Employee Retention Credit Program, which there was $400 billion put in there, just like there was $400 billion put in the SBA PPP loan. Everyone knows about that. We all feel we should trust our banks.
Shout out to all that taxpayer money.
Right. And I mean, we trust our banks, right? I guess no one should really have a lot of money sitting in the bank. There's better investment vehicles to put your money than a savings account, obviously. But the banks marketed it very well in SBA. Actually, a gentleman that's here, Andrew Cartwright, who is an SBA underwriter. Go on YouTube if you guys haven't. He is America's #1 expert in giving you government.
Hey, can we
loans.
see if we can grab Andrew and bring him in here?
Yeah.
I think he's out in the back room. I saw him with like 3 bagels that he was eating.
Yeah,
at the
and
same
it's
time.
amazing. He already ran 10 miles today, you know.
Yeah, he's an Ironman.
Yeah, Ironman.
So
he just finished his first Ironman.
He's carbo loading right now
He
on
is.
some bagels and cream cheese.
He is. And I got to spend 8 hours with him at his home. I was just going over there to do a podcast interview, and we just vibed so well. And he's as equally as passionate, if not more, about small businesses and how, you know, there's so much grants and government funding out there. And that's what's really unique about this program. This is a refund of the money that the small businesses have already paid into the system. So they've already paid the payroll taxes. They paid group health premiums if they have 50 employees or more. And so ERC Tree, what it is we do all the work that is the challenging part of it, if you will. It's not hard. Everybody's documents that are needed, they're sitting on a server because any business can get audited by the IRS at any time up to 5 years. They can go back 5 years.
Shout out to the 87,000 new IRS agents.
Right? Yes. They're
Packing a Glock.
Packing a Glocks. It's just crazy. And so what it is the way that everything has to be calculated and done, the tax credit coding system for the tax for R&D and for tax credits, it's completely different than anything that a local accountant ever does. 99% of the local accountants that are around us, wherever anyone's at in the United States, the Virgin Islands, all 50 and Puerto Rico, we can get the employee retention credits for, but they don't do tax credit filings. Local accountants don't do it. It's like having a general practicing physician. If you're not feeling well, Chris, and you go to your doctor, and or your knee hurts, or you got some weird skin thing, right? They're going to refer you to a dermatologist.
Shout out to all the people with weird skin things.
Weird skin things, but what I'm saying is an example. They're going to send you to a specialist, all right? So that's what's going on here. Having a CPA or tax attorney that went for further education that specializes in this area of tax law, which is the tax credit space, it's perfect. And my firms, they all file on the client's behalf, so they have that. The IRS recognizes all these. So
you're going to battle for all these small businesses.
Yeah, they go, and they have comprehensive insurance policies. So whatever they quote you, they are going to get you. And and the IRS recognizes them. So the chances of an audit is extremely nil to none.
I don't think we want to say that.
Well,
hey, by the way, speaking of guys with weird skin things, I want to welcome Andrew to the show.
Oh, hey. How are you?
Good morning, sunshine.
Yeah, good morning. I've got my supply of calories.
Thank
you for the food. Yeah.
We knew that you ran a half a marathon before you got here today, and
half. Why would you?
Well, but just because you had to get
full
here.
Marathon kind of guy.
I know you are.
There's nothing half about Andrew.
There's nothing half.
Well, you're finishing the other half. I thought later today before dinner.
Okay, I'll go with that one.
Okay.
I'll go with. You know me better than that, Ben.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
So
you're an Iron Man.
Mm-hmm.
You are an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
And you're teaching people how to.
I'm probably iron deficient though, as far as minerals.
Really?
Probably.
You think the bagel had some?
I think so. But as far as Iron Man.
Hey, can we get some iron?
We need iron.
Stat to Studio A or B or.
Yeah. What does iron do for you anyway? Do you know?
Makes you stronger.
Just
ask Superman.
It holds up buildings. It created New York, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
Is it actual iron? Is it when you're taking that vitamin? Is it actual iron that you're swallowing?
That is a great question. You're serious? We can go there's iron in rocks. We could just eat
we
a
can
rock.
just eat rock.
Oh,
That's what they
speaking
did
of
back
rock,
in the day.
we're going to have Pizza Rock here later this afternoon with some of their pizza, and I got to be honest with you, I'm from Chicago. It's hands down, bar none, some of the best pizza.
Well, I'm
you'll ever
excited
have.
to give it my test too.
It's literally insanely good. I literally am not joking. It is incredibly good. So, you know a little bit about ERC. From an average person's standpoint, what does ERC mean to a business owner?
Oh, to a business owner?
Yeah.
Well, I think most business owners, if you really, it is fearful. Most entrepreneurs, business owners hand over their tax returns and they give them to a CPA and they pray to God they don't see the IRS, right? So I think what scares people a lot, like with PPP, there were a lot of people that didn't get PPP because I did 77,000
of those. When you
say
PPP, is that something that my dogs do in the morning when I go outside with them?
No, it's payroll protection
plan
package. No, just kidding. Plan. Yeah.
Yep.
So ERC, I think for a lot of them, they're scared.
Shout
to
out to all the
for
puppies going PPP today.
Which is your dogs for sure.
Yeah. So basically, I think a lot of them are scared. They're resistant to ask for money that's actually theirs. It's unbelievable if you kept employees during the time when nobody thought you should keep employees and you kept them paid. Which is I didn't lay anybody off. I didn't change anything. I'm I just got to eat it. I think entrepreneurs are leaders.
Do you technically hire your neighbor to do the sound work in your studio?
Well,
is he technically on payroll?
He's more on Zilly. Yeah, Zell. But I do send him I send my neighbor a 1099.
Oh shit.
Every
What's
year.
his name again? Steve?
Steve, yeah.
Shout out to Steve.
Yeah, he's retired, and if my guy doesn't show up, then he'll just I need you to come to the bat cave.
Don't hit that button, Steve.
I know. So he comes to the bat cave, and
where's that clapping coming from?
Right? Yeah, it's pretty cool. But I think any entrepreneur that doesn't look into it and doesn't do it is making a huge mistake that they'll regret later. Like a lot of people that didn't get PPP. If you didn't get PPP and the second round, you're devastated when somebody got $150,000, wiped out the debt, got another $150,000, wiped it out, they got $300,000. I helped somebody get PPP that has $500,000 literally sitting in their bank account right now as a result of being able to get those different things. And they also got the restaurant revitalization as well, because I told them about it, and only a select few got it because you had to apply so fast.
Yep.
So I think right now, the problem with ERC right now is that, are you doing an ERC? Are you doing ERC? Well, you're the only two people today I haven't seen that are doing ERC. Everybody and their cousin is doing ERC.
Well, and it's because
It's hard to get a word in edgewise, right?
Well, it's because of the fact is that small business owners have never seen a
Poor guy
tax
wants
credit
to chime
like
in.
this.
Let him chime in.
Wait, we got to let him in.
Oh, I was just asking. I was hi everybody. I'm Austin. I'm working behind the decks here. I was just asking what is ERC?
Employee retention credits. Okay. So, and that's what it is, guys.
Okay, so here's a genuinely good, real question. Can OnlyFans girls get ERC credits?
If they had employees and they paid those employees on regular payroll, W-2, which all the ones that I know on
photographers
OnlyFans.
and-
Yeah. So I wouldn't qualify for this because I was W-2 up until March of last year.
Yeah. Okay. So
Well,
how,
business owner
were you W-2'd the business? Did they W-2 you in 2020 and 2021?
Yes.
Okay, so you, the individual, doesn't get it. See, that's what this is. It's for the small business owner, for keeping people employed.
All right, wait a second.
Well, this is
Yeah, I don't
important.
think Take Two Interactive
Wait.
needs a PPP loan.
But this is
Wait,
important.
are you an independent contractor?
Now
though?
I am as of March of last year.
Do you have any employees?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's talk
Or
about
employees.
something else then.
Yeah. Retaining employees.
How can people tap
when you
into
shouldn't
this
have, right?
as a side
couldn't
hustle?
have.
How can they make
Well-
some money with ERC?
Well, so here's how what I'm doing with the ERC Tree. I'm really not building a large affiliate network. Like there's some businesses out there that they have a great affiliate program. We have one too. But the small business owners themselves, once they go through the process, they are the best referral partners I have because they know another business owner. And the firms I selected, not only do they file on the client's behalf, so if there are any questions by the IRS questioning the refund, they're going to step in and answer. This is why we qualify them through mandates.
Shout out to the gun packing IRS.
Right? And the big thing here is how do they make
I don't
money?
think people realize that that's like a thing. They are like armed to the hilt.
Oh,
Would they get like 3,000 rounds or 30,000 rounds of ammo or something like that?
And why did this happen to me? Is because it's not like a postman that's going by and delivering mail. I mean, they're coming to check some paperwork. Why do they need guns? Do you know that? No, I figured you might know that.
They're
you
going to
know,
be doing collections pretty soon, it sounds like.
Well, and okay, so
People are not going to, well, anytime you need guns, people really don't like what you're doing.
no, oh yeah.
Right? I mean, that's just,
Well, no one wants an audit. I mean, it's uncomfortable. It's a pain in the butt and all this stuff. The fact is that the IRS isn't looking at the employee retention credits, just like PPP. If they did not give out these this funding, the states would have went bankrupt. All the states would have went bankrupt, and due to it.
Shout out to the bankrupt state of California.
Well, I mean, yeah, you got your Illinois.
Well, wait a second. They're not bankrupt anymore. No. They got their buddy Joey in office to ship them some billions.
Well, right, and Andrew knows this. I mean, guys, our country will just keep writing more money, so they're never going to run out.
I wonder how that plays out over the long run.
You know what? We're the worst. We want everyone to have good credit scores, but we have the worst credit score.
it's called inflation.
Inflation.
As long as they can keep
Shout out
inflation
to the $14 bagels
slow,
I was buying this morning.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the hidden tax on every single
Yep.
dollar. So if you have $1 million and you're, in Guatemala, we're able to tax you like last year, 8%? We taxed a Guatemalan millionaire 8% without even getting his tax returns.
Wait a second.
Because of inflation.
Wait a second. Do you actually believe that bullshit that inflation was only 8% last year?
Well, no, I
it's not.
don't believe it. But the thing is, most people that are going to watch this.
Shout out to all the government statisticians that are playing with the numbers.
Yeah, playing with that. But here's the thing, though. I mean, if you don't follow the numbers with people, they think that you're out of the box, and the numbers are so bad that we can actually talk about them, and it's a problem.
Yep.
Right? But inflation's been a problem.
All right, so the average Joe in 2023 is going to see inflation and a recession, and they need a fucking side hustle.
Well,
talk about the side hustle. Talk about the numbers.
I am. Here's the numbers. If you're a business owner and you're a small business owner that has 15 employees, most likely we can get up to $26,000 per employee. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to get that. You might not have group health benefits because you're not required. Let's just say that we're only able to get $20,000 per. Okay, so that's $300,000. 15 times that. So there you go. There's your refund. Now, as a business owner, aren't you? So sales. What's sales, guys? Sales is just giving people what they want and trying to provide the best value and best product, okay, whatever it's service or not. And so that's what sales is.
Shout out to all the salespeople.
So
today.
in Napa, I have a general contractor that he heard about this ERC tree, the program. He's like, this is awesome. This is awesome because he got the PPPs and stuff like that too. He goes, you ready for referrals? I'm like, sure. He just started blowing my phone up with group texts to flooring, to roofing, to fence guys, to all different types of home service industries.
Shout out to all the fence guys.
And he's now got about 50 clients that he's referred over and millions, well, upwards $20 million.
What does he get out of that?
So he gets a percentage of the fees charged. So let's just say that
What's the percentage?
So let's just say that there's $10 million worth of ERCs filed, and that everyone chose a 15% fee, which is no money out of pocket. The firms file, they pay the fees when they get the checks in, which is about 90 days. Okay, and so he, out of that, if it's 15% of 10 million, that's 1.5 million. He's getting $150,000 of it.
So you're paying 10%.
10% of the fee. And there's actually, you can earn more. I go up to 20% if someone wants to manage a team and so on. And there's overrides and everything. It's not MLM or anything like that. It's like an agency where, financial planning, or an insurance agency where there's override structures. But there is really, really good money. And with the referral, you just literally refer and submit them as a new customer. And then we take the ball after that. We do all the document collection. We do we submit to multiple firms. We get the quotes back. We go over the quotes. We pick a firm. The firm files. So ERC Tree is that liaison and advocate for the small business owner. People that are going online, and here I'm getting ringless voice drops. There's all this different marketing going on. The reason why there's so many people marketing in it. One, it's free to be an affiliate with anybody. Everyone thinks they know business owners. No one knows. For the very high percentage of the affiliates don't know. That's why a business owner is great, because they went through the process, so they can speak educatedly on it and say, yeah, it was really easy. We submitted this.
So you told me earlier you're doing an ERC boot camp on February 7th over at Andrew's house, talking a little bit about how people can make this into a legitimate side hustle.
Why'd you call my place a house?
Well, it's not a house. I've been there. It has 17 waterfalls in its pool.
My bad. His mansion. His mansion.
Mansion's kind of pretentious. Though,
no,
right?
that is a little bit. But it is very comfortable. It was very
comfortable space.
Very comfortable. Yeah, when I was impressed.
So now we're giving the house a pronoun. Comfortable space.
Well, it was. Hey, who has 17 waterfalls? Who has 17 waterfalls?
Not to dox myself, but the house is called the House of Enlightenment.
I believe that.
That's actually
I felt that when I walked in.
The name of the house, believe it or not.
I feel fully enlightened just talking about your house.
Do you feel light?
Yeah.
I see the Lord is your shepherd.
The Lord is my shepherd. Amen. Shout out to 316 Collection. They have a nice shirt. It's good material.
316 Collection? That's a collection?
That's the guy.
Yeah, there you go. A little shout out, 316.
Like a collection agency?
I don't. No, that's different.
I think they're collecting prayers.
Okay.
Cool. Here, that's what's funny is with PPP, it's the same. The IRS isn't gathering the documents. They're all sitting there on servers right now, just in case there's an audit. Every payroll company, every accounting firm that does the 941s, or all that stuff's sitting there. So the documents are readily available. The one thing that isn't always available, Andrew, with the smaller ones, is a good P&L. A lot of the smaller businesses out there, when you get smaller, under that 10, and see, I made it where the firms that I found that we refer to and get the quotes. The guidelines say one W-2 employee. So we will do one. Why? Because, hey, if we can help that one business that has one W-2 employee get $15,000, $26,000, great. Okay, that's awesome. Right. And guess what? They become one of my best referral partners on the side hustle side, and they start referring clients. And again, it's just a referral. They're helping their own clients out. I have businesses that sell capital equipment to physicians.
So let's break that down.
Yeah.
So they get $20,000. Your fee is $2,000.
Well, so no. So let's just use $1 million as a.
No, let's take that one employee, $20,000.
Okay. Oh yeah. So yeah, so it's going to be a 25% or 20% fee.
20% fee. So
yeah. So out of 25,000, so 20% fees $5,000.
Okay, so $5,000.
And they're only making a little bit of money on that one. I mean, if they're getting 10% on that, they're making $500.
$500.
Yeah. So
the reason I say that is I did PPP loans all the way down to, I think it was $3,000 to $6,000, and I did that for a long time. And then the lenders that I had that I was pushing the paper through, they wouldn't do anything less than when I was doing it myself through my own source, my own bank. I was doing them.
Right.
But when I reached out for other people, nobody would do anything less than $50,000.
Right.
And they literally turned away all those entrepreneurs that asked for less, and they called it fraud.
Right.
And I sat here with a class action attorney to try and figure out, like, how do we find all those businesses that were shunned
Yep.
by all the banks? And there's got to be
the millions.
there's got to be something that's done that, because people went out of business.
Right.
I mean, this
And
was
so that's what's also about the employee retention. If you went out of business and you're watching, it just even though you close your doors in 2020 or 21, you still get a refund. We can still get them the refund, even though their business is closed, as long as they haven't officially filed with the state closed.
Okay.
If the LLC or
entity is still alive. And it could be revoked, because you can resurrect that for like a couple of years.
Yes, yeah, that's the other thing.
That's the other thing. You can resurrect.
Shout out to resurrecting dead business.
Resurrecting dead businesses.
So that's where they call
That's
it
our business.
So anybody that started a business after February 15th, 2020, they have their guidelines for qualifying are slightly lessened.
Right.
Then let's just say they were in business, but they shut their doors, and now they want to get
2021?
this in 2020 or 21. We can get them a refund, and then if they can start up, and we can also get them Q4, which isn't available to every other business unless it's a startup or a recovery business.
So if you were an entrepreneur and you said, COVID's not going to take me down.
Yep.
And then you go through and COVID took you down.
Yep.
You can still get money.
Yeah, you still get money,
Right?
so we can still get that refund.
Sorry, I got a little
And
animated
whether
there.
you ever want to start your business up again or not, the tax credits of the employee retention, it's not like PPP where you had to use 60% for payroll or more. This is the business owner's money. They can literally go do whatever they want. We tell them not to buy the boat, because they're going to go spend money on a boat.
So
or
they
something.
can hit the blackjack table.
They can go,
at
they can
Cosmo.
literally go put it on red. Okay.
Shout out to all my money I've left at the blackjack
Why couldn't
table.
Why couldn't they go buy a boat?
No, they can, but we're-
you couldn't with PPP. But I don't want to send the wrong message.
But we're saying buy a boat in 5 years. We're ERC Trees coming up with our seeds programs.
Why 5 years?
Because
this is your money, you earned it.
I know, but because we want to help them compound
get
it.
divorces, and those are expensive.
I know that.
Hey, Ben.
you know, not me. Shout out to my wife.
Is there a height limit to your affiliate program? Can you
Wait,
be
we're
6
not,
foot?
I don't think we cleared this thing. Why can't you buy a boat? Come on,
Yeah,
tell me.
It's called my campaign. So my campaign.
what the hell?
Why? Because guess what?
Why?
There's going to be another pandemic someday. And why not take
so
this
you're
money?
fear-based. You're going to not buy a boat.
No. We're
Scared money don't make money.
They can go lease a boat for a couple days.
What?
Okay. The point is, we're going to get
Why
them a
would you
bigger
lease
boat.
it? My point is, this money is yours.
Right. But
why-
listen, they
Red
can
on
do whatever
black.
they want. That's not where
Why
we're going.
Why are you saying you can't buy a boat?
Because
What the hell?
I want business owners to protect themselves for the
Oh.
future. Why not diversify the money and put it
Now
into
you're trying to
places?
control someone else's money?
No, come on.
Let them spend it.
Yeah, they can, however they want.
I know you're trying to do the smart thing, but
Right.
but some people just need a boat.
Well, they do. Some people do. Do you have a boat?
I don't have a boat.
Wow,
why would
that's
you buy a boat? That's a depreciating asset. Like, I would never
there you
buy a
go.
boat. What
There
did
you
they
go.
say? You don't buy things that float, fly, or
I'll be honest.
That's what The
with
Rock
you.
says.
If I don't see a boat out
Fly.
on Lake Mead this summer, with the words ERC Tree on it, I'm going to be surely
Right?
disappointed.
I will be too. And see,
You can come
gotta
on it.
know people who have boats.
Right. That's a great way.
Like yachts. My friend has 8 yachts. I go on the yachts. You
See,
know, so
That's the way to do
Shout
it.
out to
Yeah.
my buddy.
Are you a yacht fan?
shout out to John
Been on a
Henner.
couple.
Yeah.
John Henner.
John Henner. Yes, my neighbor he owns like 8 yachts. They're like huge yachts.
Okay, next time I visit
Yeah.
your house, I'm gonna
Now, are
hang
those
out
a
with-
depreciating asset or are those going up in value?
Well, he's got so many parties. He owns like also a tequila company
For his fundraising events and
He's,
so on.
he's having so much fun, and people rent the yachts.
Yeah, exactly.
So
it's a business.
He's constantly renting
Yeah.
yachts.
Yep.
Yep. So
Airbnb yacht?
yeah,
There you go.
I got kind of upset. I said, hey, we're coming out to the yacht party, right? And he goes, well, you're a little old.
Oh!
How old is he?
Oh, he's older than me.
Yeah.
by 4 years. And he goes, yeah, they were shooting. And he goes, yeah, you're a little older for the demographic. They were shooting a commercial. And he goes, he invited me and then he uninvited me. Close friend, right?
Are you allowed to go
uninvited.
light a paper bag on fire at his door and knock and run?
Maybe.
Hey, speaking
You
of
know,
old
that-
people,
yeah.
we've got Sean Kelly with us.
Yes, super
What's
old.
up, brother?
What's up?
You said when they were going to introduce you, I'm like, you're here.
I'm here.
Yeah.
here.
Did plane delays?
No, I've been here. I was just.
You took the helicopter over, right? Traffic from
late night.
CES was rough.
Are you in Vegas? Or
I
late
live in
night?
Henderson, yeah.
Me too.
Oh, nice.
I live in Dragon Ridge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's dox each other.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Right here.
Hey, he could dunk a basketball in your in the basketball court.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'5".
6'5".
Yeah.
God, Jordan was 1 inch taller.
I feel short now.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, we're shrinking.
Wow.
I mean, don't take this wrong. You're not exactly 6 feet.
Did you do the 5'11" and a half? I did the 5'11".
Yeah, but when I
Shout out to 5 and 11.
well, it depends on who's asking. Oh, 6 foot, baby.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, Sean, you've been helping people find ERC money.
Yeah.
You've been
it's been
shaking
interesting.
you've been shaking the ERC tree, getting some nuggets out.
Yeah, a little side money doesn't hurt.
What are some of the interesting stories and testimonials you can talk about on some of the things that you've seen in this space?
I've seen some crazy things. I mean, I just think it was, you guys touched on the cannabis stuff, right? I thought that was useful for companies that couldn't get PPP. That was cool to see. I know a lot of dispensary owners, so that helped them a lot. I mean, we'll see with the payout situations because it takes a while. A lot of people are waiting, but I think something will happen.
Yeah, I mean, what he's saying, the spaces, everyone got affected, like Andrew was talking about. I mean, everyone was impacted one way or another, even the businesses that thrived. There's certain businesses, like during the pandemic, during 2007 and 8, the crash, some businesses thrived. Mm-hmm. And one of the biggest misconceptions out there is that you have to have a revenue drop. And with PPP, you didn't have to have a revenue drop. That wasn't a qualifying factor, was it? I mean, it's a qualifier, but it's not a disqualifier if you didn't lose revenue. Right?
The second you didn't get the
second
round.
one was that way.
The second round, they said, "Look, you got to show us that you had some damages."
Right.
Yeah.
The first round, they're like, "We need to get money to save these businesses, otherwise we'll have 3.2 million
unemployment.
businesses
Yeah, the state's
gone.
unemployment.
Those people
yeah.
actually employ people. Those employees actually pay their mortgage and their cars. And what kind of America do we want?"
Yeah, the trickle down effect would have been just awful.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty.
So
bad.
with the employee retention credits, since it's a payroll tax credit, but qualifying does not have to have a revenue drop. There is 2020 can be a 50% compared to 2019 quarterly, and then 21 can be 20%. But the revenue drop, if you didn't have that type of drop, now we move on to mandates. Okay, how did a government mandate indirectly or directly? We have a hospital that we've got in ERC. I have surgery centers. We have urgent cares and tons of physicians because I was a medical device rep and that's my space. And so people are like, oh, you're deemed essential, you don't qualify. So not having the revenue drop doesn't disqualify you. We just can't use that. So we move on to mandates. How did the mandates disrupt you? Supply chain, vendor issues, everyone, they're still dealing with that stuff. I mean, so.
I was
You want to hear
gonna-
about something sexy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really sexy.
Yeah, okay.
In my world, this is sexy in my world.
Sexier than the photographer girl?
She's beautiful.
Oh, she is beautiful.
Her name
Why-
is Lana. For
Lana?
everybody asking.
Lana,
Yeah,
for
Lana.
those-
Thank you.
Shout out to Lana.
George, can you bring Lana in here?
Yes.
Lana
We'd
Rhodes?
love to see.
Lana.
We need some.
Not quite, but close.
We need something pretty with us all around.
I remember I didn't originate this. I just agreed
Yeah.
with it. So I just for my wife, out of respect, you know,
Very good.
out of respect.
Yeah.
Whoa!
I love
Shout
her.
out to all those
But
men.
she's-
that
You
are
met my
scared of
wife.
the wild.
She's amazing.
Don't mess with her. Yeah.
Yeah, just sharp
Yeah,
cookie.
you got to worry about somebody with a PhD that looks like her.
That is true.
That is like, I never want to
How
go
was
to battle
Tulum?
with her.
She
It
had
was
some fun
awesome.
in
It
Tulum?
was awesome.
There-
Yeah.
there she is.
There she is.
Hey, there she
Hi.
is.
No, you gotta like. There you go. You guys. Hey,
Yeah, yeah.
Hey.
Woo!
She's taking pictures.
She's actually taking pictures of us. Wait, something's wrong with this picture.
Yep.
Right?
It's okay.
No pun intended. So
But-
there's $20 million deal I can't talk about, but we're in a confidential agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And the owners were in such disbelief about the fact that they were going to get ERC money that I counted it as part of, I just said, okay, when we get it, I'm using it for the down payment for
Right.
the business.
Yeah, exactly. Smart. See, hey, didn't buy a boat. Did it for another investment that's going to
Well,
get you the
I'm
boat.
buying a business. I got a burn rate on the business of $1 million a year. So I will be burning $2 million, but I'm getting $1 million of that through ERC money that's coming in on the deal.
Right.
For a $20 million
Exactly.
company.
Wow.
So,
So-
so the phone call I had when I
Hey,
first
wait,
got.
that's actually a very unique way to acquire business.
Oh, yeah.
Acquire a business.
Don't tell nobody.
No, but we are, Andrew, that's what we do.
I'm telling you guys, I'm not. This is not.
Go on
this is
YouTube.
not for anybody else to know.
Go on YouTube and type in the word
Yeah.
loans, LOANS,
Yeah.
and guess who's going to pop up? That guy right there.
You know how many I got in the hopper this month that I'm underwriting right now? Take a guess.
29.
right now a new. I'm going to say 1,200 more. Now they're not total in the line because I'm going to go higher if it's total. Are you talking about new ones?
I'll look at 'em, look at
just
'em.
this month,
I want to be accurate.
in January, or are you
I'm-
talking about December?
By the way, folks,
Probably
this
December.
This is what you call a big brag.
Yeah. Well,
All right, never mind.
rightfully
I won't-
so.
I won't
Hey,
say
big-
it.
Big baller brag coming in.
I'm against bragging. That's why I wear black every single day. You've never.
I thought it
seen
was
me-
because you sweat really bad.
No, my shirt cost me $7.99.
See, he is
By
frugal,
the
guys.
way,
Yeah.
the shirt cost them $7.90. The watch is
99
$28,000.
Hey, I'm gonna get you a corduroy.
Hey,
corduroy.
hey,
This is
now
my
that's-
winter.
That's just
I haven't
wrong,
busted this
right?
out forever. Yeah, there you go.
That's wrong.
You gotta have a little.
APs are nice watches.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Shout out to Audemars Piguet.
Yeah, you don't have to be able to pronounce them to buy them. It's not a requirement. See.
So as he's pulling this up, Andrew is in his education on grant money and stuff. What's the number?
Wow.
I got one eye. Like,
Whoa.
I'm actually
Okay.
gonna see that.
So you
What
know,
is it?
Rope
What is it?
Financial, right? That's that through Rope.
What is it?
Yeah. So his company.
No. What
one of
what's
his many.
the number?
It's 9,350.
Yeah.
So there's that's
Humble
what,
brag.
I was just on the phone with the hedge fund.
Andrew's buying dinner at the Cosmo tonight.
Capital velocity is my
Capital
my
velocity.
jam.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
because I want to move capital.
I
Right.
got 29,000.
I got billions.
29.
29,000. Oh, you got it. You missed a couple
Yeah, I
of
missed
zeros.
some
Yeah,
zeros.
yeah. I'm.
Well,
I love giving people.
but there's so much money out there to actually get.
Yeah,
Okay.
totally.
And ERC is just another one that does end here, and that's really important. So at the end of Q2 2023, we can never get Q2 of 2020 ever again. We can go back 3
What?
years. Yes.
You
So
go
it
back,
jumps up.
so you can't get. What are you losing now? by
We
not
lose
acting?
to reclaim to claim.
yes, yeah.
Q2 2020 is the first quarter of the employee retention credit programs. So as we move through 2023 and then every quarter we start losing a quarter.
So every quarter. So if you don't get it the first
Ticky-tock.
quarter,
If we don't get it in the next 6 months, you're not going to get the maximum
you
benefit.
mean next 3 months. You said
No,
quarter.
no, end of Q, so we have all the way till the end of Q2 2020, end of it. So June.
Oh, so the break off is semi-annually.
Right. So May 31st.
So
is-
you have 6 months.
No.
Okay, now
So there's
I-
4 quarters in the year.
Okay.
Okay. So Q2, 3, and 4 of 2020, we can get 5,000 per employee up to. Okay. That's
So
what they calculate.
2, 3, and 4.
2, 3, and 4.
So
yes.
one was not.
One. Yeah, there was no real official pandemic yet.
Okay,
Even
okay.
though CEOs of the largest corporations in America were retiring or leaving, I'm not going to get there. Dude. You didn't realize that all these CEOs are retiring from Amazon and Microsoft right when the pandemic was starting to come out.
What did
Anyways,
do we have a Speaker of the House yet?
I don't pay attention. I stopped watching news.
They had 3 votes. They can't make up
see,
their mind.
I'm pretty
me and
sure
Sean are on the same
whoever's
page.
the next Speaker of the House is going to be.
I just want to know whose campaign I donated
utterly
to. That was the
useless.
right one. Well, of course.
Is,
All
there,
right,
is
so-
there a right one anymore?
All right, so
They're supposedly they're on the right.
if you want to find Ben Quigley in
Technically.
ERC Tree, you're going to see links all over these videos.
ERCtree.com.
He's Ben Quigley, he's Sean Kelly, and he's Andrew Cartwright.
Yep.
All right.
I was a big
Boys,
fan of Bill Cartwright back in the day. He threw his elbows around.
yeah, right.
Bulls
Shout out
guys.
to 7-foot centers from the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, we're going to make Sean. We're going to go play some basketball while we're in between sets.
Sean's on
and
my
stuff.
team. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
you can have a tall guy. I'll take the ball guy.
Sean's got some hops. He's
He's
a
better.
30. He's a 30 and 15 guy.
And Sean, I'm really when we first got introduced to each other,
It's always the quieter ones that you got to watch out for. So Sean's
oh, trust
definitely-
me, he's
Yeah,
one of the
he's taking
nicest
it
guys
in,
you'll ever meet.
right?
But he has the same passion about people. I think all of us here are empathic people. Okay, and Andrew, what you spent in your time and learning all these different government programs and how to get out guys to get the money and find it and stuff. And that's how you built your business of trust and loyalty. And that's what I'm doing with the ERC Tree because, the other investment opportunities that people want, they're looking, well, I don't know what to do with this money. Okay.
I think a true entrepreneur serves people.
Yeah.
Period.
Done.
And for me, the demand was that people were freaking out, and I'm like, okay, I'm in service to people. Like that's my thing.
Yeah.
I'm here to serve.
Well,
and then I hope on my tombstone it says used up.
Right.
Can I
Oh,
say use the fuck up?
You will, here's
used
a
up. Nothing left.
novice ideas, right? Find like 99 businesses that, want to exit and help new entrepreneurs maybe try to become them and help them get this money.
Yeah, that's my mission right now. Boy, did I pick something tough. My thing was if it's nothing sexy about a guy who's become a deca millionaire that's working on his first century, whatever million.
Right.
But But to do it with 99 other people, to bring them up to where they're worth $5 or $10 million in the course of 3 years, that's my goal right now is to bring 99 other people into a deca millionaire,
And
five to 10 million. And I just need somebody who literally pays their bills and literally works. I'll put up the money.
Yep, and what we're doing,
$12 million.
and what we're doing at ERC
Each.
Tree is we're qualifying everybody for ERC, and we're able to identify the right people and then hand them over to Andrew as a referral to him. Just say, hey, this is someone that pre-qual that I think would check off Andrew's boxes that he would want to invest maybe some time to maybe be that partner.
All right, so Ben, before you leave, what's the best thing you can tell people out there looking for a side hustle and want to make money in ERC?
Okay, 2. 1, if you're a small business owner and you kept people employed during the pandemic, you deserve this money. Okay, so go to erctree.com, contact, there's a form you can actually put in your employee numbers and see how much you could possibly potentially get. Submit that form, someone will contact you, and we will we'll take care of you. Get you taken care of. Multiple quotes, no contracts. There's no upfront fees. They'll file for you, get your money, and everything will be done.
No cheddar, no cheese, right?
Exactly. So then the other thing,
They don't find you some money.
oh, there's no, but
don't
we
have
don't
to
charge
pay 'em
them
anything,
No, there's
right?
nothing. No, it's
No
multiple
cheddar, no
quotes.
cheese.
No cheddar, no cheese. So
I think the big thing is just the fact that most shops that or put this together, I'm not down on anybody trying to help people, but if you don't know what you're doing and you get people half the money they should get, to me, that's just wrong.
Yeah.
You need to be on your game, right?
So we got to touch on this real quick.
You've
then
got to be on your game. And I think that's the problem that people are going to have. They're going to see ERC and go, that's great. I'm going to go talk to my buddy, Frank, because Frank and I go back. Frank might get you half the money.
They should not be doing.
Shout out to all the Franks in the world.
I'm not down on Frank.
Well,
if you're Frank and you own a business and you're doing ERC, this wasn't a stab at you.
No,
Listen,
but
if you're
it's
Franks
nothing
and
against the
Beans-
local accountants. It's just that if they've never done tax credit filings, why would you start now? It's like having your general practice physician give you your knee surgery or heart surgery. You're not going to do that.
One thing about Ben, he's like so ridiculously in the weeds on this stuff, like in the weeds, right? That you can't shut him up about it. And I think that's the guy you want in your corner if you're going to go get ERC is somebody who's pulling up the weeds, looking underneath, seeing what kind of vegetables are on there. Is it vegetables?
There's
that are
worms
in the
and
ground?
other bugs.
Like a potato's in the ground, right?
Potatoes in the ground, yeah.
Is that a vegetable?
Yeah, it is.
It
It
is.
is. You can make
Okay.
vodka off it too.
Yeah, that's true. I prefer the grape vodka.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
But you do have a glass of wine.
Wait a second, you can make vodka out of grapes?
Yeah.
You can make anything out of vodka.
Yeah, you've
vodka out
heard
of
it,
anything.
you've heard of
I'm sure
Ciroc,
there
right? Is it Ciroc? Ciroc?
So here, so I want to.
Yeah.
So we
Shout
so
out
we-
to P. Diddy.
We are
P. Diddy.
starting to provide.
Is it P. Diddy or is it just Puff now?
No, it's P Diddy. Well, it depends if you're out at
Or is
Burning
he
Man.
Is he going by his name now?
Sean,
That seems to be like the thing.
I think it's
what do you, Sean?
I
Do
think
you guys
it's
know that?
Sean.
You guys.
Hey, can somebody help
go
me
way
out
back
here? Is
with
it,
Puff?
Is it P.
Google
Diddy?
that.
Is it
Huh?
P. Diddy? Is
Just
it?
Diddy.
It's just Diddy?
Just Diddy.
Diddy Bob.
Shout out to Diddy.
So,
Wow.
GP was actually with
not like
P Diddy
Kanye
out of
that
Burning
went-
Man.
went
Whoa,
yay.
another big brag drop.
Oh, and no, David Corso. He created Coachella. We got Corso Management. We got Lee Steinberg, his group.
Shout out to Lee.
So we're ERC Tree is this. I have doctors, guys, that use their local accountant, and it's like, Doc, man, because they didn't even calculate the group health benefits in. Most of them aren't adjusting the 941s properly due to how the PPP was used and stuff.
There's lots of nuances, though. You keep putting in the weeds about the health,
Right.
And the reality is there's nuance to it. So if you don't understand the nuances, which if you're an accountant, you haven't studied the nuances, you're not obsessed.
Yeah, but they
with-
didn't go to the
with
extra education,
Yeah,
so don't do it. Why take the liability on?
Yeah.
Have a specialty firm that has the proper E&O insurance and does this for a living, and have them do it, okay? So we are actually re-amending and refiling. We have clients. We have definitely the clients that get up into that 100-plus range. If
100 plus what?
employees. 100 to 500 is the max. Now, let's just say we have one right now. It's actually a cannabis company in Michigan, 200-plus employees, and they got right around
Shout out to my friend
12,000 per employee. Okay, now they can only get up to 21,000 because they cannot get 2020. You can't get the 5,000. They only get 21,000 per. But they have group health, which wasn't included, all this stuff. So now we're going to get them close to the max. And when you're talking about 12,000 to, it could be 9,000 difference per employee times 200. That's $1.8 million. It's real money. So that's what's going on. And I had one of my very best physicians that I worked with when I was an orthopedic rep. I hit him up first. He goes, "Oh, we just filed for that." Well, guess what? They under grossly is about $150,000 less, and that was only a small practice, 15ish, 17 employees. But they had like 120,000 coming, where really they should have had about 350. So we refiled his filed ones, and they can adjust it. It's a whole different process if you've already filed and you don't think you got the right amount of money. We'll pre-qual you at ERC Tree, and then if it does seem like it makes sense, the firms can do that. They have the ability to do that, which is cool. So I mean, the thing is that it's your money. You paid it into the system, just like you always pay payroll taxes, like you just did last quarter, and you're going to pay it again this quarter, and you're going to keep paying it. And just like the PPP, but it's not a loan. The small business owner can buy a boat if they choose, Andrew.
I'm just saying, I hate putting limitations.
No,
on people.
what it is we're trying to help educate, because it is a fact. We all know about the stories of the lottery winners.
If somebody just gets...
Ben?
It wasn't... PPP had rules.
Right.
And I begged people, don't buy the boat, because there are rules.
Oh, right.
And
Sound
people
like
got in
someone I know.
trouble. But there are no rules on this one. I don't want people to think and be scared about this money.
Right.
Well,
it's
the biggest problem you have is people are scared of this money.
They are.
So I'm trying to take the fear out of the money.
Yeah.
And you're trying to give people financial advice.
They can go rent a boat. We're giving them the money.
Why the rent? They can buy it.
I know. They will. What we're saying is compound the money.
I got them to where they will buy the boat.
Right.
We're making progress.
Yeah, well, no, it's always been that.
They can always sell it.
We want them to buy a bigger boat in a couple of years and lease it out.
Okay. All right.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, man.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
All right,
brother.
so we're
thank you,
gonna
Andrew.
swap Ben out for Travis.
All right, Trav.
We're gonna talk about AI.
Oh, yeah. Woo.
Let's go.
All right, guys. Thank you very
All
much.
right, my
Am I
brother.
in this one or out?
Huh?
Am I in or out?
Stay seated.
Okay.
Make it
All right.
easy on you.
All right, cool. Sean, brother.
Good to meet.
Good to meet you.
So recently, AI has been all over the news. Chat.
It's all over my channel.
Yeah.
My wife's got a PhD in AI.
Your
Nice.
what? Your what?
My wife.
That's coming in handy now.
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, she can understand me for the first time.
So you're wait a second.
That was funnier than that, don't you think?
It was pretty
It
good.
was pretty good. Okay.
So can I ask your wife any question and she'll give me an answer in like seconds?
Probably. Absolutely.
I feel like that's most wives, though, right?
Yeah.
They always got an answer.
It's quick. Yes.
So he's Travis. He's not an
Hi,
AI
Travis.
bot.
No, not yet.
He's doing
No
swarm.
Neuralink yet?
Not yet.
He's
We're
doing
still working on that.
He's doing Swarm AI.
Yes, sir.
What's up with Swarm?
So Swarm AI it's been around for about 7 years. It was invented by Louis Rosenberg.
Shout out to Louis.
Shout out to Louis. And he started it by a contract he got from the Air Force, and the Air Force funded it so they could make better decisions. And since then, it started working with the United Nations.
Shout out to my buddy Michael Sartain from the Air Force.
Yes, sir. Shout out to him. And the United Nations uses it to actually predict where the next famine will be. A lot of hedge funds use it to predict what the most probable outcome will be in decisions they're making. Mm-hmm. And we actually reached out to Louis to use the AI in crypto. And there's a lot of directions that crypto could go. It's really the Wild West of money right now. Mm-hmm. We're all trying to figure it out. We're all trying to develop it. We're all trying to make a stake in it and be a pioneer of the industry to take it where it should be. And a lot of people are coming into it, and they just don't know the first thing about any of it. And when people come in, they all think they can make a quick buck. They have no direction. They have no understanding of what they're doing. So what we want to do for people is give them some direction and good data they can use to start making money. Because once people start making money, they believe in it more. They want to know more about the good stuff, except the bad stuff is in the headlines. And what we're doing is using this AI to gather a community of people together that can participate and come up with the most probable outcomes for a selection of coins that we use to predict on where they may be going. You know, we were talking earlier in the room over there.
Yeah.
And while we're sitting there, a couple picks I've had, it's been up I'm up like 40% since we've been sitting here and the show started.
40% of what?
This portfolio, some of the coins.
So
I'm holding
Chat
right now.
CPD AI
30 minutes.
That's super interesting.
doesn't have an opinion about you yet. So I just asked
you
the
ask
AI just about Swarm AI. How do you spell it?
Swarm AI, yeah.
Okay. So how do you,
SWARM space AI.
Yeah, let's try it again.
That was interesting. I never used that yet.
I don't use Google anymore. I did a
Really?
video
Is
on it.
that cool?
Did a video on it like three.
I didn't get- I
like
didn't
Do
look
they
at
have a mobile app, or what are you doing?
Yeah, what did you use to look that up? I'm curious.
I
You
have
to
it.
Google it.
I have it right on my phone.
You gotta get on Google first. But once
yeah.
you get, it's like getting off Internet Explorer.
So, here's what it's building it right now.
Wow.
It's generating.
Where is this like a web crawl, web scan?
So it's everything up until 2021. They'll have another update. This is by a multiple of, I think, 30, increasing its intelligence in the next.
So it's machine learning, right?
It is unbelievable. Yeah, my wife that's her secondary MBA is in machine learning.
That's cool.
But you want to see what it wrote about you?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that way, yeah, there you go.
Shout out to ChatGPT.
Who
Yeah.
made that?
So OpenAI.
That's exactly right.
Elon Musk was like the head of, and then he drove away for Tesla, basically. But OpenAI is, quote, its name. They're trying to make AI open. That is free.
Okay.
You can do all kinds of stuff
I
with
heard
it. It's
they're burning
absolutely
through like
This is exactly
100,000
right.
a
This
day.
is what we do.
Oh God, it's sick how much money they're burning.
Wait, why are they burning that much?
Servers.
Servers. I mean, it's crazy.
Like
They're
it's
not making any money?
No,
well, so the AI itself is actually
is that crazy?
adding more data in real time, and it's got to store that data. So, like, imagine this child of a computer program that's finding out all this information, and it's actually learning on the go. It's got to store that data so it can access that data. So the amount of data that's going to be stored, data storage is going to be a huge business. Shout out to Jeff Bezos, who's going to make bank storing data.
Are they hosted on Amazon Web Services?
I'm pretty sure everyone is.
Okay.
Yeah, like 98% of the
This
business.
should be on your website.
What's that? The
Did you read
description right there?
this?
Yeah, it's exactly
This
spot on
is-
what we do.
No, I didn't read
So
it.
Swarm AI is a type of artificial intelligence that is designed to simulate the behavior and intelligence of a group of animals and insects such as ants and bees. Swarm AI algorithms are based on the idea of swarm intelligence, which is collective intelligence that emerges from the interactions of large numbers of simple agents. These systems are designed to decentralized, self-organizing, and able to adapt to changing environments. Swarm AI can be used in a variety of applications, including optimization, decision-making, and prediction. What's crazy about this is this was just created. This literally, like, I just gave it a prompt, Swarm AI.
It just scanned the web for it, and there it is.
Everything. Well, it not
Well,
only.
Travis, thanks for joining us. We're just going to do the rest of the interview with ChatGPT.
Just
AI interview
that's
with AI, how
that's
cool.
a.
Yeah.
You know what? We should have a podcast with ChatGPT next.
We should
literally
why not?
We'll just put ChatGPT and we'll just the podcast will be and then we'll just press like the thing to have it play.
We
on
should just
Apple.
interview ChatGPT as if it was a human being.
Why not?
We can go on for a
Why
36-hour
not?
podcast straight. It'll break the news.
The cool thing is we can tell it to be funny.
By the way, I interrupt this
Sorry.
broadcast to announce that Skynet will be live in about 6 months.
Really?
Yeah.
Very cool.
If we don't,
At this rate, maybe.
where's Arnold Schwarzenegger when you need him?
Oh my goodness.
Retired.
Yeah.
What was
So
the first
what
one?
what a
The
great
T1000?
what a
Was he
great
the- was-
name and what a great concept.
Was Schwarzenegger the T1000? Was that the first one or
Yeah, he was.
T1000? Right.
Yeah.
And then who was the one that melted and stuff? What was he, like T3000 or something?
Yeah. It wasn't as good as the first one.
Was he 3 or was he 2?
Was it 3 or 2? I don't know. Well, I think
There
it was
like
2.
Yeah, there was 2 or 3 of them.
I was like 12 when that
When
came out.
when they got the girl,
Shout out to James Cameron, right?
was it James? Yeah, James
Yeah.
Cameron.
Oh my
was
God,
it?
that was his first big. Avatar was the next, and not Avatar, but the.
He's done a few, right?
Sinking boat one.
Shout out to
Titanic.
James Cameron.
Titanic. Oh my
James,
God.
why aren't you
Okay.
here today? We could be talking about Avatar. Avatar 2. How anyone see
That
it?
just dropped,
Oh,
didn't
did
it?
you?
I heard it did good.
Yeah, it's his
Is it good?
He doesn't have to talk about it.
One of our interns here
He's
at
like
the
got a
studio
billion probably.
watched it and it was at like 480p streaming. He was like, nobody watches Avatar for the plot. Like, why am I watching this in 480?
Oh
Like,
my
he wasn't
God.
in good resolution. He's like, tell me and ask anybody about the first one and tell them to let me know what the plot is. They can't. They just remember the visuals.
And that's it. Yeah. I mean, it is. It's a visual. Like, how did they do this?
They spent $2 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They spent $2 billion?
Yeah.
I read an article someone shot their
How the
cameo
fuck do you
for
spend
it
$2 billion
2 years ago.
on a movie?
I think they've already made it back. I believe they're already.
Yeah, I heard it killed
already made it
Spider-Man.
back.
Paying people
true?
like me, that's
Yeah.
how you spend $2 million.
I know, right?
A lot of people like you.
Yeah.
Shout out to fucking spending
Yeah, the
$2
Chat
billion
GPT
on.
was that description was very cool because that's actually what founded the principle that Lewis built the AI on. The ability for like bees to, they're not intelligent creatures like we are, but they figured out the ability to work together.
Oh!
No, shout out to the
Queen
Some,
bee. that
some,
just-
some would argue that they're
There's a
more
queen-
intelligent than us. I mean,
there's
we're doing more
it goes-
damage to the planet than they are. They're actually
because they
we
figured
can't
out
live
the
without
ability
them.
to swarm. I agree,
Yeah.
but they figured out the ability to swarm together. They can't build a skyscraper, but they figured out the ability
Oh!
to swarm. But they figured out
Shout out to the
how
4 million bees that just built a beehive that are giving you the finger.
I hope they're not watching this.
Someone's
They don't watch
angry.
YouTube, do they?
Oh.
But they figured out the ability to work together and coexist, and
It's because they're led by a woman.
Oh!
I love women. I just have to tell you that.
Oh!
Yeah.
and people that we haven't been able to figure
I'm the
that out.
opposite of a male sexist pig.
Is that a feminist?
I wouldn't call myself a feminist either. That just sounds wrong.
It does.
I
It
just
does.
respect and love women.
Female supporter.
Amen.
Yeah.
Female support.
Yeah, I'm a female support. I cheer for women.
I do too.
Yeah.
And
All over the world, especially the ones that are being suppressed right now.
Right. Yeah. Amen.
They should be able to show their hair, whatever else they want to show.
Shout out to the women in Iran.
Yeah.
Are
They
they tuned
are,
into?
they are tougher than most of our American politicians.
Yeah.
And I liked how earlier on the other segment, first thing I heard you say was shout out to all the corrupt politicians. That was one of the first things I heard you say on the TV when we were in the other room.
They are.
Shout out to the corrupt politicians.
Shout out to Nancy Pelosi counting her
shout out.
millions.
Hey, if you follow her stock trades, you could do pretty good. I
Yeah.
don't know what she's working on over there, but
The only
The problem is you can't see them for 3 months
Right.
until they
No.
publish their quarterly, and you're like, wow, she knew that 3 months ago.
she's good at this. She
Hmm.
must be using Swarm AI or something.
Yeah.
it's almost like she's on the inside.
You know what's crazy is you could literally call her, give her insider secrets. And they have like the Nancy Pelosi law that went through Congress that basically they can't touch her.
Really?
Yeah, they can't touch any of the politicians for
It's crazy how
insider
they just make
trading.
up these loopholes to protect themselves.
Yeah, like Martha Stewart, jail. Although I think she gets more PR now and she gets to hang with Snoop, because she's in now.
Yeah.
She's in the group.
She
right?
did her time.
She did her time, so they were like, yeah, she's got street credit. But Nancy, she don't have any street credit.
No.
No,
opposite.
she just runs the street.
Right.
Yeah, can't put her away. Not that I would want to. Please don't. Don't
pretty-
Andrew Tate me.
I'm pretty sure we're not going to get Nancy on the show ever.
We should. She's got
He
some
did.
good stock picks.
Everybody's talking about
So-
Andrew Tate for one reason. You'll get 1,000,007 views.
Yeah.
That's it. Like I saw another guy that just does passports, international passports. The No Bad Capitalist. He does. Andrew Tate gets arrested. I'm like, and it was horrible. I'm like, wow, just
There's so much clickbait. out there.
everybody's chasing they're chasing the algorithm.
Rest in peace, Andrew Tate. Pretty sure
I heard
that.
he got out, didn't he?
No.
Yeah, he got out like next day, and he already posted a video, and he was like, "Look, they came into my house, they grabbed my stuff."
Nope. That he never got out. I actually know this very well. He never got out. They did something exceptional. They put him in jail without actually getting a hearing.
So he recorded the video before he went to jail, saying that he
that
went to
was
jail.
Probably had 2 or 3 of
That
those
was,
handy. They just which one?
that was a deep fake, buddy. That was a deep fake. He's actually doing really cool stuff with deep fakes right now. But the sad thing is, they're literally taking all of his assets. They're taking his house, his cars, and they're charging him with a crime, and they're basically enforcing the crime before he's even had his day in court.
That's not the United States. That's Romania.
It's
That's like most of the world.
yeah. I was gonna say the United States.
You're
is
guilty,
probably-
and then you're innocent.
Yeah.
But even so, in the United States, you're innocent until proven guilty. But for some reason, you are scared to death, right? Like you don't feel innocent.
Right.
You feel like, oh shit, I've got to.
wow.
gotta prove my
how
innocence
powerful is Morpheus that we're actually talking about him right now?
Right?
Shout out to Morpheus,
Yes.
aka Andrew Tate.
Yes.
So
Swarm AI. I'm like, this is my jam.
How are
Let's
you
talk.
paying for Swarm AI? You're doing an NFT, right?
Yes, so actually, yeah, everyone that buys our NFT, they get lifetime access as long as we're doing this. We do Swarm sessions every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and
Okay, now this is the part you got to talk about.
What's
Talk
that?
about the Kentucky motherfucking Derby.
yeah, so the Swarm AI concept has been around long before our project that we've been working on. In 2017, a reporter actually came to Lewis and his team that was working on this and they challenged them to predict the winner of a superfecta at a Kentucky Derby. And they did a swarm session with a bunch of horse enthusiasts, not even professional bookies or anything.
Shout out to all the Kentucky Derby gamblers.
And they had all the enthusiasts come together. They did a swarm session together, and the reporter took the results, the prediction that we produced with the AI, and they took it to the Kentucky Derby. She put $20 down, and I think she won like $11,000, and we predicted a trifecta in 2017.
Yeah, this is the part that always gets me. Why the fuck would you just put $20 down? I
feel
mean,
like the reporter had good
you're
intentions.
literally getting an AI program to do all the homework for you.
Right.
Go to the fucking bank and get a couple G and just put it down.
Imagine what she would've won.
I know you didn't pick the last one. I know you didn't.
Yeah,
pick.
my
My Kentucky Derby video exploded when I
was
put it
that
on my
about?
channel. Just the winner was like
Okay.
like the horse was not supposed to be in the race.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even on the radar.
Wild card.
Just showed up out of the out of nowhere, and it was a complete. And the horse started from the back.
Oh wow.
All the way from the back.
I heard the horse was carrying a piano too.
Probably. Well.
Did I drug test that horse? No.
Are the sports books using AI?
Sorry, what was that?
Like the sports betting books to determine the odds? Are they using AI to...
That's actually the
So
best
no,
question
it's
of the day.
actually just the consensus of the data that we put. So we put in all the probable outcomes, and then everyone comes together and makes the group decision. And the AI analyzes what's the most probable outcome with the live people's data input. So
Yeah.
it's more of a passive AI. The AI isn't like ChatGPT where it does a data scan.
Got it.
It actually is influenced by what we say, and it picks the most probable outcome from our opinions of the most probable outcome.
So is Swarm AI going to put the GOAT, Vegas Dave, out of business? I think so, right?
No, we can try.
Yeah.
Shout out to him, but we don't want to step on anyone's toes.
Shout out to the GOAT, Vegas Dave, making picks every day.
Yeah.
I think he's like 92-0 so far in 2023. Yeah,
That's crazy. Would love to chat with him if you're listening to this.
he's
Holler at me.
he's picking winners in the Mexican tarantula race. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah,
That's a thing?
I think they put two
Mexican?
tarantulas next to each other and they just see if they can race them down.
Do they
a
just go
little
straight, or
Yeah.
they a little thing?
Oh, they're pretty fast.
Ah,
You ever
man.
see a tarantula chase you, you better run. All right, so you've got Swarm AI, you've got the NFT, you've got access to it through the NFT. What's the
Right.
NFT selling for?
So it's 1 ETH. It's 1 ETH. You're in. There's no ongoing
Shout out to
costs.
Ether, best cryptocurrency in the world.
I agree. There's so many things going on there, but yeah, it's just 1 ETH and you're in.
Oh God, I just got Bitcoin maximalists all over me. Probably.
Check the comments.
Oh my God.
One ETH, make that back quick with that 40% in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I
earlier.
mean, since I've been sitting here, my portfolio, some of the picks I'm at, they're up 40%.
Crazy.
I didn't use that from Swarm. That's me personally.
Oh, okay,
I was
okay.
here to give financial advice. I don't do that.
I would think that you almost now, if you're going to say you have an NFT drop, you got to handle the negative PR around.
Oh yeah, there's so many things going on.
around it.
yeah, Logan Paul is doing that right now.
I mean, yeah. So I think there's a difference. You're using an NFT very differently.
Right.
As like, for example, if you're buying a ticket to go to like a game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that ticket has a serial number and it has a seat number and it's
Yeah.
like, so in effect, your NFT is really a ticket
It's an all-access pass.
to
Utility, yeah.
play. It's a utility.
It's not a speculative
And
asset
I-
we're making, correct?
Yeah, it's not just
I
art.
think what's happening though, and what's sad is I lobby in Wyoming. I've got several crypto companies. I put gold on the blockchain. The first license in Dubai we got, for crypto.
There's another project I'm working on. We're trying to do something like that too.
Yeah, so
I'm here for that
I'm
one.
a huge crypto asset guy. I don't have anything in the States because I still worried about issuing a security. My attorney won't let me do it.
Shout out to all the attorneys in the
Yeah.
world.
So
out to
he
those
says I have stuff to lose, so don't do it. Before, when you had nothing.
Right.
But I think we need to make clear that this NFT is not selling a JPEG that's on a server somewhere else that's clicked to a link on
There is
Ethereum.
really cool art behind it though, but it's not an art project.
Yeah, I think you get art.
Yeah.
You can,
Yeah.
which you can
You
make
still
in
get a-
DALI.
Yeah,
DALI
it's
too, by the way.
yeah, it's actually AI generated art. It's actually a B concept.
Oh, good. So it is like DALI.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know sure what DALI is.
DALI is artificial intelligence, open AI.
Oh, yeah, kinda,
creates
yeah.
pictures.
I'm not sure how
you
we
type
create
words
work.
and it
Yeah.
makes pictures out of it.
Oh,
Are you
I've
kidding
seen
me?
Some of those things.
No.
This shit fucking exists?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have a
yeah.
link for you then, Chris.
Okay,
Yeah.
so listen.
That's
to
how
this.
I'm making all my artwork at the house.
So listen to this.
Just framing it.
You guys
yourself.
are-
I'm not paying a big money for art anymore.
So you guys are going to be mind blown. The guy behind that project, or a project similar to it, is actually going to be here in a little bit.
Oh, awesome!
Nice.
Very cool.
How cool is that?
So I think we're clear about this NFT is not a money grab, like just about every, like I haven't done one, just like I don't talk about my crypto projects on any of my social or anything, because I'm
There is a lot of bad press behind it.
I'm like,
Because of things like that.
I'm not a money grab person. I don't need your money.
Right.
I want to help you. In fact, I want to give you money. I want to lend you money.
Yeah.
I want to buy you a business, that you can run.
Yeah.
And literally, I have like $223 million. I'm trying
I heard
to
you
place.
talking about that before I came in. I heard
So-
you say, if you're working hard, we'll give it to you. Sir, I'm working hard.
Yeah, that's it. I just did. I flew to Tulum, and this lady from nothing built an empire of $50 million.
Big baller
100
alert.
rooms.
Big baller alert.
And I'm like, I wish I would have known you, because if I told her, I said, if I can talk you out of your dream, that's the first thing I try and do is tell people they can't do it.
Right.
If they believe me, they're
anything.
never going to do it. Like,
Oh, yeah,
you
yeah.
could never talk me out. Anything I've ever done in business, I've started 32 companies. If you tried to talk me out of it, you were scared.
Yeah, it's crazy,
you're not going to talk me out of it. Just like you're not going to talk me out of blockchain, you're not going to talk me out of cryptocurrency, you're not going to talk me out of the power of NFTs.
Right.
ERC 721, when that came out with CryptoKitties, I said, we don't need title companies anymore. We don't need any paper infrastructure. We don't need county recorders offices
Smart
anymore.
contracts can take care of all that.
Like the idea that we go
Hey,
down.
Sean. You've got
Sorry.
an NFT project, don't you?
Yeah, it's right on his.
do.
It's right on his Insta. You want to talk about
Yeah, it was just a project I started from my love of basketball.
NFT Gorillas?
No, Chibi Dinos.
Oh, the Chibi Dinos. That's the one above it.
Yeah.
That's the one above it. So you can find
NFT
it at
Gorillas.
Chibi Dinos
Yeah,
NFT.
so it's a basketball project. We have a video game coming out, like
Cool.
a play and earn game. NFT Gorillas was a marketing agency I started afterwards, which got acquired.
Wow.
I caught some good timing on that one. Sold it right before this bear market.
Yeah, I mean, and we've been here before. It's funny when the recession happens, you don't have free money anymore. You don't speculate, right? So I always consider the stock market and the crypto market as an advanced liquidity meter. So when liquidity dries up, the market goes down because people pull money out. They get scared. So to me, if you take the stock market when it goes down and times that by a multiple of 100, you've got the crypto market. The liquidity as far as being speculative, which is where most people go. Like, I'm not a speculative guy in the crypto world. I literally am looking for the best buys there, right? So when are you going to buy anything that you believe in? When it's in the tank. Why wouldn't you buy something on sale? Like, I never buy things at full price. Like, if you bought back when Bitcoin hit $69,000 or whatever, like, you bought it full price.
Right.
Yeah.
You didn't know you were buying it full price, but you did.
Right.
Right? And now you're going to be afraid when
When it's on
people
sale.
bought at that price.
Like, it's not the same tech, it's not the same coin, it's not doing the
no,
same thing.
it hit 69, right? Didn't it hit
It was like
69?
68.
Yeah.
68. So let me ask you something. If you
I like
paid
number 69
if you,
better, let's say.
if you paid $69,000 for something, would you sell it for 16?
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
I feel like there are people doing it left and right, though.
There's people that are, but I
Yeah.
wouldn't. Yeah.
But right, so
No way.
I think this, especially for me, I have nothing in crypto that I'm not willing to 100% lose. So
Right.
I'm quote diamond hand, right? I will never sell. So, and that's just, and some would say you're not using it for what it was designed for. It's not scalable for what people thought it was designed for. So to me, it may end up being a backbone infrastructure for real banking.
Could be.
Who knows? Right
Yeah.
now,
It's still the Wild West for now.
it is, and that it's going to go. I think it's fun. I think if you're not into it because you're interested in technology, you're interested in the future and where we're going as a people.
Yeah.
Like I wrote a book called The Origin of Opportunity, but I wrote another book called The Decentralized Capitalism, and it talks about the ability for blockchain to decentralize every area of our life. I don't know about our personal life. I don't think we'll be able to decentralize wives, like I don't, or husbands for that matter. But or whoever your partners are. But I think there is a space now where this invention called blockchain, that I wholeheartedly believe in. There's a blockchain task force in Wyoming. We're putting in laws that are most friendly across the entire United States. I've been on that blockchain task force for since 2018. I've been lobbying. You can see me there, arguing because every single word that we put in policy, you can have a complete DAO in Wyoming today that you can open that is completely legal. A legal DAO LLC you can have in Wyoming right now.
That's awesome.
As well as insurance laws that are there, banking laws before the federal government can get their stuff together.
And these are the things more people need to hear about, because all they hear about in the headlines is what's wrong with the industry, all the crime that's going on. We should be publicizing more about what you're doing.
I'm not interesting. Me yelling at politicians not to put an and here or an or there or a comma there is not interesting to people. People don't care how the soup's made. They just want to eat it, right? And I'm the guy that I care about how the soup's made. I want the ingredients to be good, and I'm so sad that we're so behind. United States is far behind. Like, how do you get behind Malta and Singapore? Singapore is the number one country right now for freedom.
Really?
We're like number 10 for economic freedom. That's scary.
I can see it.
I thought we invented it.
We did.
Or was it the Greeks?
Could have been.
Could've
Where's
been,
Dubai
right.
on that list?
Dubai? Pretty high, actually.
Yeah,
Really?
pretty high.
Yeah.
Pretty high.
Dubai is doing some amazing things to give people a country that is full of freedom and safe. And I got to give them mad respect. I mean, they're building an amazing country where people of all walks of life can freely live. And let's be honest, 0% tax. They're taking government out of the equation.
Are they really 0% tax?
0% tax
Moving
on
to Dubai.
corporate tax, 0% human tax, everything.
So how can they afford to run the country?
The VAT tax. VAT.
The import?
Value added tax.
Okay.
So everything you buy,
Oh,
like you
food.
want to buy a Ferrari, you're going to pay a little bit more.
Okay.
So that's how they roll. We could do that. Like literally, if we said, IRS go away, all these things go away, let's just charge everybody 10% on everything or 12%, we could get rid of all that infrastructure. And it would work better. And think of this. If they ran digital currency on all the purchases of non-survival things, like not food, but like everything else, like a car, and you just bought a car and it instantly pulled digitally 12% of that, nobody would have to file or anything. Literally, we wouldn't need an IRS, we wouldn't need anything, and people wouldn't have to file taxes. There would be just whatever you buy digitally, with digital currency, it just takes 12%.
Wow.
And we'd get rid of so much upset in the world.
I almost booked a trip to Dubai recently. And do you still
It's
got to wear
amazing.
the traditional garments and stuff when you go there?
No, but I do around, but no, it's just the people that like grew up there. They almost wear it out of like honor. Like
Right.
I'm from here, which means I get like a free plot of land. I get revenue that comes to me. Like there's so you're guaranteed a job with the government if you were born there.
Wow.
If you're
It's crazy.
Do either of you guys do any trading on exchanges and all that?
I used to, but not in the bear market because it's just too volatile for me.
I'm personally only dollar cost averaging myself and am taking some high conviction trades.
Yeah, I was doing a lot of staking before Celsius went bankrupt. Now I'm done
I
staking.
was never a fan of staking and the yield farming.
Oh, you weren't?
No, I mean, I didn't see a lot of value in it, and a lot of the things played out the way they did, and I'm glad I didn't.
I do some liquidity pool arbitrage
Yeah.
though.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Yeah.
mean-
One thing I really liked about the Swarm AI project was how easy we're making it to perform the data, and it blew my mind that everyone's so interested in it, but they're like, do I really have to take the exchange, do the trading myself, and take the data to the exchange myself?
Yeah, that's what they're worried about.
That's
the
what we're
exchange.
talking about. Yeah, and then
Not
it's
their
so-
money.
Yeah, it's so funny that we can produce all these trades.
Which exchange are you trading on?
I personally have been dollar cost averaging on Coinbase.com
Coinbase
right now.
Yeah,
absolutely.
if that one goes under, it'd be terrible.
Yeah,
Devastating.
I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Who am I to say that? But I think Crypto.com is pretty good.
Yeah.
I got high faith in Crypto.com.
Yeah, I hope so. Will Swarm AI be able to predict if the U.S. government will ban crypto?
We can ask it any question. That's one thing about the project. If you buy 10 of the NFTs, you can bring it in your own groups. You can ask your own personalized questions, and our AI engineers, they'll actually make a swarm for those questions.
Oh, nice.
So if you wanted to spend 10 ETH, if anyone spent 10 ETH, you can ask questions like that,
cool.
and we can all come together and swarm it and find out the answers. And we've been live for about 2 months almost now, and the people that are joining have had great success. The people that actually apply the data, most importantly, have great success.
That's what life is in general.
Yeah,
right?
you got to apply the data that you're working for, and we've actually been doing tracking because I'm personally trying to make a strategy that applies this data perfectly. And so far in the tracking we've been doing, and I've been studying the results and the data that's come out of all the high conviction trades, which are the only ones I take, we've triggered 0 stop losses. So the stop losses, we set them at 10%, and we found that if you added to your position every time there was a swarm event, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, if you added to a position, if it hasn't closed itself out at your target that we set, and you add to that position instead of closing it, they've been winning.
Wow.
0 stop losses have been triggered on the high conviction
That's
data.
crazy.
Wow. You know what's interesting? I'm buying a lot of bonds and treasuries right now. I know that doesn't sound sexy, but 4.9%
Yeah, hey, I've got
guaranteed
some.
is unbelievable. Corporate bonds at 9. And yesterday I'm sitting there and here's somebody that's worth $50 million. She's got tons of cash, the whole bit. And I said, she has cash in an account. I'm like, how do you have cash not making money?
Yeah.
Like it's
You're
like
losing value.
yeah, that's like
you lose.
you put money on a couch, gave it Doritos, and it's watching TV, right? Like, why wouldn't you put it on a treadmill? At least
At least do something with it,
walking,
right,
right?
yeah.
Right.
So one of the things I think about too with like what you're doing is, if you need to, and I'm not take what you can lose,
Right.
and you need to get involved, and you need to understand this stuff, if nothing more than an exercise, right? So that you get the experience of learning, because it'll probably be a gateway drug into all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah.
I can tell you how many businesses I've started. I've started 32 companies. They didn't all work,
Right.
but some of them were
The great
gateways to
exposure and
big
experience,
money.
right. And that's
Right.
kind of the safe environment we want to introduce people to, because everyone wants to make money with some crypto, but everyone's lost money left and right. That's all that's publicized.
Yeah.
So if we can kind of create that steady environment where people can make 1%, 2% on a trade 3 times a week, that's a positive environment for people to take the first steps.
And if you do it with money that you feel you're comfortable with, get comfortable.
Right.
So she came back, she brought her laptop, right? And she sat down when we were eating and she goes, okay, show me how to buy this bond. So I did it, and I'm like, we pressed buy on the secondary market because we
It's
get
that easy. You
instantly
could just
closed.
go online and buy.
You just click it, right?
Okay.
I'll show you.
Okay.
I'll show you. I want everyone to know. But because it's that easy to buy a treasury or a bond today, you just press a button and you're instantly getting that money. And they'll pay you quarterly, they'll pay you monthly, they'll pay you in a year, however you want your money. So I did tranches of 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. That was, my wife was like, look, just lock up money for periods of time, but you can get paid like more on your short-term lockup money than long-term funds. So like never like that I can remember, you can make this much money in this short a period of time. And part of it is because the Federal Reserve, this is the agenda.
Right.
They need to suck all the money out of the market. What better way to suck money out of the market than to suck it into the bond market, to suck it into treasuries? Because people are going to say either I can make 4 to 5% on real estate, which is called cap rates, or I can just put money in and make 5%.
Automate it.
Guaranteed, insured by the United States. If the United States crashes, they're not going to write the check. But and then the CDs are basically FDIC insured.
Okay.
So, but back to your Swarm AI, I think it's important that people don't get the idea that you're going to get rich over here. That's like, I don't think that's, maybe you will, maybe you won't, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's that you just simply get in the game because you ain't on the field.
Right.
I can't stand not being on the field.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, don't put me in the stands.
Right.
I don't want to be on the bench, coach. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to be in the game.
And there's
You created NFTs, brother.
Yeah. I got in the game.
You
know?
got in the game. You're in
Yeah.
the game.
Got in there.
Yeah.
Took
Like,
some risks. That's what you got to do.
That's what you got to do. No risk, no reward.
Right?
And there's so many people that I know personally that I've been talking to them since. Shout out to all my friends watching this, maybe. But I've been talking to them since I got involved in 2016, and they keep saying, "Yeah, man, I should have done it last time. I should have done it last time we talked. I'll do it next time we hang out."
God.
Or pull out your phone right now and open this wallet and get started and put in that $100 you got in your hand.
Yeah.
And give me that $100. I'll send you the coins. And like, oh no, next time we hang out. Next time we hang out.
They're
They're scared to play the game.
I got dinner, but you have to get in the game.
Absolutely.
You have to get in the game. I think, and I don't. Is it fear? Is it laziness? Like, what do you think it is, Sean?
Probably both. I mean, people just don't take action like us. I don't know what it is. They're content, maybe.
If you didn't do your project, how would you feel today?
Feel pretty bad.
Right?
Yeah.
So you have like an internal driver that says, if I don't release my NFT projects, right?
Even if it failed, I would still feel bad because I didn't at least try. You know what I mean?
I love it.
Yeah.
That's awesome, brother. So, and that to me is the thing. If you know, I would rather try and fail than never try. I got a story that I love. This brings goosebumps to my thing. So, during Pearl Harbor, bringing it back, right, to old school days, they disarmed every single boat, ship in the harbor, all disarmed. So when the kamikaze pilots and everybody came over to bomb and hit and crash into the boats, everybody that was on them had nothing to shoot back with. But there was one ship, and it's been said that this is true, not true, but there's all kinds of reports on it. But basically, one ship went downstairs, grabbed all the potatoes down in the galley, and brought it up, and they started throwing potatoes at the planes. Those guys didn't have PTS after. Supposedly, they weren't mentally traumatized by the fact that they threw potatoes.
Right.
I always want to throw potatoes, right? I'm going to throw potatoes at planes, even if it does nothing but hit the plane. I'm not going to go down without a fight.
Right.
And if it looks like I'm throwing potatoes compared to
That's
Elon
what it comes
Musk,
down to, I won't be a victim.
I refuse to be a victim. That's how I got trained with a firearm the same way. I refuse to be a victim.
Right.
You're definitely, if you're going to try and hurt us at night, you may catch a bullet too.
Right.
So that's just, I've decided I'm not going to be a victim.
Yeah, amen. That's what you got to do, because there's a lot of people that are just content, like you're saying, and happy with just working 9 to 5, retiring with 20 years left of their life. And I went out there and I tried to do all these different things because I'm not happy doing that. And I think that's what drives all the people sitting here right now, that we're not content being, a subject of our reality. We got to create it.
Totally, 100%. I got 2 things that really hit me for this New Year's as my projects. One, to be in as full of beingness as I could possibly be, like expanding my beingness. So I'm fully who I am, which I don't think I am. I think I represent about 2% of who I am, really, right? There's 98% left to come out. I don't know what that looks like. Maybe it's screaming instead of talking here. I don't know. And the other thing is to create a life that I love living, right? Like I just hit 52, so I'm like, wow, how do you create a life?
Hold on, you say you're 50? You're not 52.
52, yeah.
Chill out.
Yeah, thank you. I think you're saying I'm younger than that, possibly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you got that right.
But I mean, do you love your life, the one you've built up until today?
Could always be better, but
I think
it's
that's
a good
the cost
life.
of ambition, though. It's never enough.
It's a good life, but
Because I live the life I want to live, which sounds like almost suicidal in a way, right? This is the life I want to live.
Yeah.
But and I want to get to that place where I love my life. And I remember when PPP first launched, I got up early in the morning. I didn't sleep. I was sleeping like 2 hours. I loved my life because I woke up and I was solving so many problems that people had and didn't understand.
Right.
And I was putting money in people's bank accounts like every single day.
Right.
And it was like so much purpose.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh man, I love doing it. It was like unbelievable. I could go without sleep, without food. It didn't matter. People were just bringing me wings and stuff so I could keep feeding people money.
That's awesome.
But yeah, I want to get there.
Yeah.
I want to get to where I love my life. I wake up in the morning, I'm just so ecstatic about, and I think the only thing that really does that for me is helping people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that drive. It's a good feeling.
Maybe
Yeah.
Starting a charity would help.
Maybe. I'm not a charitable person.
Okay.
Like, I don't believe in enabling people. I want to empower people, right? Like the 223 million that I'm looking to buy in businesses, where somebody owns 81%, I own 19%, and I put up the capital. That's to empower people.
Okay.
I expect them to work. I expect them to have paid their bills. I expect them to want to succeed, and I expect that I can't talk them out of them wanting to do what they want to do.
Right.
Right? But that's kind of.
Shout out to the guys in the back.
Oh yeah, shut up, guys. Hey. Oh, okay. So I mean, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Love that.
That's the drive. One thing that helped me build my business that I'm still building and all that is if you help enough people get what they want, you'll get what you want. Not to give to receive, but if you give to enough, you'll find what you want.
Yeah, I think when you're using pro quo, Is that what it's called?
What is that?
Q pro quo, where you give to and you expect right away.
Right. Yeah.
I think
Don't
that,
give to receive.
Yeah, at least
Right.
what's his name?
Gary Vee.
Gary Vee said, jab, maybe jab, then punch. You know,
Yeah.
like give a lot away. He gives away 95% of his stuff, and
Right.
Yeah,
and
yes.
I do too. I give away at least 99% of all the strategies.
Yeah.
Shout out Gary Vee.
Yeah, shout out Gary Vee.
That's the man.
Yeah, the original OG social guy.
He's the reason I started my Instagram.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow. When
That's
did you
what
start
it
your
is.
Instagram?
I mean, I always had one, but the reason I started branding, but in college, like 5 years ago, when I watched his videos, started going hard.
Wow. So you amassed what 8.8 million
Yeah.
followers in
Yeah, in about 5 years. Yeah.
Wow. What would you say is the biggest? Because I'm sure everybody has that question. What was the thing that really started to launch your people actually following you?
So I used to own a jersey company. So I'd make sports jerseys, and I would make custom jerseys for celebrities, and they would start wearing it and tagging me.
Oh,
Nice.
okay.
So that just started a snowball effect. Every week, a new big celebrity would post it and tag me. So
Wow.
That's
So it's
what
like
got
getting
going.
into the zeitgeist.
yeah, just provide a unique product or service,
Yeah.
and then it'll advertise itself from there.
Yeah, I think you did it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
Because I think almost every celebrity actor I know, and I don't want to name drop, but kind of is jealous of Kim Kardashian
I think so.
because she can't sing, she can't dance, she can't act, and she makes more money and is worth more than probably all of them put together.
She's a billionaire, right?
She just wakes up in the morning and is Kim Kardashian. Like what other like that? What's your job? My job is being Kim Kardashian. That's what I do for a living.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, who couldn't just go, wow, that's the ultimate job. That is isn't that the ultimate job? Just you wake up and you're
Seems like
being you.
she's doing herself. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. That's cool.
Yeah. And it's weird is we all accepted it and monetized it.
Yeah, people pay her a lot to post on
It's
Instagram.
ridiculous.
Like,
I was going to say something, but God forbid she watches this. I'm not going to say it.
Why?
So how did she blow up, really? You know, I think we all know what the original.
oh,
I'm not going to say it.
Well, I think there was a gateway, but
I mean, how do you really monetize after that? Because that's what she did. And it's impressive.
It
but
worked.
well, no, she was
to think that-
the assistant to
Paris Hilton.
Paris Hilton,
And she
then-
took one for the team.
and-
Yeah.
she did OnlyFans.
Quite literally took
before
one.
It was OnlyFans.
But so let's break that down because I think that's an interesting conversation. There are plenty of women who've done that, and they're not her.
Right.
There are porn stars. There are OnlyFans people. There's everybody. How come? I mean, and she only did it once. I never saw it. You know what I mean? I don't know if it was good or
Supposedly, there's two.
Cap.
two.
I'm calling Cap.
Huh? So she's boring. No, the video is boring. So
He was testing you. He saw it. He was just testing to make sure you saw it.
I don't watch such things.
no, so I mean, let's break it down. I mean, is it fair to say after 20 years of being, is it 20 years now?
It's got to be around there.
Okay, so
Is everyone blown up the back there about it? Oh, they're about to rush us. I heard she's here.
what is it?
No, I'm just kidding. She's watching this live. She rushed in.
Oh, hey, what's up, brother?
Thanks.
Oh, stay hydrated. Cool.
Thank you.
Cool. So, but I mean, is it honest? Can we
Shout
really
out
be?
to Oxydrate.
And I love the conversation. I'm glad you brought it up. Can you hold the limelight for 20 years, having put out a bad, boring video?
Yeah, I agree. It's not just off that. 'Cause
So
to
why?
be able to maintain it takes skill.
Yeah. So why? I mean, she did that. I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either, you know, but
So come on.
yeah, I don't know. You
Yeah,
know,
well,
I think the family has an impact too.
Is that just
No, we
that just jealousy saying that?
I think we can figure.
she's-
I think we can figure it out.
That was
but we
the
got to get
start.
together and ask Swarm AI what the real
Yeah,
answer
we'll
is.
ask Swarm
That'll
AI.
tell us what happened.
Oh, we should ask Chat GPT too. It would be no. Yes, and the highest economically free places, Hong Kong, Singapore is number 2.
How do they base that?
Economic freedom.
So
You're like fair laws, economic rights.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a forum. It's really cool. You should read it.
Yeah, I gotta
It's
check that out.
And it's like I think we're number 10.
Okay. I
Yeah.
like Vegas in terms of states. I like it here a lot.
Vegas, Texas, and Florida and Tennessee, right?
Because I tried Cali, but I hated it.
Oh, Cali! I sold all my companies and moved out of Cali.
Yeah.
I had a different.
It's rough. I started paying taxes in California, and it's like, oh my god.
Yeah. Should they
No
call
wonder I
them?
wasn't excited to do it.
Should they call them taxes there? They should just.
It's extortion.
Pretty much.
It's extortion.
And blackmail.
Yeah.
I was there for 5 months, and they emailed me saying to pay state tax.
This morning when I walked in, I got a call from the tax and fee department. I'm like, what the fuck is the tax and fee
Jesus.
department? Why are they calling you?
I'm
right
here
now?
from the state of California. I just want to let you guys know.
Yeah, me too.
You owe hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Do you need a hug?
Yeah.
Do you need a hug?
From your
traumatized.
your free thought is now taxed in the state of California.
You
There's
walk
an
down the
extra.
street,
There's an
you're
extra
paying
thought.
taxes.
If you actually have free thought, then you are. They put you at a 23% tax rate. That's exactly how it works now.
You know what's funny about that statement? That's the only statement that actually gets my mind wondering how they could, because I would think it's possible that was probably aired.
Well,
You know what I mean? Do you pay for air there? Probably.
Yeah, I mean, you indirectly,
Sorta like-
indirectly, they want you to pay for everything, right? You live in the state of California, so you have this sort of, from their belief, from their standpoint, you have this sort of like Magna Carta sort of contract with the state that indicates because you live here, for the privilege of you living here, you have to pay the state income tax, which includes our air, includes our water, includes our police forces, includes all these kind of things that they have there. And that's probably the way that they would look at it and say, yeah, that you do all those kind of things. But you will also see when you say taxing free thought, you'll see that the state will impose taxes on certain industries they don't like, they don't want to promote, and lower taxes on industries that they do, just like what they did in Austin, Texas, where I'm from. And in that place, they encourage free thought and free business, and that's why so many people move there. That's why so many people moved out of California and into Texas.
Yeah, most of my family's moved there.
Yeah.
Yeah, out there, and Florida's the other place that people are migrating quickly to.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think this a lack of state income tax. I mean, when you guys think about like just say 13%, that's $130,000 off $1 million that you make. There's a lot of people when we're talking about having the ability to move or running a company. $1 million a year is not a lot of money, but paying $130,000, I don't care how much money you have. That's $130,000. That is ridiculous. Like for some people, or even say you make $500,000, you're $65,000. That's a lot of money to a lot of people when they think about other things they could do.
40 million people.
Yeah.
And you still can't manage those funds.
Oh, of course not. Of course not.
I mean, I remember I sold all my entities in California, and then, I love California. I just did an Ironman there in Sacramento. But, I mean, I had a different three-letter agency from specifically California, not federal, just California.
They got all kinds of agencies there just to take the money.
So consider the end of the book Atlas Shrugged, which here when we talk about banning free thought, that's a book that's been banned in certain libraries. For those of you who've never read the book, it was written in 1961 by I believe it's 61
That's banned. My logo is influenced
Yeah.
by Atlas Shrugged. That's my favorite. I think entrepreneurs hold up the world. If it weren't for us, no politician would exist without a business person delivering products and services to people who want them. And then they figure out a way to take money from that transaction. And the one that creates the transaction is the entrepreneur. And to me, Atlas Shrugged is the ultimate book.
So
and true
I think
capitalism.
it's an epitome of what's happening.
So let's get, that's exactly my point. So let's consider. So there are certain there were certain school systems that had banned that book. There were a lot of people that had an issue with that. But there's a banned book week that they have. The banned book week, it used to be awesome because it was banned books on both sides. It was stuff like 1984, so George Orwell. Now the banned book week is nothing but extremely progressive books, and that's why I just don't appreciate it anymore. So here's the thing. With Atlas Shrugged. So for those of you who haven't read the book, it's written by Ayn Rand in the 1960s. And the idea was basically Ayn Rand had witnessed the Bolsheviks take over her country and change it from what was a free market capitalism. I mean, maybe not the most successful country on the planet, but they went to communism, and then they saw how you would have to you'd have hiring controls and wage controls,
price
controls, and everything was controlled by groupthink. So basically, her books, Ayn Rand's books, are an experiment saying, okay, what would it be like or a thought experiment, what would it be like if this happened in the United States? And so when she writes The Fountainhead and she writes Atlas Shrugged, it's so difficult to argue against what she was saying. That's what made those books so incredibly powerful to a lot of people. And then when later on when they
she was sad though because people like the movies, they like the book, but they missed the point. So she actually wrote down the breakdown of what her philosophy was, so that people could actually get it. Right. But yeah, she's absolutely incredible. And she knew in the 60s and 70s that it was coming here. Socialism was coming to the United States, and that we needed to handle it. That altruism, right? This idea of making people dependent on you would destroy an economy.
Well, so the concept really that she was against was groupthink. The concept of like an individual having its freedom, like when she talks about Hank Rearden in the Fountainhead, and when she talked Dagny Taggart in was one of the protagonists in Atlas Shrugged. Just to skip ahead for those of you. Sorry, spoiler alert. If you haven't read the book, it's been out for
it's been out long enough.
for 6. It's been out for 60.
I was going to go read it, Michael.
Yeah,
Thanks.
it's been out for 61 years. But anyway,
it's only that thick.
Yeah, one of the points of the book is this concept at the very end. The entrepreneurs and the business leaders eventually just get up and they leave.
Yeah, it's a
and
protest.
And they go somewhere else. It's in Colorado. It's some valley in Colorado. They go and they just build their own society there in the United States. And at the very end of the book, the city of New York just blacks out. There's no more power. There's no more industry. These people the progressives have completely eaten themselves with the price controls. They have no concept of how business works. And like, was it to the level of extreme that's in Atlas Shrugged? No, but we can see similar things happening with this exodus from California to Texas. So it's like one of these things where a book was banned and protested against for telling something that ended up being unassailably true. And that's when you talk about what's going on in California, like I don't understand, like at some point, the states like New Jersey, the states like California, states like Massachusetts, they have to come to a realization, or what they're going to do is you're going to start seeing federal law where it's like, well, you used to be a citizen, you used to be a resident of California, therefore you still got to pay California state taxes. Something like that's going to happen. Because
I heard that's a thing, that they're starting to do something like that.
Well, right now,
how true that
I
was.
believe if you spend more than 6 months of the year in Nevada, that you don't pay California state taxes. I believe that's how it works.
You have to be careful where you use your credit card or who's using your credit card.
So here's the other issue. I believe there's only 2 countries in the world where you pay federal taxes if you don't make money in that country. So if you're a U.S. citizen and you live in Sweden, you have to. Right, but if you're a British citizen and you live in Sweden, I don't believe that's how it works. So I believe it's different for different countries. So they will go out and get people. A certain person, I won't say his name, but he was recently arrested, was a U.S. citizen. I know a lot of people don't realize this, but he was born in Illinois, then moved to Romania and got arrested in Bucharest, but he's still a U.S. citizen, and so he doesn't want to come back to the U.S. And a hypothesis might be that was one of the reasons why he didn't want to come back to the U.S. is because they're going to want their coin. You know what I'm saying? Caesar's going to want his coin. So that was, it's just a really interesting interesting topic when it comes to the idea of what rights does the state legitimately have, especially if they're not offering you any services, right? If I don't live in the United States and you still want me to pay federal income taxes, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me because you're not representing me and I'm not using any of your services. So I don't know. It's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I was just with an expat that is worth $50 million, makes about $7 million a year, and pays New York taxes.
That's crazy. Yeah, New York state taxes.
Or not New York, but federal taxes. And we were talking about tax strategy. I'm like, you're not even in the country. You haven't dropped your passport? There's so many passports that you could get. You can drop your citizenship. Lots of people are dropping their United States citizenship for other countries that have less taxes or more economic freedom. We pulled up earlier the freest place economically and law-wise is Hong Kong, Singapore number 2. Yeah. We're like number 10 or 11, and we're dropping down the list fast.
Yeah, I believe Panama is a pretty easy place. I don't know if they have federal taxes. Monaco, if you live there for a certain amount of time, I think the UAE and Monaco, if you put enough money in the bank there for a certain amount of time, they allow you residency, and then you don't have to pay taxes on the money that's there. It's interesting how these things work. I'm not saying one thing is fair or not fair. My whole thing is you can't play one game when your competitor is playing a different game and charging less. Does that make sense?
I mean, how do we compete? We're talking about that with crypto as well. As like we're so behind because of our culture in keeping up with technology and banking. That it's
when you think about the concept of Apple having plants or doing business overseas and then not having to pay taxes on it, I just want you guys to know, anyone who's upset about that, and I can understand why you'd be upset, like you feel like they're not paying their fair share in taxes. The problem is there is no possible way as an executive at Apple that you could do anything else. There's no possible way. Yeah. You're saying, wait, we're going to not pay how many billion in taxes? Yeah. Your responsibility is to the shareholder. And regardless of whether or not you think that is ethical or unethical, the idea that anyone watching or listening, I don't care how progressive, liberal you are, the idea that you would be an executive at Apple like suggesting that your company pays more in taxes, you would quickly no longer be an executive at Apple. The idea is preposterous.
You know, it's interesting to me because I'm sitting here and going, am I a hypocrite? Right? Because I own Apple stock.
Yeah.
Right? But I don't think I'm not against their tax structure. I mean, their main corporation is, as far as money goes, is in Reno.
Yeah.
And then they have a double Dutch Irish for how they handle taxation out of the country. And just recently, I think they got hit where they had to pay some because the international over there, they're like, hey, wait a minute, we want some cut. So they got them for some tax money.
So consider this, because a lot of people who don't own businesses don't understand this concept, right? So at the end of the year, my business, we had made a certain amount of profit, and we needed to spend some money. We needed to create some more expenses to go against our profits, so we didn't pay as much in federal taxes. And one of the things that I thought was interesting is, wow, this tax code that we have now, a lot of people don't realize this because they want to point the finger at big business. But when these businesses, when I go out and, like, for instance, I hire a sales trainer for my sales team, that sales trainer, when I do that, I count that as an expense against my yearly profits, okay? But I'm stimulating the economy. So instead of giving that money to Uncle Sam, I'm giving it to another business and expensing it. So the tax code, while we may think it is all corrupt and everything, it does cause individual businesses to support other individual businesses, which helps the economy run. And that's something I think a lot of people who don't own businesses have any concept. They think that it's a deal where I have a successful business and therefore I just hoard all the money. And while I'm hoarding all the money for my own personal gain, and then I don't have to pay any taxes on it. It's just not that case. It's not the case at all. We in my business, we have 3 partners, and then we actually have the 4th partner is the company itself. So whenever we pay ourselves, the company also gets a 4th of it. And then our accountant comes to us and is like, well, you still have to pay taxes on that 4th. Because the company doesn't pay taxes on itself. The company's not a human being. And then when you come to that realization, like, oh, damn, okay, we have to spend this money. And I'm thinking, man, how many other businesses are we helping? You know what I'm saying? If we do $2 million a year in revenue, $6 million in revenue.
Just capital improvements. And another thing, I'm really, really pissed off with Grant Cardone in the fact that he exposed.
He kicked me out of his office when I was 21. It was funny.
I know he came into one of my dealerships. That's why I never talk about the fact that I own car dealerships. But he came in to try and get me to get on a sales team. But him exposing the fact that you can buy a jet and save on your taxes and write it off, I'm like, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Like the entire aviation industry counts on being a tax tax benefit.
Oh, you're saying because Grant's saying it, then people may offer legislation. Yeah, again,
the problem is we have so many socialist people.
You're saying putting a target on their back.
Yeah, they're just stacking people with money.
Don't teach them why this system works the way it works, because it doesn't work any other way. People would just leave. Well, they'll be treated better.
That's the problem with California. Some people are just not in the position to have to manage things like this. They don't understand it. Yeah. They don't care to understand it.
Yeah. Austin, are we live on my stream right now? Hey guys, so for those of you guys who are watching us on YouTube right now, we are at a pre-CES live stream that we're going to be doing all day until 4 p.m. today. So we're going to be going on. We're going to 2 p.m. How long are we going? Okay, we're going all day today. If you guys want to join us, we're going to be discussing different stuff. Right now, we're talking about taxation. We're talking about artificial intelligence. Before I walked in, we're going to have conversations with a lot of different people. The schedule is up in the air, so we're going to be doing it from here. I'm also going to be doing live streams from the other studio. We're going to have a lot of people on. So if you guys have questions, I'm going to be reading them, questions and super chats off of my live stream. If you guys are interested in doing that, I know we're streaming on several different platforms. If you guys have questions, you guys can definitely set them in. Guys, for my audience, can you introduce yourselves, you two gentlemen?
Yeah, hey there. My name is Travis Bailey. I'm with CryptoSwarm AI. We've got a crypto algorithm that is an automated AI that is passive influence. I'm all over the place. I'm listed all this tax stuff.
So let's for the stripper who just got off work at the Rhino, explain artificial intelligence.
Hey, so what we do is a little different than regular AI. Ours is a passive AI that works with humans. So it's not a machine learning algorithm like ChatGTP. What we do is we have people that come together and they use human influence, and the AI determines what's the most probable outcome from those preset questions.
Nice. Let's see. You want to introduce yourself? Are you still on here?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Andrew Cartwright. I've started 32 companies in 17 different industries. Currently doing what's called Epic 99, which is basically I'm trying to bring 99 other people up by providing them the capital to buy businesses that are up to $5 million that are successful businesses with them. They get 81%, I get 19%, I provide the upfront capital. My big thing is loans. I have a company called Capital Velocity, which my thing is really helping people get money and then leveraging it and then taking that and investing it. So I just now, and that's my project to keep me from retiring. So because I just want to help other people.
Beautiful.
Get access to money.
What's up, everybody? Nick Marietta, the real Nick Marietta on Instagram. You can find me. I'm a luxury flipper here in Las Vegas and in Sedona. I have a big construction company, and I do a lot of real estate education, trying to help people find generational wealth through real estate. So 2023 is going to be our big year, and trying to help over 1,000 people through our platform and program for that. So been doing it for 16 years here in Vegas, and glad to be here with you guys today.
Beautiful, beautiful. Can you guys discuss what were you discussing before when it comes to artificial intelligence? I'm reading some of the questions in the chat. One of the questions was, what do you think? They're saying it's not fair when we were talking about the taxation before. One of the questions was, what do you think this? What things should the state actually provide for their taxation? That's a really interesting question. We could discuss that in a little bit. You guys just specifically before, Chris, we were discussing artificial intelligence here before. What is it that you were discussing as far as like the good part, the bad part? You were talking about ChatGPT before we came in here, and what are the things that you think are going to change? Because for a lot of people who don't understand, when you go into, if you look at translations on YouTube, this is a concept, it's kind of a sort of like machine learning, or so, in that case, it was crowdsourcing when it came to, you would put out a paragraph in Spanish, and then you would literally have thousands of people translate that paragraph into English, and then eventually through machine learning, they would figure out, okay, this is actually the context of what you mean. Because direct translations from like Farsi, or direct translations for specifically from different languages, they don't come off clearly in English. So there's an actual English translation that makes better that makes more sense to us as English speakers, and so the artificial intelligence sort of figures that out from reading different people's interpretation of what a paragraph means. So when you guys are typing into Google, for all these years, you are feeding into a machine that is learning what your habits are, and it's learning essentially what you like. Can you guys talk about like the advancements as far as artificial intelligence is concerned?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different things that go on about it. What we do is a little different than what most people would consider machine learning AI. Machine learning AI is, the way I consider it, it's like a web scan. It's a machine that knows black and white. It knows what's out there. It knows what this, that, and that does. The AI that we do, it's a little bit different. It's a passive AI. It is machine learning, but it's based on human interaction. So the concept was designed to interact with as if like nature does with bees. They can work together without communicating together.
Yeah.
So when people use our AI, we're all using the Swarm platform, and the machine determines what's the most probable outcomes because ours is predictive AI. So ours determines what's the most probable outcome by the human input. The AI can actually determine what's probable, what's not, based on the conviction of the rating of everyone participating in what's called a swarm session for our AI.
That is essentially, and I'm just going to compare this back to stuff that was happening 10 years ago. That's essentially what made Google different from other search platforms. If you guys remember Alta Vista and these other, and even Yahoo, what happened with Google is that they came to the realization that if we looked at how many backlinks went back to individual platforms, we would use that in order to rank, like what you said before, rank the validity of each one of these things. And so that's why when you go and you search for different things on Google, they don't just come up in chronological order. They're not just up there in alphabetical order. They're actually up there based on how many links, how many people have linked back, or the validity or the integrity of most interactive, which one of those links. And so you're saying your artificial intelligence does that when it comes up with a balance of probabilities. When someone asks a question, again, just back to the stripper who just got off work at the Rhino, you would have a platform, you would have an app, and they would just type in a question in there. Is that what you're talking about?
So it's really complicated making probable outcomes and predicting what's most probable. So there's a lot of pre-work that goes into it. So most of these questions have to be framed. They have to be set up in a way that you can't just ask what's going to happen next. What's going to happen
almost
tomorrow.
Like SQL.
I'm not too familiar with that.
So standard query language. It's so for instance, when you ask questions of you have a database, you have to type in parameters when you I want to know that, or when you're looking at someone's metrics from a website, like for our funnel for Men of Action, when we go back and look at it, we actually have to put in like an SQL query in order to find the specific things, but it's not written in regular English. Is that what you're talking about? Like having to frame it?
Comparable. So like when I ask, is Bitcoin going to go up what's the probability Bitcoin's going to go up or down?
Got it.
Then once we find out whether it's more probable it's going to go up or down, we can ask, is it going to go up 10%, 20%, 30%? We can ask, and it'll tell us what's the most probable outcome in those percent ranges. Then we dial it back even further and find out, is it going to go up 1%, 2%, 3%, 4% over the next 48 hours? And then we decide what we think is the most probable answer, and then the machine, the AI, can actually figure out what actually is the most probable by the conviction of how we came to our decisions.
All right, so I'm going to be the standard Harvard finance professor, okay? And we're going to bring up the Nobel Prize, I believe. I can't remember what year it is, for random market hypothesis. I want to say 2011, I can't remember what it is. Robert Shiller, I think, won the Nobel Prize for that. So the concept would be, now Jim Simons over at the Medallion Fund, or the guys over at BlackRock, they also have artificial intelligence that's telling them when this is going to go up or down. It just depends. It seems to me like if they have the same information that you do, they buy before you, and they suck out all your alpha. Does that make sense?
It does.
It feels like if you have a bunch of independent firms with their independent artificial intelligence platforms, which, by the way, I don't even, we got to get into, like, how are they making predictions? Are they doing so through technical analysis? How the individual AI is making their predictions? The argument would be, you're not in the room with when Elon Musk and Warren Buffett are having dinner.
Correct.
So you don't know essentially because the two of them getting together, huge moves, massive moves of capital because of that conversation that your artificial intelligence and your individual investor does, and your investment bank has no fucking idea about, right? And so that fucking monkey wrench in the chaos that you don't know about, now that goes into it, along with the fact that now you're competing, right? It's in a perfect marketplace, an efficient marketplace. If everyone has the same amount of information, and I have Jim Simons, who has way more money than any one of us in this room. Now he comes up and he has his own artificial intelligence, and so now he's trying to front run you because he thinks he has the information before you do. Then you try to front run him. Then he figures out when things are going to crash. So now he's shorting before you, and now you're chasing the alpha that he's sucking out of your program. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes.
Is that an issue?
It could be, but I mean, you can't predict black swan events. If someone
no, it's not black swan events. It's like AI versus AI, right? So instead of PvP, again, we get into a situation. I don't know if you guys will watch these guys playing Call of Duty. Now there's Call of Duty bots that go on there, and they literally do not miss. They fucking kill everybody. Yeah. Like they just lock on to different players, and like those of us who are playing normally, we can't beat these AI bots. Now people are like, well, you have an AI bot? Fuck you. Now I have an AI bot, and now it's AI bots versus AI bots. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like complex adaptive system.
I actually bet that we were going to talk about Call of Duty bots.
You did? So he won the bet. Chris said that we were going to talk about Call of Duty bots. Those things are serious, man. Guys win money with those Call of Duty bots. Anyway, so do you understand what the argument? This is the standard financial argument of random market hypothesis. It's like, I understand that you have AI, but what about the next guy with AI? What about the next guy with more money and a better AI?
There's always going to be something better that comes out, but I think that it's going to come down to is the market going to be moved by people that all own one? Not everyone's going to have one. And I mean, if one guy does have one, are you going to pit it against another one? It's hard to answer the question without being in a BlackRock meeting room. Who's going to have the next bigger, better AI? But as far as ours goes, it just tries to predict short-term movements that are more predictable, because you can't decide what someone else is going to do with their system. If this AI does that, it's just an unpredictable battle at that point if you try to pit it in that situation. So we try to scale it back into more bite-sized, short-term predictions that are more realistic, that if someone tries to make a big market movement, who knows who would do that? Who knows when that would happen? And AI couldn't know that the other AI is thinking this unless they're connected. So if someone's just trying to dump massive money and letting an AI control it, I think that's reckless.
Yeah.
And I don't think it'd come down to that.
But from a macroeconomic standpoint, this is always the question, right? If everyone thinks there's a recession coming, if at some point there's no recession coming, I don't know if you guys understand, like in a free market economy, if everyone thinks that, then eventually what happens is the volatility index goes to 80. And then the recession actually happens. But if it doesn't happen, if everyone thinks the recession's coming, then eventually it's one of these things where it's like if too many people believe it, then the contrarian is actually the one who's correct. You see what I'm saying? If everyone thinks, guys, if everyone decides we're going to sell our houses because we're at the top of the real estate market, guess what we're no longer at? We're not at the top anymore. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like perception creating reality.
Well, it's real. Here's my question is how is AI going to affect real estate? Because that's what I do. And when you talk about what you're talking about, it's really interesting from the actual human that actually thinks that. Because it's like right now in today's real estate economy, everybody says 2008's here. It's going to be worse than 2008. And the funny thing is real estate's just trading at where it was at in 2008 finally, because we finally got above the actual price. And they don't understand that with inflation.
Well, they want to blame real estate. The only synthetic instrument. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Go ahead. Go. You're going to have a good one. Go.
So here's the thing. iBuyers, which I've heard people say that iBuyers are 25% of the market. The whole decline of 2008 was basically people who made artificial loans, ninja loans, the whole bit. I'm in real estate. I develop. I build. I did one of the biggest flips on Flipping Vegas, the Dream Home episode. But we have synthetic corporate debt now. The housing debt was underwritten by real income with real jobs with real people. We have a stable employment. I mean, like, how does real estate crash when literally it was underwritten by real loans with real people that made real income, right? So that went into that.
Oh, you're talking about 2008?
No, I'm talking about what happened. I mean, it's a felony now to lie in your loan application. 2006, 2007, it wasn't a felony to lie to a lender.
Yeah, but it's literally. I know all the hedge funds and all the guys with all the hedge funds and exactly what they're doing. And they got all that money so cheap, and they still have so much money to deploy. It's what Chase Bank has. What, 11 billion?
Yeah,
11 billion. Chase Bank wants to put into the real estate market, right? Why would Chase Bank want to put $11 billion into the real estate market? Well, the whole thing is the houses are actually on sale right now. Real estate's on sale right now.
They're the first time in about, I don't know how many years.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's actually on sale. And even at the price they're at, it was still undervalued in my opinion, because I build new homes and I renovate homes. And even today, to what I'm selling homes for, I still can't build that home for.
Right.
So I just sold one for $3.85 million in Spanish Trails. And there's no way I can buy that lot. It's $1 million.
Right.
Okay. And to build that house.
Right.
For what that's for. So the real estate is on sale. But here's the thing is, they wanted this to happen because they're going to go back in. They're trying to get it to 35. Most of the hedge funds that I work with right now, American Homes for Rent, First Key, any of these, they're trying to get it to be 35% below where it's at, and they're going to come back and sweep it right back up. They're literally owning these neighborhoods, and they're taking the American dream away. It's all about
for sure
kicking it out.
Their goal is, I believe, 25% of the market.
Yeah, and they're on the way to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what do they represent? 1.2 now?
Yeah. So here's my question for you. You've been in real estate and a veteran a long time, and it kind of goes to artificial. How will artificial intelligence play in this game?
So one of the things you can do with artificial intelligence when it comes to that is, if you wanted to build out a spreadsheet model, you could give it an entry of what spreadsheet you want to build out based on your hypotheticals, and I could build it right now.
Okay.
A 3-year projection, you want to know about it, I can pop it in literally right now. I did it just earlier with you. I can do the same thing and build out a 3-year spreadsheet based on your hypotheticals, based on real current values, and have it completely build it out for you.
And how long?
How long will that take to do? 30 seconds?
We should do it.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right, so we're going to do that right now, and then we're going to talk about whether or not Andrew Tate is guilty. Ready? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, what? We just got 70,000 new viewers on here. What happened? Wow, fucking YouTube. It's incredible.
I know, right?
Yeah,
that's all you have to do.
It's pretty incredible. All right, here we go. One statement here. He goes, real estate isn't going to be affected by AI. Real estate is just real. It's a people and property activity. Access to capital is the only thing that could be affected. Next one here is great combo so far. Chase Reiner, hot new bot training to get internet marketing clients. So it's going to make the traditional method of getting clients with almost zero effort, once set up, obsolete. Period. Here's the.
That's well said. Yeah. It's true, because right now, let's say 24/7. Like, for example, if people are interested in your program, right, and you drop a chat. You train it with basically what it is. You could be sleeping, and it can answer all the questions like you would answer them.
Yep.
Right? Exactly. And give them advice and help them with whatever project they're doing with the artificial intelligence while you're sleeping in your language.
Yep.
Like how you speak.
And make you money.
And the person that wants, like at 2 a.m. Because they just got in a fight with their wife, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and they need to know an answer, you don't have to wake up to tell them.
Yep. It's perfect.
Right? Then a lot of things are gonna. I don't know what model you want to put in there, but you can give it the prompt. Say, give me a three-year projection, and then pop whatever question you have in there, and it'll generate that for you.
So ask it. What do I need to ask it exactly? Just give me a 3-year projection of what?
Like whatever you would want to know. Like, for example, if somebody wants a business plan, I'll open up a flower shop. I can have a whole plan written in less than a minute, and it'll, I got videos on my YouTube channel.
I want to ask it, what are the interest rates going to do over the next?
Oh, you got to like type it in.
Okay.
You could use the mic.
Okay.
So,
you wanted to advance predict what interest rates are going to be?
Yeah.
Oh well, you probably have to give it some matrix to predict that. I mean, Jerome Powell, if the job market, if he can't get people fired and laid off, the rates are going to continue to go up. He needs to crush the job market. It's way too high.
So what do I need to type exactly to get my plan? Like, give me an example of something.
Just your whatever model that you're thinking of that you want to know how it would play out. So you would ask it, like for example, like even the flower shop. If I say I want a 3-year projection for opening up a flower shop, it'll give me 3 years worth of projections, expenses, whatever.
So if I say I want to flip 20 homes a year, what do I need to do that? Will it do that?
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
Cool. Let's see what it does.
Give you the best guess. Yeah.
hey, I have a question. Is this hyper oxygenated water? Is it flammable? That would be fucking amazing. Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah, it depends on that. It depends on where the fire's at. I suppose.
Wouldn't that be amazing? You throw this on the fire and it actually gets bigger. I would buy this just for that. An incredible hyper oxygenated water that's flammable. That would be amazing.
There you go. We got our next project. We'll have to ask AI that.
Yeah, it's incredible. So again, I'm gonna for the point of this discussion, I'm gonna play devil's advocate in some of these questions. Okay.
Love
so
it.
Again, in a complex adaptive system, we'll use the NFL. You guys follow the NFL?
Yeah.
Okay. We got to a point where everybody's running 3 wide, right? You remember everybody's running 3 wide receivers. There's no more such thing as a fullback. Now people are throwing the ball 65% of the time. What have we seen in the last couple of years? We've seen Baltimore, we've seen Philadelphia, we've seen Chicago. Now they just run the ball. The Cowboys are back to running the football. If everybody goes in one direction, people are going to start going in another direction. Is there a possibility of us getting to the point where everybody is running their business models through artificial intelligence, and then somebody's just like, hey man, let's go back the other way and let's just try to do this through the old brick and mortar ways? Could that be a possibility? Could it be? Do you understand what I'm saying? Could we get to a point where AI starts canceling each other out because we have competitive AIs? Each firm has their own version of it.
So this is my love language at home. My wife has a PhD in artificial intelligence and machine learning. We really broadly speak about artificial intelligence, and what we're really talking about is a segment of machine learning. Okay? So if we talk about machine learning, who is the machine learning from?
Human beings.
Flawed
human beings.
Right? So they're labeling. People don't realize that what's happening is they're labeling good and bad responses from the chats that have been happening. The progression, though, is like a 10x every, I think, quarter. So when you 10x every quarter with AI's ability to generate stuff, and it's generating information that we're basically putting out into the content, into the world, the ethos, the AI is really giving us back who we are.
Yeah, but in a more efficient manner with a feedback loop that's infinitely faster.
Yeah, I mean, you could write. I mean, on my YouTube video I put out, I think yesterday, the day before, 3 days ago, I wrote a Drake song.
I've seen that before, where it does artwork, and obviously the new thing with Lenza that came out, where everyone's paying Lenza to create their own avatars for different people. That's my cover photo right now on Instagram, is one of those Lenza avatars.
Did you know you didn't have to, through Stable Diffusion, you could have got that for free?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And so that whole platform, Lenza makes a mobile app of something that's completely free, and then sells it back to you because they made it efficient. Is that crazy?
Yeah.
So they didn't even build the back end. They built the GUI that gets it to you.
Yeah.
And the model to be able to buy it. But let's go back to devil's advocate, because I want to let's tear the crap out of it. I think we're fighting with ourselves there, though. Oh, it did it.
It did it. Yep. Completely gave you exactly what you need to know. It's the best 6 paragraphs I've ever seen written. Probably better than I would have written.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly,
how long did it take?
1 minute.
You want to see? I mean, it just, I don't know.
You want to read it out?
It's only 6, but it's really good. So it's
you created this. Yeah. You're the artist of the prompt. And here's the thing. This is what I really want people to get. The prompt is the most important thing about AI. How you ask it. If you would ask that based on Warren Buffett's view of the financial world, it would give you a completely different response than it gave you. If you if you just ask a little prompt. Sorry.
So this is a question I get all the time from my students, and it says, I want to flip 20 homes a year and make money. So that's what I ask. The direct question that I get all the time. It says, flipping homes can be lucrative business, but it also is a lot of work and carries some risk. Here are a few things to consider as you start your home flipping business. One, start by learning about the local real estate market. You need to understand the value of properties. I'm going to kind of shorthand these. Number two is find properties that have potential value for appreciation. Look for homes in need of repair, obviously. Create a budget and stick to it. These are the guarantees.
Don't go
this is in my
budget.
This is in my 80 page playbook. Hire a good team.
Yeah.
And it gives you exactly what you need as far as contractors, architects, engineers, real estate agents. Number 5 is be prepared for the unexpected. And that's what happens in flipping every single time you turn around.
Let's reiterate for
100 problems a day.
For the audience here, you just type that in, and an artificial intelligence platform just is giving you these 6 paragraphs.
Yep.
On its own. Okay. I just want to point that out. This is not an article that he's reading on, Forbes. This is an article that was just created basically
by asking how do I start flipping 20 homes a year? Essentially.
Yeah.
Yep. Be prepared for the unexpected. Renovating homes can be unpredictable and encounter unexpected issues and delays. It's important to have a contingency plan in place because things don't go as planned. Number 6 is have a clear exit strategy. Decide how you will sell the property before you begin the renovation process. This will help you make informed decisions about the renovations. Overall, flipping homes requires hard work, careful planning, and some risk taking. With the right strategy, a good team, it can be a very profitable business. So then I turned around and asked it about money, right? So I asked it, what can I expect to pay for interest rates on hard money when flipping homes on the loans? And it says hard money loans are typically short-term loans that are secured by real estate. They're often used for investors to purchase and renovate properties, and they can obtain, if you're unable to obtain traditional financing, you can get these for your flipping business. Interest rates on hard money loans can vary widely depending on the number of factors such as lender location, so on and so forth. Hard money loan interest rates are high. And it just keeps going 8 to 18%, which is so accurate.
Yeah.
So I could go on and on, but the fact that, like you were saying, that I could literally be sleeping, all this ready to go, they got everything better than I probably would have did it, or you even, in a matter of a minute.
I just thought about, let's say I've never used Tinder. I don't know if you can, but I'm just thinking if you
Tinder, what's that?
Yeah.
What the? No, babe, I've never used it either. I've never used it either, babe.
If you say, what would be the best answer for this question, and you cut and paste it in text messages, I mean,
How brutal would that be, guys? If you could actually, hey, hold on. That's a terrible idea. I would never do that. I would never do something. Love you, babe. Love you, babe. I would never do something like that on Tinder. Guys. That's a crazy idea.
I want to know the first person that secures a relationship.
Oh, bro, it's been done. Absolutely already.
This just came out 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, no, I guarantee you it's already. I guarantee you somebody's asked on Google. They probably gone and be like, "Hey, what are the best things that I could say?" And then there's a line of them probably come out by some chat. Yeah, somebody look it up. Look it up on one of these platforms and see if somebody who comes up with lines for Tinder. That'd be hilarious.
That's catfishing with the trot line,
right? AI deity, which provides spiritual guidance, is just around the corner. That's one of the things. Best with Red Pill. Yes, this is live. We're going on live right now. What program? They wanted to know what program are you using? What program did you guys just?
Chat GPT.
So it's Chat GPT.
It's on OpenAI. You go to OpenAI.com. You go to the top. You hit try it. It's going to verify your email address. You're just going to pop it in there. Elon Musk and everybody else. The idea of OpenAI is that he wanted to make sure, and all the people, the founding members, wanted to make sure that this was open to everybody because they're afraid if this gets into if this isn't available to the masses, then a small percentage will control all of us.
Okay, so this is a conversation that Ray Kurzweil discusses in the book The Singularity is Near. He has a new book coming out called The Singularity is Nearer that's about to come out, and it's the concept that the concept of the singularity is the point at which artificial intelligence exceeds the human brain, and at that point the feedback loop, because it is so much infinitely faster than it is for a human brain, all of a sudden it is 100,000 times faster than a human brain, like the next day, the next week.
Yeah.
And so we can, because that is a point of no return.
That's happening right now.
Yeah, because that is a point of no return in physics, we call that a singularity. So that's the reason that's where that term comes from. So this concept here would be the same kind of deal where once we get to a point where we're writing our articles or we're coming up with our business plans and they're so much better than what humans can do, we can never go back to that other thing. And we're just talking about machine learning. We haven't gotten to actual artificial intelligence at that point, at which point they're directing all points of our life and they're predictive as far as like what time time we go take a dump, and like, you know what I'm saying, and like what kind of girls we like on social media, which is where we're headed to next. By the way, machine learning, Instagram now.
Wouldn't it pick, like, if there was the ultimate AI Tinder that could go deep into our socials, our psyche, our culture, the way we speak, the way we think, the whole bit, and actually find us the perfect mate based on, like...
No, and I'm going to explain why, because this is
why.
He's the perfect guy to get the answer.
This is my...
I have the perfect mate.
This is my point. If somebody could go grab the evolutionary psychology textbook from the other room and put it right behind me. The reason why is because humans do not pick mates on rationality. So if I picked the perfect mate for the three of you, you would just say, man, that woman is incredible, and then you go see some girl with bigger boobs on Instagram, and then it would just be over. I like to use this example, right? So let's just say the most amazing woman ever comes up to George Clooney one day, or we'll just use Bilzerian as an example because he lives here in Vegas. The most amazing woman ever. She perfectly paired for his type of personality, somebody he could live the rest of his life with. The problem is, as soon as she leaves the room, 4 big booby strippers walk in and shove her out of the way, and then all of a sudden they have more ornamentation to see. Also, there's also studies that show, there's a great book on this called The Intelligence Paradox by Satoshi Kanazawa. The higher income a man makes, the more intelligence a man has, and I can't remember, the more status he has, the more likely he is to cheat. And so because of that, now he is no longer the perfect partner, and we just get into this back and forth where no matter what we do, it becomes this like nuclear arms race, whereas as we get higher status, we want more sexual selection. As a woman is prettier, she wants more of the alpha man, who in his case, he wants more sexual selection. And so it becomes basically the Red Queen, like what Matt Ridley describes in his book on evolutionary biology. It just becomes this nuclear arms race. The people at the top never get what they want. Does that make sense? I think this would have worked if we lived in tribes of 150 people. I think that would have worked perfectly. But now,
I'm so glad I'm not suffering from depression.
There we go.
Because I might just walk in the other room and... end it.
How can you suffer from depression? What an amazing world that we live in, that we're out here doing live streams. There's like hundreds and thousands of people watching us.
Didn't Andrew get in trouble for saying there was no such thing?
A what? Depression? Oh yeah, we're going to talk about that? Because if we are, we're going to pop the stream right now if you guys want to have this discussion. Andrew Tate, so what you're referring to is Andrew Tate goes on, he goes on Pierce Morgan's show, and he states that he doesn't believe that clinical depression is a real thing, or rather, he believes it's a real thing, but he doesn't care because it doesn't affect him, right? And so and of course,
so pharma canceled him,
right? Yeah, that's a good
Prozac.
point. Yeah, but the counter to that was, no, there's actually you can actually see there's neurological problems that people have. They have certain receptors in their brain that don't work normally. Sometimes this is genetic. There's a book called The Happiness Hypothesis by, I believe, Jonathan Haidt wrote this book. And in there, he actually talks about there is a genetic predisposition for some people to be happier than other people. So depression is a real thing. The thing that I
actually have some of this in my book, The Origin of Opportunity.
Okay.
There are intake receptors. And basically, if you inhibit the intake of being like serotonin, dopamine, so forth, chemicals then you can't really balance out chemically. So, not that I talk about that, but it's one of the things.
For sure. There's several books on this concept, but going back to what you were saying before, the idea that let's just say we're all suffering from depression, but we don't know if it's genetic or we don't know if it's because somebody broke up with us.
Right.
The first thing, if we all decided, hey, I'm not sure what the cause of this depression is, but I'm going to go to the fucking gym. I'm going to go ahead and make my 7-figure business an 8-figure business. I'm going to get the physique that I want. I'm going to start, you know what? I want to meet the perfect girl. So instead of trying to go out and meet the perfect girl on Tinder, I'm going to become the perfect guy. I'm going to start throwing an animal rescue charity, a human trafficking charity. I'm going to start throwing a charity for troops overseas and a charity for fucking homeless children. I'm going to start doing that. And then I'm going to invite other philanthropists into my life while I'm getting in better shape and I'm building my 8-figure company. And then if you're still depressed, then let's go ahead and start on the Prozac. But until then, I just found that a lot of things like ADD, it's weird, this whole thing with ADD. It's a disorder, yes, but it seems to be cured by Marine Corps boot camp so often that I'm not sure how much of a real fucking disorder it is. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I do Ironmans.
Yeah.
140 mile, 2.4 mile swim, 112 mile bike, the 26 mile marathon. And basically, right when I hit the maybe 30 minutes into my workout, I'm high. Life is just, anything in life I can just handle. I just love it. Just absolutely love everything. And my best ideas come when I can't write them down, which is and then I got 2.5 hours more to run. So,
have you read the book Spark?
Spark, no.
It's
I
fantastic. So the idea is that if we use pharmacological solutions for our depression, we are only getting a certain amount of dopamine, norepinephrine, serotonin, and what's the last one I'm missing?
Yeah, because
oxytocin.
most of them are all reuptake inhibitors.
Inhibitors, correct.
They block so neurons that fire together typically stay together, which is another problem. If you are depressed and you continue to be in that loop of depression, you keep thinking about all the thoughts that make you depressed, and neurons are like they're just like almost floating around in your brain. When they start firing together, the more they fire together, the more they stay together inherently.
Yeah.
So when you have somebody that's deep in depression based on those firing mechanisms, they're used to that thought process. And I talk a lot about that in my book.
Yeah.
About how if you interrupt those patterns and start reconnecting ones that do work, like working out.
Yeah.
Right? Like, for example, why did I become an Ironman? It's because I got diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. And my doctor said, you have a choice. I said, I have a choice? He said, yes, you have a choice. I said, it's hereditary. My whole family, it's like almost everybody's got it. He goes, no, you can get rid of it, lose some weight, get in shape. I lost 30 pounds and within 3 weeks did my first half Ironman, which I felt like I was going to die.
Yeah.
And then I reversed it. I don't have type 2 diabetes today.
Incredible.
And yet that's like all over the United States. One of the biggest epidemics, not pandemics, but epidemics across the United States specifically is type 2 diabetes.
So going back to what you said before, the book Spark talks about exactly what you said. The idea of exercise is an evolutionary adaptation. Pharmacological solutions are not evolutionary adaptations. When I go, again, when very wealthy people are like, hey, I need to go make a decision, they go say, I'm going to go take a walk. Think about it.
For sure.
50,000
Best
years
thing you can do.
50,000 years ago, if you and I go walk around the tribe to go look for people trying to invade our tribe or for other predators, evolution, natural selection would reward the individuals who go take a walk. Natural selection would reward the individuals who go kill the gazelle. Natural selection is going to reward the individuals who have a lower body fat percentage and are more muscular or like more athletic or more limber or whatever. And so that's the reason why Prozac might help you with one of those four neurochemicals. It's not going to give you the correct dose of all four, but walking and running will. That's what the book Spark, the whole premise of the book Spark is based on that concept. You know?
Yeah, I've never wanted to be one to be against what people feel they need to be able to sustain a life. But for me, it's like, I would think if I was taking any of that type medication that I'm putting a gel cell over my potential, right?
You know, I'm here to inspire everybody on one thing. You know, in 2019, I was a fat motherfucker. I was like 285 pounds. I'm 210 pounds today.
Wow, right on.
And my life was fucked up, you could say. And I went and I filed for divorce on a Friday afternoon. Saturday morning, I got my lazy fucking ass out of bed, and my buddy's a triathlete, or he does triathlons all the time. He's a triathlete. And
so he's crazy.
He's crazy. He's training. I hope he's watching this, Dennis. I hope you're watching this. And,
shout out, Dennis.
Yeah, but my big fat ass, goes out, and I says, I'm going to beat your ass tomorrow in the triathlon. And he goes, dude, you're going to kill yourself. And I says, no, I'm going to kill you. And I went out there. I beat his ass by 10 minutes in the full triathlon. I couldn't swim. I never bike. And I freaking never run.
So you want to do Sacramento in October? October 22nd.
So, yeah. So here's,
I'm serious.
Yeah,
we'll get you
let's do it.
logged in.
Let's do it. So
I'm already signed up.
So here's the thing.
I just did it. It is awesome.
It's going to be sweet. But here's the thing is, why don't you just look in the fucking mirror? And why don't you just quit fucking complaining? And why don't you just do something about it? And then, you know, I went a year and a half later I got on a head-on car collision, fucked me up. Literally, I didn't even realize I had a concussion for 6 months. My entire business went down. I lost $3.5 million, about lost everything. My partner jumped in, tried to save it. I'm not even right. And I go to work every single day. Everybody goes, man, you're fucked up. I go, no, I'm going to keep coming to work every day.
Yeah.
And I still fight that same shit every day.
Yeah.
But the difference is just get your ass out of bed.
Yeah.
Look in the mirror. And the real medicine is would you rather be sitting at this table with these gentlemen, or do you want to be sitting at some other table? Where were you yesterday and where are you today?
Yeah.
Get around the damn people that are doing it. Even if you have to budge your way in, don't be afraid, you know, to walk in. I know both you guys, you know, and, you know, actually I know your wife. I bought homes from her clear back from Homes Me, Nevada. Remember when they had all those homes?
Yes.
I've known your wife.
Hold on. She sells homes and has a PhD.
Okay, hold on. So I bought
has, 3 masters.
By the way, let her know that I made over $1.5 million when I bought those last 28 homes from her. It was the best thing.
We'll call her right now. She just asked, how you doing?
Yeah. So it's funny how that circle works, right?
David Goggins calls that taking souls.
Yep. I wasn't going to take his saying, but yeah.
Yeah, the concept of like you see somebody and you're like, I don't really care how much this hurts, but I'm going to beat you, right? And the concept of
the shit that motherfucker's been through, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And he talks about
and he's still going through it.
He's still doing it every day.
Yeah.
He's got basically
sleeping on the floor.
No meniscus in his left knee, and he's out there running ultra marathons. It's pretty incredible.
God.
We have a new
That's
guest on here. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Dane Ellis. I'm CEO of Oxygenated Beverages.
There we go.
Oh, thank you.
It is not flammable.
It's not flammable.
It's
How
not
crazy would that
flammable.
be?
I want to compare it to Gatorade. Where is my water, man? Where is my oxygenated beverage?
Let's get some.
I'm Gatorating it over here.
We're going to
put them out of business with this, man.
Hey, so real quick, could you go over this because I was really confused initially. So H2O, the way it was explained to me is O2 has a higher atomic weight than H2O. That's how the oxygen, the O2 molecules can stay within an H2O water and not just like bleed out. Is that correct? Is that how this works?
Yeah, that's the basic principle behind it. What happens when we process the water? The oxygen molecules become infused in the lattice network of the water. So the process that we use is actually weakening the polar covalent bond of the molecule itself.
Because you guys remember from your chemistry class, your covalent bonds and your ionic bonds, right? You guys remember that? Put a 1 in the chat. If you guys remember
absolutely. Yeah.
Beautiful. So I guess the concept would be having more oxygen in water would do what? Because I'm supposed to consume oxygen through my lungs, and it's supposed to get into my cardiopulmonary system, which is going to go out to my. This is the reason why when people have low blood cell counts or low red blood cell counts, they become anemic. Some people can go into end up having seizures because of it. What is the reason? How does this oxygen get into my system and help me?
The oxygen gets into your system very much the same way that nicotine does. Or
the GI tract.
The GI tract.
Okay.
So there are 2 theories that we've discovered through the process here. One of it is we're actually fueling the digestive process. The digestive process is the one that consumes the most oxygen out of the body. Mm-hmm. So by ingesting hyperoxygenated water, we're fueling that bodily function, which allows the oxygen that the lungs is developing and feeding the circulatory system with to go to the rest of the body and provide a more oxygenated body.
So this should extract oxygen from this water the way it would extract nutrients through your GI tract.
Exactly.
Okay. Interesting.
That's the I guess the most sound theory. We haven't funded any medical trials to actually prove or disprove that, but the theory and the science is sound. The second way is that the blood actually just grabs a hold of the oxygen molecules because it is molecular oxygen. It's not a gas bubble.
So how the hemoglobin would eventually attach to the oxygen molecule somehow, but through the GI tract.
Through the GI tract. So and there's been and I wish I would have brought one in here. I actually have pulse oximeters where if I would have.
Oh, you know what? Let's use my iPhone.
You know what's funny?
I don't want my watch. Hold on.
I was going to say that I didn't wear that watch today, but that's one of the things I love about that watch is I pay attention to my oxygen levels. Mm-hmm. I also do it during Ironmans. Is I watch where my oxygen levels are, and try and keep it as high as possible. So
yeah, I've done a number of engagements where I put the meter on somebody's finger, get a reading. Have them take 3 or 4 good solid slugs of water, about a third, 25%, a third of the bottle, and in 30 seconds, their blood oxygen level, their SpO2 is up 8 to 10 points.
Here we go, guys. I'm doing it right now. I'm chugging water and I'm taking.
Have you brought this to any cancer treatment places? Because that's a big thing when they got you on oxygen. They're watching the O2 levels. It's a big indicator. Is that something that would help them? Because that's my mom passed away from cancer in 2018, and that was one thing that we watched constantly. Like I'm sitting in a room watching the oxygen levels, making sure they were up past 95, 96, because if it would go down, you end up passing out.
Right. And
I don't think people realize how important oxygen is that you have certain oxygen levels.
And well, this is
Is it working?
Yeah. I mean, I'm still in the 90s, right, real quick, but I'm going to wait till I drink some of this stuff and I'm going to do it again here. In like
Okay.
a second.
All right.
I've been watching you. You've been drinking
What-
for the
what-
last
okay.
30, 45
90
minutes, so you
90
should be
what?
like in the high 90s, I would hope.
What were you, 92, 95?
I'm at 94 right now. Let's do it again.
94.
Yeah, let's do it again.
I'm anywhere typically between 98, 96. I'll hit 100, and I'm like, oh, what did I do? You know, because, man, being oxygen. Is this negative ionized?
It's alkaline.
It's alkaline, so it's not negative. It's positive. Yeah.
Yeah.
I went up. Now I'm at 95.
Oh, right on. Good. You're not going to pass out on us.
You must have been thinking about Tinder too.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we got. Let me get
that's
to.
taking
Let's get
oxygen out.
hold on. Let's get to these. Let's get to these chats so we can get people to interact with us. The chat. We're up to 112 people watching us right now.
Cool.
Let's see here. So one of them, it says this is really funny. So one of I read this before. AI deity which provides spiritual guidance is just around the corner. That's funny. Somebody asked, "Where's Rollo?" Rollo will be actually. Rollo and I are going to be doing AVN interviews. I always thought it was funny, guys. I don't know if you were aware of this. So for the longest time, the Adult Video News Awards was the same weekend as the Computer Electronics Symposium.
Always.
Now, the problem was a bunch of the CES executives got caught in hotel rooms with prostitutes, and so they had to, fucking stop that stuff. Yes. AVN was totally fine with being on the same weekend as CES. CES specifically moved their weekend, so CES is the weekend after. AVN already started. So they try to stay away from each other now because of those two things. But we're going to be doing AVN interviews later on this week. I thought it was really funny. One of the guys says boomers are so funny when they talk about this stuff. Unfortunately, none of us are boomers. I don't really think you have any idea what boomer looks like. I would go on Wikipedia and try to figure out what boomer is before you say that. The other one is hit the like button. I appreciate that. Let's have our AI dating talk. We're going to have a discussion on that. One guy is saying AI is getting better and better every year. The thought of AI taking over is actually more scarier. It's going to be more scary. And if you were using AI, they would get that corrected for you. More scary than it was a decade ago. The next one is Sartain. That's the apex fallacy. The lower 80% couldn't even get a woman if one woman. It would be a success. Okay, cool. That's correct. And the next one is saying Tate is wrong. Depression is caused by chemical imbalances, which can be measured. We said that earlier. The point was with what Andrew Tate was saying was, why don't you take this attitude first, the attitude of let me build my life up. And if that cures depression, which a lot of times it is. I was suffering from depression, not depression, like long-term depression, not chronic depression, but when my father was killed by a drunk driver, and then I went off and accomplished goals, and those goals helped me get through that depression, okay? So that's essentially what's saying. Why don't we start with that before we start taking Prozac? Why don't we build up ourselves physically before we start taking Prozac? That was the point he was trying to make. And the next one is Adam Butel. He's a current actually F-18 pilot. He goes, people that take with what Tate said literally are the same type of people that take the Bible literally. Rather than understanding the intent behind it, depression is real, but believing it is real can be crippling. I think that's what he was trying to say. Tate is the one who says what he says literally. He explains it and he's wrong. He has no idea what he's talking about. That's what the next guy says. And then Adam, he goes, he absolutely uses triggering phrases and statements to garner attention. He is literally playing the people that hate him for more publicity. When he does explain, I tend to agree with him. Just so you guys understand, like, there's nothing bigger on YouTube right now than this topic. So that's the reason why a lot of these people are coming back and talking about this. The next one is who are these guests? We had a we're going to go over that. We can have these guys reintroduce themselves here in a second. And then let's keep going here. Oh man, we got I'm sorry guys. Another 20 messages.
Keep going.
So you want to
take care of them?
Okay, cool.
Your followers are everything, man.
There we go, man. In my opinion, the cure for depression is regular, vigorous exercise. Yes, runaway train. That's what we were talking about before. Let me see here. So the O2 bypasses the lungs and hits the blood through another route. That's what the question was before. That's what we were asking before. But would it be able to absorb much slower than from the lungs? That's one of the questions that we had before. Hold on, is it probably slower? Rusty? Okay, cool. We'll get to some of these. You guys can still see the stream. Why does the moon not spin? Okay, so for those of you, I need to explain something to you. Yeah, he's already. So I did a flat Earth debate. I debated with flat earthers for 3.5 hours, and it was very. I feel like I beat the shit out of them. The problem is the flat earthers now follow me on every stream I do, and they come and they ask stupid questions about Van Allen belts and whether or not what the escape velocity of the Earth is. So they're asking, why does the moon not spin? Here's the reason why the moon doesn't spin. I'm going to answer for all the flat earthers who think that they tricked me on this one. So what happens is there's a tide between there's almost like gravitational friction between the two bodies. The Earth is 50 times larger. The mass of the Earth is 50 times larger than the moon. And so as you have the moon's gravity affecting the Earth, it actually did slow down the Earth. For those of you who don't know, the day back when the dinosaurs were around, day was about 20 or 21 hours long. It wasn't 24 hours like it is now. And the moon was actually rotating when it originally formed. The moon was formed about 3 billion years ago when an object the size of Mars crashed into the Earth, and then the remnants of that coagulated into forming our moon. The moon initially was rotating. The Earth was rotating faster. As the two gravitational pulls on each other, they start to slow down each other's momentum. But the moon, obviously being much, much smaller than the Earth, it got in what's called gravitational lock, to where one side of the moon constantly faces the Earth, and that's what happens. It doesn't. It's tidally locked to the Earth. If you look at the 4 major moons of Jupiter, Ganymede, Io, Callisto, and Europa, you will find that all 4 of those moons are also tidally locked to Jupiter, because Jupiter is several 100,000 times bigger than those moons. And the same thing if you look at Phobos and Deimos, which are the two major moons of Mars, you'll also find that the planet Mercury is tidally locked to the sun. So with that's the answer to the question. If you have two, thank you. Yes, if you have two gravitational bodies, the one that is smaller will eventually slow down its rotation to the point where it's tidally locked to the other. That's the answer. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to go off topic.
No,
The flat earthers come after my neck every stream.
I wish I could remember what you just said. The only question I have, and the burning question, is the moon flat?
No, the moon is a circular object. That was why it's large enough.
No, I'm just wondering if Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Is the moon flat?
Oh yeah, for sure. You're asking from the flat earthers' perspective. No, the moon is not a real place. To them, the moon is a projection of an object that goes on the firmament, which is the dome that covers the pizza flat Earth that we live on. That's
Truman
what they
Show.
do.
I got it. Right
Yeah,
now.
the moon is a representation. The moon, they wouldn't say it's fake. The moon is a projection onto a screen or a dome that sits above the Earth that we live on. That's what they believe. Yeah. Also, gravity is an electromagnetic force, or gravity is the acceleration of the flat Earth accelerating upwards at 9.81 meters per second squared.
So, I mean, they still want you to be part of their tribe.
The flat earthers?
Yeah.
No, they don't want to be part of my tribe. I just embarrass them horrifically, and so they just keep making up accounts and attacking me personally all the time. The other thing is 4% of millennials. Speaking of that guy who was complaining about boomers, 4% of millennials believe that the Earth is flat, and that number is growing. Something like 70% of people who grew up in Russia. 4%? Yes, 4%, and that number is growing. Something like 70% of people who grew up in Russia do not believe that we landed on the moon. There's a bunch of these. There's a great book called Conspiracy that just came out recently, where they talk about what sort of mentality you have to come up with in order to come up with some of these conspiracies, or where these beliefs come from. Guys, I'll be honest with you. One of the problems I have is moon landing denier and Holocaust denier. There's like a fucking membrane right between those two. They get those ideas from the same websites. You're also going to find that a lot of these conspiracies happened in 2015. I believe personally, I used to work in counterintelligence with the U.S. military. I was a military deception officer. I personally believe that foreign agencies started creating Facebook groups and 4chan sites and started throwing out things like birds are fake and all these different conspiracies that we believe in, because they understand that compared to China, compared to Russia, compared to most European states, the United States, as far as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, is one of the most uneducated countries on the planet. When my mother came here with an education from Columbia, understanding mathematics, calculus, algebra far in advance to what you'll find that students understand here in the United States. And so I think a lot of these people online are taking advantage of the fact that we are a scientifically illiterate populace. I think we're an economically literate populace. I think we're good at making money in the United States, but I think we're a scientifically illiterate populace. And I think that's a lot of the reason why, guys, I can't believe we're here at a CES podcast talking about flat Earth. But yeah, that's essentially what's
It's
going
everything
on.
to do with CES.
Does
Yes. 4% of them may be flat earthers.
Yeah,
we don't want to leave them out.
You're loving it, aren't you?
I love everybody. I want to include everybody in the conversation, and I think you included the 4%, which I think is important. That you acknowledge them and you're enlightening with your perspective, and that you acknowledge their perspective. Because I didn't know the moon was just a projection.
It's not a projection. It's actually an object that's 238,000 miles away. But yes, that's what the flat earthers believe.
I didn't know that.
That the moon's 238,000 miles away?
No, I knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what they believe. Yeah,
I
of
didn't
course.
know
Of
that.
course, it's nonsense because if you were to sit in a pool, like let's just say one of those pools that has like a glass thing in front of it, you'll notice that as you change perspective of objects in the pool, those objects change the width. Right, but if you look at the moon from any spot on the planet Earth, the moon looks exactly the same from every spot because you're looking at an object that is the same side is facing you all the time, and it's 238,000 miles away. So if I am in Buenos Aires or if I am in Nome, Alaska, I see the same moon all the time.
I got to ask you something. You know, when you're did you ever go camping as a kid?
Sure, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so you remember you get around the campfire and you look into the fire, and they say you kind of imagine things in the fire. Like
Yeah,
you would see
for
things
sure. Yeah,
on
you
it.
see things. Yeah.
Yeah, you see things. So when you look at the moon, I'm wondering if you see what I see. When you look at the moon, like what do you kind of see there, other than the whole bit?
It's really weird. I actually can see, because you can actually sort of see the Sea of Tranquility up there, and I see that's where Neil Armstrong landed in 1969. And
that's so awesome.
Sorry to piss you guys off.
He
He did land there.
You're
Yes.
going to have to show me that so I can have that. I always look down and like, wow, it looks kind of like a bunny.
Yeah, no,
Like,
an upside down
bunny's what
bunny.
I see.
Yeah.
You see that too?
I've never seen a man in the moon, but I see the bunny.
I wonder
I see the man.
what's the percentage of the bunny guys?
I don't know. You probably look that up.
Well,
Let's go chat.gpt. Let's go to OpenAI and find that out.
And are there more women that see bunnies or more men that see
No,
bunnies?
but there are far more women.
But you don't see the bunny.
No, I can see the bunny. Once you show it to me, I can see it. But there are far more women that believe in astrology than men do, and there's also new studies that come out.
What
on
sign
that.
are you?
I'm a Libra, but who cares? I mean,
Me
it's
too.
not-
I'm a Libra too.
no,
Why you
no.
gotta,
Hey,
why you
Libra
gotta throw it
gang.
aside?
Hey, Libras, let's
Libra,
go.
yo. You're a Libra too?
Yes.
All right. Why you got to discount it like
I'm
that?
not. I'm not discounting the fact that I'm a Libra, but I'm discounting the fact that it has to do anything to do with anything.
So,
Thank you.
so I've always agree, but agree, but I've always to me it's like a survey of like just you hear a sign and you think about it and then you take a look at what they think about that sign and see if it matches up. To me it's like a fun survey.
Well, yeah,
if nothing else, it's just an interesting idea that somebody wrote this down and generalizes a group based on when they're born.
But you understand when the first zodiac signs came up with long time ago, they didn't. You know how this whole idea that Libras are extroverted and they're like super what's the word, charismatic. When the Chinese first wrote down the zodiac, they didn't believe any of that shit. That stuff that was made out like in the last 50 years. It's all fucking nonsense. And they're ready. I'm going to piss a lot of people off. Ready? So a bunch
People
of people
make a lot of money off
for
of
sure. Well, they're all
astrology,
about to be really angry with me. There was a study.
man. Now you're going to have them creating
Here we go.
trolls.
Let's do it.
man.
Let's do it.
Oh.
There's a study that was
Nobody's
done-
going to be able to talk to you anymore. You're going to be trolled by astrologists, by flat
earthers.
Man.
Yeah, listen, man. Hey, can we lock the front door?
Yeah,
Seriously,
lock the
They're
front
It's
coming.
been
door.
locked. It's been locked all day.
Is there a red dot on my forehead, dude? Because they're coming for me.
They're coming.
There's a study that was done in the UK where they took a bunch of speed daters. They put them in a room, and then they thousands of speed daters, and they put them in a room, and they tried to see whether or not the speed dating had any correlation to do with astrological signs. Okay. And the answer was obvious. It was fucking zero. There was no correlation between astrological signs and whether or not people made it on to a second or third or fourth date. Now, when I tell people this, they're just like, yeah, they just discount it.
Okay.
But
so
it's obvious.
A really hot chick. I mean, and you man, you're
Does
just,
it matter what her sign is? If she's
No,
really hot?
but what if she finds out you're a Libra and that's one of the things she really likes about you?
Oh, it happens all the time, for sure.
Yeah.
But it's her bias. But hold on. But what you're
So you're going to talk her out of the idea
what you're
that a
expressing-
Libra isn't a good thing?
But what you're expressing is her bias, right? I'm using her
Yes,
bias
true.
against me. Against her. I'm using her bias against her.
Well, you didn't use it. She just decided that, and she's using it against herself in a way.
For sure.
Yeah.
I don't disagree that happens. I don't disagree that you couldn't tell somebody that they're a Libra, which then causes them to become acting like a Libra. For sure. That's cognitive bias. That's not magic.
Are
It's
you
not,
nothing like a Libra?
for sure. But I'm also like a Gemini. I sit there and I'm asleep. Like I have two. I'm a 10 or a 1. You know what I'm saying? I'm like asleep or I'm like fucking crazy. I'm also like a Gemini. I'm also like a Taurus. I walk my way. I'm also like, I can come up with all this kind of stuff. But basically, they take good attributes of human beings and then they spread them out around 13 astrological signs and say, this is what you are. And you're like, fuck yeah, that's what I am.
It's good enough.
It's good enough. Exactly. No, it's just nonsense, man. I'm one of the people, like, here's the problem. The zodiac sign is fine. The problem is when you understand the zodiac sign, but you don't understand the 4 fundamental forces in physics. You can't do algebra. You have no fucking concept of how like finance works, but you understand what I'm saying? That's where I have a problem. Like you don't know how to buy a house. right? You can't balance a checkbook. You don't have any concept of how to like create content or start a business, but you sure as fuck know about Sagittarius and Libra don't get along. That's when I have a problem. That's where I have an issue. Does that make sense? Like I don't know. Like
he definitely knows nothing about astrology. But Sagittarius and Libras are supposed to get along.
Are they supposed to get along?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. Look at me. Look
so
how
are Geminis.
I'm
I'm like, to me, I look at like a survey. Okay, I check it out. I'm like more. I want to know everybody's perspective. I really do.
Like, me too.
Like
that's why I debate
want to
flat
learn.
earthers.
I'm like dangerously, seriously interested in people and all their ideas and all their invented ideas that are systemized and structured and people buy into, or even more interesting that you bought into it. Isn't it more interesting to see why somebody bought into astrology than somebody who's like, why did you buy into it? Why is it that important to you?
I think it's super interesting when people believe in crazy shit. And I think it's super interesting to interview those people and to do documentaries. And then I think it's further interesting to then apply science. Then it makes it super interesting, even more interesting once we take science and we say, hey, the reason why you believe this is actually because of natural selection, and it's not because this fucking mass delusion you have actually has to do with natural selection and has nothing to do with the whether or not Mercury's in retrograde.
But
that's also interesting. The truth is also interesting.
And when you go further into science and you get even deeper into science and you go into quantum physics where the regular rules of science don't apply anymore.
Okay. The regular rules of Newtonian physics don't apply anymore. Correct. Yeah.
Correct. That to me is like even more strange.
It is, but it doesn't disprove it. The thing
it doesn't. It doesn't.
But here's
we went real deep after astrology,
people take the fucking cloak of quantum mechanics and then they start saying, "See, the secret's real. I can manifest this Lamborghini because of quantum mechanics." Shut the fuck up. Sorry. This is just so offensive to me that people have spent their entire life studying quantum mechanics. So many people like Max Planck and Albert Einstein and all these people, Erwin Schrödinger, they did so much incredible work, and you want to pervert this work to use it so that you can come up with your own beliefs. Sorry, I find it just a little bit ridiculous. I think it's funny that people believe this, but none of it's true. None of that stuff is true, because if it was true, then you would do surveys, you would do tests, and you can find certain these things to be true. I love evolutionary psychology because it's testable. It's a testable model of psychology, and it ends up working. In fact, it works more than any other model of psychology. In fact, it's the only testable model of psychology. In fact, it's actually all of psychology is an evolutionary psychology. So that's the reason why I love talking about that. When we get into macroeconomics, again, I'm going to offend a lot of people watching this right now. There is no scientific survey, not a single one, that shows that technical analysis works. Not a single one. There have been thousands of ones that have come out that have said that technical analysis doesn't work. Sorry, but it makes people angry. Like, no, but I made a bunch of money. Yeah, in a bull market for 8 years, you made a bunch of money. Who did make money?
12 years.
But they're sure that technical analysis works, even though there's hundreds and hundreds of surveys that watch. I promise you, the chat is about to pop right now with me saying that. But there's no science behind it. There's absolutely none. When he talks about this, we talk about this. What was the first thing I asked you? I asked you about the atomic weight of an O2 molecule versus the atomic weight of, because hydrogen has a very low atomic weight and oxygen is further along on the periodic table. Do you know how many people know their sign but don't know that that carbon can have 4 covalent bonds at the same time? No, why? Because that's useless knowledge. I don't care about that. I'm just going to drink this kombucha because of the probiotic uses for it. Later on, we find out that probiotics do absolutely fucking nothing. This kind of stuff is the problem and people get so offended when you expose them to a certain level of truth or scientific scrutiny, and they would rather believe in fucking Sagittarius. They would rather believe in the delusion, right? But hold on. But before, we have a bunch more questions if you guys want me to go into these. Do you have something you want to say?
No, I love it.
All right, good. We're going 6 hours. Hey, fuck what they said before. We're going to 6 p.m. Okay? The acidity of water, pH, such as alkaline water, is relevant to overall health, ?
Yes.
Can you go into that?
Yeah, so, and there's on our website, oxydrate.com, there's several cited white papers and everything. But it was German scientists that discovered that cancer cells cannot survive
in a highly oxygen environment. That's why I asked
interesting.
Yeah.
I asked that first. Did I get credit for that?
Yes, you do. Actually, I was checking in the chat. Yes, you officially do get credit for it.
Thank you.
It's Otto von Wallberg or Wallstein or Otto somebody. And the same holds true for a highly alkaline environment as well. The cancer cells cannot survive in either one of those. So in our product, you're getting the double whammy effect, the benefit of the alkaline water and the hyperoxygenation. So the process of surface tension reduction, we've got 7 patents on the process of how we infuse oxygen, and they're both process and apparatus. So the product, this was bottled at about 48 parts per million oxygen content. Typical tap water. We're a Houston-based company, so
I lost the question.
Sea level,
I lost the
6.8.
question. I can't be the only one. What's the question?
pH balance and O2 levels, how does that affect health in water?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're almost 8 times the oxygen content of traditional tap water or active.
Wait,
spring
is
water.
there O2 in traditional tap water?
Yeah.
Okay, so this
Yeah,
is
so
just
it's-
more. I wasn't aware of that. I thought it was just H2O.
Every water except pure stagnant water has molecular dissolved oxygen.
Okay, got it. All right.
So that's what we're measuring.
This is what fish are
in
breathing
O2.
when you put them in the. Yeah, that's why you have to
Exactly.
keep the. Got it. That fish can suffocate in a fish tank specifically because of that. Got it.
if it becomes stagnant.
Yeah.
Right. So it's biologically available molecular dissolved oxygen.
Okay.
And that's what we're infusing, which is as a business model, being a 2-year-old company, aquaculture, agriculture. There's a whole lot of ultures that are going to benefit from the technology as we expand and grow.
Yeah, because
towards
plants should grow better, right? The reason I asked you about negative ionization is the fact that positively charged water molecules tend to not be absorbed as readily as negative ionized, which are actually broken apart and are able to be absorbed into the cells faster. So I know you're 2 years old, but maybe you can make a separate product that would have the, because I've been wanting, there were a few negative ionized, they're gone. But there's such a benefit to that absorption. I felt it, like it flushed out a lot of my cells, and I felt it when I was training.
I don't think you would use this for plants because plants are going to take in carbon dioxide. I don't know if this would work better for plants or worse for plants. That'd be a curious experiment there.
They need to absorb water though.
Right,
Yeah.
they need to absorb water, but not highly oxygen. Oxygen is toxic for plant life, just like carbon dioxide is toxic for Homo sapiens. Yeah,
that's why we need each other.
Yeah, exactly.
We need a planet just because
correct.
we help each other.
The original, the proto planet Earth that you lived on.
Shout out for the planet.
Yeah, for sure. Was the majority the early Earth that we had was heavily oxygenated in the beginning, and then as we started having anaerobic life, single cell organisms that like amphibians and sea life that started breathing oxygen. Once those came into there, then we started having more of a balance to where we have now, where our planet is mostly nitrogen and like 15% oxygen or whatever it is now, and a certain amount of carbon dioxide.
I've done a lot of work on raising my pH level, but one of the things though is that their stomachs is highly acidic, right? Which is the opposite of the lower form of alkalinity, which is on a level, right? And we keep a very balanced alkalinity as a body, right? So, and if that balance is thrown out, that's actually not a good thing, right? But I've taken the testers, right? Because I get obsessed with this stuff, especially training in Ironmans and stuff like that. You like take your health to a whole nother level. Because what people don't mention, there are 3 disciplines in an Ironman. The 4th is nutrition and health. And I've never focused on it ever before than like this, which is why I even think about water. But pH levels, if you can get it high, it's an amazing, amazing thing. But I love meat, and you need to eat a lot of vegetables. And how much of a shift in alkalinity, being that we go in our mouth and in an acidic environment, does it actually affect the pH level?
When it goes into your mouth, say it again.
So
of the entire body?
No, because I mean, it hits your mouth. It goes to the GI tract, right? It hits your stomach, obviously.
Right.
The stomach is like an acid that would eat anything, right? So what happens when you have higher pH water that hits an acidic environment like the stomach?
It neutralizes it somewhat.
Somewhat.
Yeah, we've got several comments on the website that they've been able to get off of the Prevacid or something like that.
Really?
In the event that they're consuming our water.
I notice a difference in pH balance and negative ionized, and I've noticed a lot of it.
Hey, George, if there are any of the other live streams we're on, if they have any questions, if you want to read those questions, let me know. I have a couple more here. Michael, you're a pro-science. What are your thoughts on vaccine and COVID? We're not going to go over that right now because we're going to get this fucking.
Oh my God!
We're going to mess around on the
Did you say
DVD
that?
platform. If you guys want to go and look on my early if my early podcast episodes on Michael Sartain podcast, if you go down to the bottom, there's one that I did with Dr. Rocky Jeddick, who is a U.S. Air Force major. He's a lieutenant colonel now, and he's also an ER doctor, and we go over specifically that whole subject. You might ask your girls about the moon, and they'll tell you it doesn't spin because Mercury's in retrograde.
They're back.
Beautiful. Jonathan Mitchell says, I'm not a flat earther. I just knew you'd tell me how that works. Next one is the only...
I got a quick question.
Yeah.
Can you believe in astrology and be a flat earther?
Oh, I'm sure most flat earthers do believe in astrology.
Because the Sagittarius is projected?
No, because what's happened is the flat earthers... So, for instance, if you believe in cosmology, you understand there's several different solar systems.
Right.
Well, our solar system is called solar system because our sun is called Sol. But like there's several different star systems that would exist out there, several different galaxies. So we're not the center of the universe. We're not even the center of our galaxy. In fact, Earth is not even the center.
Certain people think they are.
Correct.
Guess. Yeah.
Exactly.
Lots
exactly.
of people I know.
Flat earthers,
they're like, you are. They think they are the center.
Flat earthers believe in an almost direct interpretation of the Old Testament of the Bible, and therefore the Earth that we live on is all there is, and the entire universe was created for this Earth. So yeah, Sagittarius, that could also be real. Those are representations of the God whoever, whatever creator there was that created this Earth and blah blah blah, whatever.
I just, now that you have so many friends in a flat earther, if I meet them out in public and they say, "Hey, Andrew," and I just don't want to piss them off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're coming after my neck, bro.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let's see. I like when Sartain geeks out. He should have a physics explanation for why the sky is blue. That one's easy. O3 is ozone, and it breaks apart ultraviolet light. So what you're seeing is
reflection off the water.
Correct. Well, no, it's not the reflection off the water, because if you're in Kansas, the sky's still blue. Yeah. The reason why. So if you look at the sun, if you were out in space and look at the sun, it's actually white. What you see is the sun is orange. So think about the visible light spectrum. It's red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, which is what Isaac Newton discovered back in the 16th century or the 17th century. So the idea would be the ultraviolet radiation is absorbed by the atmosphere through ozone, and so what you're going to see is blue, indigo, violet is absorbed. So we see blue, indigo, violet in the sky, and then red, orange, yellow is not absorbed, and we see red, orange, yellow in the sun. That's the reason why the sky's blue. Let's see here.
God, I've been. You feel better now, right?
I'm going, this is crazy.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel smarter.
You feel smarter.
There are retroreflectors on the moon. Sorry, guys. Like Flat Earth and Andrew Tate literally will take over YouTube. Like if we have this discussion, that's all these guys are going to talk about. Retroreflector on the moon that Neil Armstrong put on is actually unassailable proof that somebody was up there. Let me see. CES Taurus gang represent. Form a line to the left, ladies. And let me see here. The Earth wobbles. Astrology is deeper than just your sun sign. Oh, thank you. Okay, cool. Let me see here.
Somebody's still trying to be right.
He's talking about a confirmation bias and anchoring, which people do all the time, which is what you were saying before. If I know that I'm a Libra, do I start acting like a Libra?
Yeah. Thank you for clearing that up and giving it a label. I that's what I was thinking anyway. But yeah.
Libra is just your sun sign. We all have the planets and houses. Do a bit more research, Michael. No, I don't have to do research. I really don't. I also don't do research on Wiccans, bro. Like it doesn't make any difference. Like I don't need to do more research on a thing that isn't real, bro. That's sorry. Let me see here. Being interested in goes a long way. Okay, cool. I'll just bring these up when we come. Mercury in retrograde, measurable, bingo, Michael. Okay, here we go. Technical analysis is a scam. Somebody's quoting on that. Technical analysis is just a way of saying the trend is your friend. People who harp on too much on that end up sounding like militant atheists. Price performance has zero predictive value, whether it's crypto or stocks. All right, cool. I don't want to go into these because I got like another 100 more. But if there's some big ones, I'll tell you what, guys, we need to figure out how to do the super chat. So if you guys want to get in here, super chat, we got a new guest. Introduce yourself, brother.
Yeah, my name is Gary Chupik from Seattle, Washington.
Okay.
And I'm a mental performance coach.
Okay.
I work with professional and college athletes and high performers in business. I unlock performance in people.
Beautiful. Okay, cool. Awesome, man. Well, that's similar to what we do. Explain how do you unlock things in people?
Well, it's really interesting, and what most people don't understand is there's a sequence to unlocking people. It's just like baking a cake, right? If you're going to bake a chocolate cake, and you get the sequence wrong, like let's say you put a bunch of chocolate in a pan and put it in the oven for 30 minutes
Yeah.
and then put it out and put milk in, you might have all the right ingredients,
Yes.
but you're not sequencing it properly. And so it's very difficult to unlock people if you don't do it in the right sequence.
Okay, so you talking about the guy who, like, maybe somebody who makes too much money early in life, right? So they got the money unlocked, but they're in terrible shape. Or the person who, like, starts the business but doesn't go to the gym at all, or the person who goes to the gym all the time, gets really fucking good with women, sleeps, but he's like living on somebody's couch because they didn't do it all in the right order.
Yeah, I think that's really important. If you think about a pyramid and you think about the different levels of a pyramid, at the very bottom of the pyramid is self-leadership. You get self-leadership wrong or you get it out of sequence, you're never going to get the intended result. Because what will happen is you'll affect the next level, which is couple leadership or leading somebody else, whether you're discipling them or mentoring them or just coaching them. If you're messed up, you're going to mess up that person. And in order for you to climb the ladder or the pyramid, then you need to go to group leadership. But you can only go to group leadership or have healthy group leadership if you lead yourself well, if you lead somebody else, and then you lead a group. And then if you do that well and you follow the sequence, then you can lead an area or department. And if you can do that well, you can lead an organization. But how many organizations do we know of, businesses, nonprofits, that when the primary leader doesn't lead themselves well, let's say they're dishonest, or they're selfish, or there's some character flaw, it affects the entire organization.
Yeah.
How many businesses do we know where the primary leader messed up the entire business, all due to his own self-leadership?
Well, that's one of the main tenets of Jocko Willick's book, Extreme Ownership. He said there's no bad troops, there's no bad boat teams, there's only bad leaders. So what they would do as an example is they would have these boat teams. This is during Bud's training at Coronado. This is for Navy SEAL training. They would have these 6 boat crews, and the boat crews that would consistently get in last place, and the boat crews that would consistently get in first place, they would switch the leaders. So there's an officer on each boat crew. They would switch them, and then what happens is the good leaders on the winning teams, now when they're on the worst team, now they're winning. Okay, so it really showed that the leadership aspect was the most important thing. There are no bad teams, there's just bad leaders. The other thing that you come to the realization, and this is what I teach my guys, is that no one's coming to save you, and if there's a problem, it is always your fucking fault. It is nobody else's fault, because even though it might not be your fault, it is still your responsibility, and no one's coming to save you, so you have to fix the problem yourself.
Yeah, it's actually one of the most controversial things that I say, and it's not really I would say culturally sensitive to say this, but we talk about depression, we talk about discouragement or long bouts of discouragement. What I'm about to say, it can be really offensive, but I just think it's true. And because it's true, I love it. Because I love truth. And that is the best antidepressant in the world is make better decisions.
For sure.
And it's I don't discount that there are biological reasons for depression and all those kinds of things, but in the end, make better decisions and execute. And if you just do those things, it's amazing. In fact, I do something called progress theory. There is a lot of research that shows that if you just make progress every day and you feel as if you are heading in the right direction, your life will change. And here's what these scientists found out, is that whether you go an extra inch or an extra mile, when you're running, it doesn't matter. All that processes in the brain is that you're making progress. So you don't have to make these massive big steps and change your life overnight. You just need to do it progressively.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful. So how does hydration fit into this whole thing?
Well, it's a fascinating conversation because there was a research paper done on the difference between professional athletes and people that are corporate athletes or people in business. And there's so many environments that are the same. There's so many situations that are the same. They're high pressure environments. But the difference is that athletes know how to replenish better than CEOs. Now think about that.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, because the athlete runs through a rhythm every week. If you were to think about a professional football player, they have a rhythm and they just follow the rhythm. So it's not about balance, it's about rhythm. And so these athletes have rhythms. But you think about a CEO, what are they doing? They're working 60, 80 hours a week and they're not replenishing. And so replenishment is actually one of the key performance markers of people who want to improve in their business.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Awesome, man.
And I assume you're not just referring to a nutritional replenishment.
Correct. Yeah, there are multiple different kinds of replenishment. So I tend to think of at least 4. So it is sleep, which is the #1 performance-enhancing drug in the world. It is sleep. Hands down, end of story, it is sleep. I had a professional coach come up to me and ask me, how do I win all things being equal, we're equal teams. How do I win this game? I said, teach your team how to sleep better the night before or a couple nights before and you'll win. And he just laughed at me and he said, how could that possibly be? And I said, oh, it's really simple. You're stronger. You're all this documented. You're stronger. You're faster. You're more emotionally regulated. You are more resilient. You think quicker. And in sports, a millisecond is everything. So there's no doubt in my mind that getting 6 hours sleep versus 8 or 10 hours sleep before a big event or before a couple days before an event, there's no doubt about it. Sleep is the #1 performance enhancing drug in the world. Then there is movement, so exercise. Then obviously nutrition, hydration. And then finally, just your ability to take extended periods away from whatever you're doing. So I call it Sabbath, right? You just Sabbath from something. So you need to give your brain a break from whatever it is that you're really engaged in.
I love that idea. Sleep is the most important, is the best performance enhancing drug in the world. It's not Trenbolone, guys.
Yeah.
It's not Anabar. Did you guys know that? Do you meet my friend Clenbuterol? It's not. It's fucking sleep. And you didn't even know that.
Well, think about for a business person who is highly engaged in, let's say, contractual talks, and let's say they're not emotionally regulated because they only got 2 hours sleep the night before. Listen, it's a no-brainer. More sleep equals better emotional regulation and quicker thinking. You're just more sharp. And so in order for you to do really well in business, you need to be able to replenish yourself. And if you're not replenishing yourself, you're just not at your best.
Beautiful, man. I love that. Are there books that you, so for me, for my program, it's Tim Grover's book about the cleaner, the closer. Mm-hmm. And then, I everything by Jocko Willink, everything by David Goggins are really important. I also go over the One Thing by Gary Keller. It's one of the books I love. Crucial Conversations. I talk about Start With Why. How to Win Friends and Influence People. These are all books that are really important to me. I also have some other books that I go into, but they have to do with like nightclub stuff. Right. Social networking and stuff like that. And then every book on evolutionary psychology. So all of Dr. Buss's books. So The Evolution of Desire, When Men Behave Badly, Why Women Have Sex, all those books like that. The Ape That Understood the Universe. Are there any books for you specifically that you used in order to, or people that you looked up to? Like for me, if I was going to say, what is my program? It is like, just imagine if Jocko Willink was a dating coach. That would probably be the best way to explain it.
I love that. Well, I'm a big fan of Eric Weinstein
Okay.
and Brett Weinstein just because they're evolutionary biologists
Okay.
that cross over into the area of psychology from time to time. And so I'm really fascinated with the data set of history because it tells us what we need to know. So we can learn to apply those things in different ways or cross-pollinate different fields so that we can learn and grow. So I love that aspect of it.
So evidence-based, which I'm tired of self-help coaches that go off their opinion.
Exactly.
I love these evidence-based ones. And so just for the people that don't understand, evolutionary biology, when you talk about Weinstein, or if you talk about Matt Ridley, or if you talk about Richard Dawkins, this is the concept of natural selection creating different attributes in your physical body, or what's called the phenotype. Evolutionary psychology is the concept of taking natural selection and applying it to psychology. Personally, this is just me, I think it is the greatest discovery in the last 50 years, period. I think it exceeds relativity. I think it exceeds the invention of the transistor. I think it's right there with antibiotics. It is absolutely one of the most unbelievable discoveries because it creates a testable model of psychology, and when you use it, you always come up with the correct answer.
Exactly.
What's the best book on this?
Evolutionary psychology. The evolutionary psychology. What is the word I'm looking for, guys? The Dr. Buss's main book. The Evolution of Desire. Sorry.
Evolution of Desire.
Evolution of Desire, I would say, is #1. But if you want to understand the concept, like the easiest, I would read The Ape That Understood the Universe. The Ape That Understood the Universe, because it's taught from the concept of an alien looking at human beings and understanding the concept of evolutionary psychology. And then the other one I absolutely love is a book called Mate, but that has to do with dating, specifically evolutionary psychology as far as
I'm good on that one.
Yeah. You're good on that one?
I'm good. Yeah.
The other one I would look up is How the Mind Works by Steven Pinker.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, honey.
Yeah.
I love you.
Yeah, for sure. You're good on that one. Good.
Yeah, I'm good on that one. 11 years.
But evolution. But if you want to do evolutionary psychology when it returns to buying power or economics, it's a book called The Parasitic Mind by Gad Saad. Gad Saad is an evolutionary psychologist from Concordia University in Canada, and he has a podcast called The Sad Truth. But he does evolutionary psychology when it comes to like purchasing power. That's his specialty.
Yeah, and what's the guy's name that does the hostage negotiations? And he talks about the psychology of having conversations in hostage negotiations. I'm really fascinated by that conversation.
You talking about John Douglas?
No, it's another guy. He's Black Swan.
You're talking about Nicholas Nassim Taleb.
I can't remember his name,
Yeah.
but maybe that's it.
Yeah.
And anyway, he talks about tapping into the psychology of conversations. And so when he's talking to, in a really serious hostage negotiation, you just apply all these biological, historical, ancient sort of things, and they're almost impossible to resist. And so, for example, he'll talk about the strategy of deference. So it's allowing the person who's the criminal that's holding people hostage to feel as if they are in control. And when people feel like they're in control, then they just respond better to everything.
For sure.
So if I'm trying to sell you something and you feel like I'm in control, you're going to just resist everything that I'm saying, even if you don't realize it. So it's subconsciously you're resisting me. So the idea is how to have those conversations from an evolutionary biological. And so he's just tapping into the way the brain is wired. And so I really love that. One of the most influential guys in my life was the mental performance trainer for Russell Wilson. His name was Trevor Moawad, and he wrote a book called "It Takes What It Takes."
Yeah.
And so when you think about Trevor Moawad, he's the peak of the mountain of mental performance in North America, if not the world. And I had the privilege of being mentored by him for a couple of years. So he passed away about 14 months ago due to cancer. But he talked a lot about neutral thinking. So neutral thinking is your ability to cut off the negative, toxic blood flow of thoughts, memories, experiences that prevent you from performing at a high level in the present moment. So he talked about neutral thinking. That was his big thing. And so he's been very influential in my life. And I love the idea of neutral thinking because...
Is it Chris Voss that you were talking about before?
Thank you.
The chat is here for you.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to the audience.
So Trevor was very influential in my life in terms of how to think neutrally, how to be at your best in every situation. So I developed a concept of the reset button. So whenever you go into a meeting, you hit that psychological reset button. So then you go into neutral thinking. So the first step is hitting that reset button. The second step is going into neutral thinking so that you can perform at a high level. Like, for example, if you're going to go into a meeting that you know is not going to be very fun, and all of a sudden you start importing or recruiting all these negative thoughts, feelings, and beliefs about what's going to happen in this present meeting, well, it's preventing you from performing at a really high level in the present moment. So you have to go into neutral thinking to be at your very best.
Beautiful. Going back to what we were saying before, the evolutionary psychology. This is the textbook. This was actually given to me by a Harvard professor. Dr. Buss he runs the.
It's got pictures in it too,
for
which
sure.
I like,
it does.
Man.
He runs the Buss Lab at UT Austin. This is a $300 textbook. You don't want to buy this. You guys want to go and get the Evolution of Desire, which is the commercial version of this textbook. And there's also audio books on that. One of my favorites is also called The Murderer Next Door. He comes to somehow the conclusion that something like 70 to 80% of murders throughout history are men killing other men over women. So that's the murder as an evolutionary adaptation, jealousy as an evolutionary adaptation, networking as an evolutionary adaptation, kin following as an evolutionary adaptation, altruism as an evolutionary adaptation. Then you get to the point where it gets really dark at the end because there's no free will. We're completely subject to the whims of our genes, right? That's why we're all of us have relevant haircuts. We don't do things to make ourselves less attractive. We're all sitting here in a room talking to other successful, intelligent alpha males for a reason, in order to network so that we can build our own network. These are all evolutionary adaptations. This is not free will. So I'm not saying that's absolutely true. That happens to be my belief, but there's some evidence to back that up. And that's what these books, all these evolutionary psychology books are. I would recommend just going on, looking up Dr. Buss on Audible, getting every single one of his books.
Well, I love it because there's...
It's funny. I talk about I'm sorry to interrupt you. I talk about in my book that I don't, things that I don't believe in things. I know things.
Sure.
Like I feel that I get or not. That you know these things. They're not something you believe. Believe to me suggests that there's a certain amount of doubt in something that you know.
Yeah.
Right. Like I know you're sitting there.
Yeah.
I don't believe you're sitting there.
Right.
Yeah. And that's one of the things.
I
break apart in my book is the difference between someone saying they believe in something. You have to enforce it with actual evidence to where you go, okay, I believe that then.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well,
compared to knowing.
This whole concept is the idea that at some point, like the human existence has been fragile throughout history, right? Mammals are about 170 million years old. Hominids are 3 million years old. Homo sapiens about 300,000 years old. So when you consider we have anthropological records of 15 other different types of hominids that have lived on this planet, but only one of them came out. Guys, if 15 people walk into a room and one motherfucker comes out, what can you surmise from that if the other 14 are dead. We're the most violent species that's ever existed on this planet. We outbred. We ate the Neanderthals. We literally ate Neanderthals and then bred with their women. Okay, that's the congratulations, guys.
We don't talk about this anymore.
Congratulations, guys. If you guys don't believe we're the most violent species, if you don't believe the most violent species that ever exists on the planet, go watch Saving Private Ryan. Go watch All Quiet on the Western Front. Okay, we're the most violent species.
Watch what's happening in Ukraine.
For sure, we're the most violent species that's ever existed. So when you understand that, and that there were certain points throughout history where there are only like 50, 60,000 Homo sapiens on the planet, you understand that every single proclivity that we have must have aided in survival. Then the whole function of evolutionary psychology is the concept that, okay, well now all of these things that aided in survival, why are they there? Why do we feel these aversions? Does that make sense? If you were to ask people, what are they more afraid of? Getting in a car crash or snakes? People are more afraid of snakes. What are they more afraid of? A car crash, a lightning strike, or dying in a plane crash? Well, people are going to say plane crash and lightning strike all the time. The likelihood of you dying in a car crash is astronomically higher, but people don't have a problem with that. When you look at the sodium content and the fat content in French fries from McDonald's, the likelihood of that killing you is astronomically higher than it is from you getting struck by lightning. But if you were to do a survey, it's always fear of heights, fear of snakes, fear of spiders. These things. Why do we have a stronger fear of fucking spiders living in a city than we do of car crashes? And the reason why? Because spiders lived in the ancestral environment and cars did not. That's the answer. So all of our proclivities come from evolutionary psychology. That's the reason why we look for women with a 0.72 hip to waist ratio, and women look for men with a 1.65 to 1 shoulder to width ratio. Is the reason why women in every single society prefer men that are taller than them. In every single society, men are more interested in casual sex than women are. When you do these surveys, you find this to be universally true. It is not a function of culture. It is a function of biology. And so or a function of genetics. So when you understand that, then all of a sudden, a lot of these questions that you have about why do people do things that are bad for them? Why do women date bad boys? Why do people become entrepreneurs? When you start looking at all this stuff, then it all starts to make sense. All these questions start to make sense when you read these books.
A lot of it for me is about alignment. Like, you've been made a certain way. You're designed a certain way biologically. And so I find what a lot of people do is they just get in the way of their own biology. So, for example, they're misaligned in some area of their life, right? And so if your back is misaligned in some way, like let's say you have to go to the chiropractor because you're in pain, or maybe you have a pain in your foot, but actually it's in your back. When you get misaligned at any point in your life, in every domain of your life, you're going to suffer at some point. It may show up somewhere different, just like the pain might show up in your, let's say, your lower calf instead of your lower back. But that misalignment costs us dearly. And I just think a lot of people are misaligned because they just haven't figured out how to just simply agree with their body, with their psychology. And I think when you agree with it and you agree with all those different domains in your life, then everything just goes better. It's like it's very difficult to run when you're in pain, right? And very difficult. Like if you have a problem with your spinal cord and you have to go see a chiropractor and they just haven't quite found the answer, very difficult to run when you've got a pain in your back.
Yeah, like almost impossible. You know, it's funny. It's like even in Ironman, so one of the things I really do is take care of my body, right? So during the full Ironman, you know, it could be 14, 15, a bad one, 16 hours of cardio, and all those is I'm really paying attention to not chafing. I've literally ripped open a testicle by, you know, I'm gonna push through this 2 miles before the finish line. And I stuffed ice and just so it would freeze and the bleeding would stop and you know, so I could get through to the end, but I wasn't going to stop after, you know, going that far. But now it's like I'm hypersensitive about making sure that I'm taking care of myself completely. Yes, I'm in a ultimate endurance thing. Yes, I'm going to have 3 days to recover from this. My whole body's going to be inflamed with like a fever and fever blisters and everything. And I know I'm going to be in pain, but I make sure to take care of the vehicle that's getting me to the finish line. That wasn't what I did in the early days of Ironmans. Where obviously I ripped open a testicle. I have like all kinds of stuff that would happen. My toes would be bleeding. My nipples would be bleeding. Both of them while I'm coming across the finish line. Now I tape them and I'm like wax and all kinds of stuff. The stuff that you see the older guys do in the, you know, that you run into and you go, oh yeah, it's like he's really taking care of himself, like, boy, just got to muscle through it. Now it's like I'm one of the,
Yeah.
I should have listened to them the first time.
Yeah. Well, everybody has reservoirs of performance that have not been tapped into.
Oh, for sure.
Right. So you have a next level, whatever that is, whether it's in life or in business or in the different domains of your life, you have next levels and you have reservoirs of performance that just haven't been tapped into yet. And so one of the things that I do is I uncover those areas, but we all have them, right? You can do something better in your life. You can be more focused. You can be more disciplined. You can go to the next level.
Yeah, you'd be shocked. If you had to, you could get out and you could run 30 miles right now, but your mind's going to tell you that you can't.
Yep.
And when you get past 6 miles, 7 mile, your mind is going to tell you, but your body functionally will take you the whole distance, especially if once you get into the, regulating your heart rate, regulating your nutrition, what you've got to eat to keep that going. You learn where your zones are with your heart, and then you go, I could do this forever. Like when I finished the Sacramento Ironman, I was like, if I had to, I could probably go another 10 miles, maybe another 20 miles, and part of the reason I did Ironman is because I thought I couldn't do it. And I thought, well, I don't want to have a thought that I can't do something, so I'm just going to do it. Right. And when I pushed myself through it and listened to my thoughts, but didn't engage with them, there's all kinds of conversations that go on in that 14-hour, 15-hour trip.
All that self-talk.
And there's a lot of stuff. We had 35-mile-an-hour gust winds and crosswinds at 25 that were coming, and the gusts at 35. And there were people that were getting taken away in ambulances. I saw people riding their bike. They're like bleeding all down. They weren't giving up. And you're just like, yeah, what you think you can do, what you can actually do is so much more. And I see that with people.
Yep.
What you can do is unbelievable.
Yep.
What people do is depressing.
Yep.
Right?
So
where they give up on themselves, and you're going, I know you got so much more in you.
Yep. So what you think about yourself is 10 times more important than what anybody else thinks about you. Think about that. What you think about yourself is 10 times more important than what anybody else thinks about you. If you verbalize that negative thought, you give it 10 times the power again. So now you have 100 times the power. One negative comment or negative thought that you verbalize has 100 times the power of a positive one. If you tell somebody else your negative thought about yourself, you've given it another 10 times the power. So a negative thought is 10,000 times the power of a positive one. So what you believe about yourself is at the core of all performance. And so what we try and do is we try and raise people's self-belief. So self-belief and confidence are very different. A lot of people just use them interchangeably. They're not the same. Okay, so belief is your ability to convince yourself that you can achieve a certain outcome, right? Do you believe that you can do this? So in some of my work with the Seattle Mariners, Andy McKay is the mental performance coach there, the number one and first thing they teach is, do you believe that if you listen to us, we can make you a better hitter or a better baseball player? Think about that. The very first thing is belief. So if they get a player, and I don't know if anybody can see me on the podcast here, but if you get a bottle and the bottle represents your belief, if your belief at the 10 is at the top and the bottom is a 0, and your self-belief is a 5, no matter what the Seattle Mariners pour into you, they can have world-class training, world-class teaching, but you're going to leak at a 5 because there's going to be a hole at 5. So it's not going to matter what anybody teaches you. You're stuck in your own self-belief or lack thereof. So the idea of raising a person's self-belief is crucial because you had to believe that you could do it. Now, I don't know what kind of gymnastics, mental or psychological
Oh, no, I didn't believe I could do it.
Okay, right.
I absolutely did not believe I could do it.
Okay.
I thought I was going to die.
Yep. So at some point, you started to believe in yourself at some point. But then you began to build confidence. So once you began to prove things to yourself, you actually began to build self-confidence. So belief is usually first, not always, but usually
I guess
first.
I didn't wait till I had to believe.
Okay.
I didn't wait till I had to believe. My thing is, for example, I talked a lot to entrepreneurs. I've started 32 companies. If I believed those companies were going to succeed, I mean, I did the best. It's like I just do it. Right. Just like with the Ironman, I just did it. The conversations were all there. The thoughts were all there. I just listened to them and said, "Thank you for sharing." Right? Thank you for sharing. I own my mind. My mind doesn't own me.
Yeah.
My mind doesn't tell me what I'm going to do. I tell my mind what it's going to do. I take cold plunges. I take ice baths. And I put it, and I'm like...
It's great mental discipline.
Yeah, and part of that is not only do I when I go in, now I don't even allow myself the space to say it's cold. My space is, this is the most refreshing,
Yes.
Exciting, exhilarating, and going to be healing process that I'm going to do. Yep. I get in it, and I love it. I'm like there, the first minute, my body is freaking out, and I can hear all my cells going...
Yeah,
and then my mind's like, we gotta get out. But I tell it, it's like, because I own my body, I own my mind, I own my emotions, and I'm the one that's I'll use them. My emotions are great. They're a great thing to...
They're indicators.
Indicate, right? My thoughts are, thank you, brain. I mean, it eats everything. It's eating everything that you guys are saying and the mic's saying. Like, it eats everything. Thank you. But I'm the filter.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So, I mean, that's kind of how I look at it. That's a lot about what I talk about in my book, is that just transcendent. I'm above all those things. And I listen to them, but they don't own me. I own them.
Yep.
I don't know if that's...
I think most people are a slave to their thoughts, and they don't think they have any control over their thoughts. And it's just not true. You do have control over your thoughts. It's a skill. It's a discipline. You have to learn how to think for performance.
Well, here's the problem with that. People that think they are their mind, right? When that is even a question of challenge, what happens is the mind fights for survival. Because what we're talking about is the idea that it challenges the mind, which has the control. If you think you are your emotions, then your emotions will control you. Therefore, right. If you feel something, it's real, even though it might not be real at all.
That's right.
Right?
Yep.
So if it's not an indicator, then your emotions will control your life. And if you can't distinguish the two, then you're emotionally controlled by your life. And your life is going to be dictated by your emotions. And there's lots of people. And I have tremendous compassion for people that have literally their emotions are bigger than who they are, bigger than their mind. And people get stuck there. They get stuck in their emotions. They get stuck in their minds. And it's not like I'm immune to it. I was too. My mind fought like hell. It was a serious battle between because the self that I am is pretty quiet. It's neutral. It's very quiet. It's like that Buddhist nothing. There's nothing. The thing that runs all the stuff is nothing.
Yeah.
It's that emptiness behind it, and that handles everything else. So I listen to the conversations, and I invite my mind to give me suggestions, but by far, I'm not going to allow it to run me.
Fascinating.
Do I sound a little crazy?
Well,
I'm not going to be locked up when I get out of here.
Someone once told me that you can't keep a bird from landing on your head, but you can keep it from building a nest there. And that's what I think thoughts are like. You can have a thought that comes to you and you're just like, oh, where did that come from? I can't control that. However, you can stop it from building a nest there.
Right.
And in terms of, let's say, for example, in professional baseball, there's probably an average of about 17 seconds between pitches. And if we can control what a baseball player thinks about in those 17 seconds, they don't have a chance to be negative. They don't have a chance to let all that negativity come in their mind, because we know that negativity really works. 100%. Right. We know that it works. The positivity we know that works as well, or at least being...
Well, there's a lot of science behind this as well. I mean, neurons that fire together stay together, and those strong connections build solid connections. And, when you talk about pattern interrupting, I mean, if you're continuously having the same thought, then you're building a nest. And those neurons are firing together. And what's interesting is those neurons find other collaborative ideas to actually connect to those neurons.
Yep.
So they build a stream that when you have a thought, you go down you ever notice that there's a stream of thought that always seems kind of like when you have this thought, you have the next thought, and you have a whole chain of thoughts? Those are those neurons and that network firing together that you just set it off. I've always wondered, if you could give me your list of words that are buttons to you so that I can just avoid those so that I can actually talk to you rather than that fight that happens when you touch those words.
Yeah, it's really valuable, really important to teach yourself how to think. It's not necessarily what to think, it's how to think. And you can teach yourself how to think for performance.
Yeah, the biggest, the one that really got me was Martin Heidegger. He's written about being in the domain of being, which I don't know that anybody else has, but he's one of the best philosophers that I've come across that really gets into that. There's a book called On the Way to Thinking, which is incredible. It really busts apart like thought, you know. But yeah, he's got some incredible stuff.
Well, a lot of this performance stuff and being successful, I think, starts with your ability to identify yourself. So a lot of people want to set goals, New Year's resolutions, and that kind of thing. But who you are and who you want to be is a far more important question to answer than what do you want to do in 2023. So it's actually an identity issue. In fact, habits and discipline, in my view, is an identity issue. Who do you want to be? So for example, when COVID hit and I was working out at the gym at 4:15 every morning, I get up at 3:45 every morning. I'm just that wired that way. And that's my time that I could have just privately, by myself and try and get into flow state. And so when the gyms closed down, I was like, well, now what am I going to do? It's like, in Seattle, it's January. It's not very cold. Like I'm Canadian, right? So it's like I'm used to like really cold. But so it wasn't that bad. So
not like our
yeah, not like
complaining
that.
cold.
Not like that.
Yeah, it's not really cold.
So I'm like, well, what am I going to do? So it's like, well, who do I want to be? Do I want to be the kind of guy? So it's an identity issue. Do I want to be the kind of person that it has to be a certain temperature before I go out and do whatever I'm going to do? Does it have to not be raining? Does it or per square foot? Does there have to be a certain amount of raindrops? Who do I want to be is, I think, the primary question. And if I can answer that question, if I want to be like, well, no, that sounds kind of stupid. If I'm the kind of person that if it's 2 degrees cooler, I'm not going to go out and do my thing. So I think that identity issue really leads into the conversation about habits and discipline, but it's who do you want to be? And I think that's the first question to answer.
So what are the techniques that you're going to use? Like, for my guys, like I make them play basketball. We beat the shit out of each other. I get on them. There's these big group calls when guys make excuses. We hold each other fucking accountable. There's very actionable steps. One of the things in my program is every 15 minutes you have to leave with an actionable step, and every one of my modules has some actionable step. I want to become this dude who is just not so frail. I'm not so anti-fragile that I don't want to go outside because it's 68 degrees instead of 70. What are
Great book, by the way.
Which one?
Anti-Fragile.
Anti-Fragile is terrific, yeah. What are some of the actionable steps that I take to in order to become that type of a person?
Well, you have to understand something called progress theory. So progress theory is that idea that you just get a little bit better every day. I don't understand, I'm the 1% better, okay, whatever. But again, the brain doesn't know the difference between 1 inch and 1 mile. So once you start to build the confidence that you can do something and your brain is like, I'm heading in the right direction, let's just keep going. You always have to prove it to yourself. So you have to show that progress. So for example, I live on a really tall hill in Seattle and I go up and down this hill. It's pretty brutal, but I'm going up that hill. And at the beginning of COVID, I said, well, I'm just going to do 10 push-ups. And then the next day I was like, I'm going to do 11. Well, I can do 11. Of course I can do 11, but I could probably do 20, but I'll just stick with 11. The next day I did 12. The next day I did 13. I only on purpose did one at a time. And because I did that, I was up to 330 push-ups by the end of it. And you just don't think you can do it, but you can. And so you get so good at something because of the confidence that you're building, because you're constantly proving it to yourself. Yeah. You just have to buy into progress theory and you have to be consistent. So I have this thing that I call kind of a propensity for action. And so guys have to take action. So when you talk about what are you going to do about this? How are you going to execute this? What's going to be your response to this? You got to put something into action. You can't just think you know it. That's what people do all the time. They think they know something, but in reality, they don't understand what the word know means, right? So know means to experience something. So in biblical times, they talked about knowing someone is intimately sexually involved with them, right? So you have to understand that experience in what we're talking about is you have to be able to execute something. So I call it Oprah Winfreyism. It's like we can talk about something all day long and then think we know it. No, we actually don't know it. You have to go execute it. So
I get frustrated with that. I'm in the YouTube ecosystem, right? Having started 32 companies in 17 industries, been a multimillionaire 4 times, been homeless once, suicidal once, almost took my life in 2000. And I lost $63 million in 2008, went $12.8 million in debt, and just showed up to work every single day. So for me, I think it's even you just do it.
Yeah.
You just do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
is kind of the thing. You just
default to action.
you
is what
default
want
to
do.
action, absolutely, and massive action.
Yeah, and you'll course correct along the way. That's
Oh,
the
for
thing.
sure.
Like we have a.
Hey,
Say goodbye to everyone.
hey, hold on. Wait, what we're saying? Hold on. I'm holding up this oxygenated water that is not flammable. Let me show it real quick.
Yeah. Just to
Good. Shout out one more time. Tell us about the business.
Oxydrate is the name of the product. Oxydrate.com is a website. It's for sale, available there.
Yeah.
It's fantastic water. Hyperoxygenated. It's got 8 times the oxygen content of typical water. And it's really good it's high performance water for high performance people, really.
Listen, I feel like I'm performing like a motherfucker right now. I'm
love
excited
it.
to drink some more of this water.
I love it.
There we go. Let's make some TikTok clips
There
out
we
of this
go,
thing.
there we go.
I'm going to drink all this water. You know what? You know what we're going to do? We're going to break it open. Is that what we're going to do? I'm going to pour this water. When we do a wet t-shirt contest, you want me to pour this water over the contestants? Is that what you said, Austin? I don't know if that's what they want to use the advertisement for this.
Sure. Yeah. No, I was saying we can cut to a break though. Get everybody swapped
Break.
in.
Get the
That
fuck out.
sounds like a good
I'm
break.
never
though.
breaking. I'm never breaking.
Yeah, I know. And we're tired of
Half
it.
hours. Let's go.
You can't break me.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, brother. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, keep going with what you're saying before about the concept. What was it you were just saying?
Progress theory.
Okay, so we talk about immersion. So immersion theory, right? So the best way to get over your fear of snakes is just go be in a pit full of snakes. For years, these dating coaches, the best way to get over your fear of women, just go up and talk to a bunch of different women, right? I like to say if you can bench press 300 pounds, you can bench press 200 pounds. I like putting people in like chaotic environments.
Yep.
In the U.S. military, they put you behind a berm and they start firing live bullets over your head. And when you hear those live bullets, you get used to hearing that live fire. I love the idea of just like putting people in this big batch of chaos, having them immerse so that their autonomic nervous system stops firing, their pupils stop dilating every time they walk up to a beautiful woman, or if somebody offers them a big deal, or if something tragic happens in your life, you start getting used to it. David Goggins, he likes to use the word, he says the word Roger. He goes, oh man, you just lost a bunch of money. Roger. Hey, you know what? Your son just got accepted into Harvard. Roger. What's his name? Jocko Willink, he likes to use the term good. He's like, hey man, you know what? The deal fell through. Good. Hey man, guess what? Your crypto just 20x. Good. No matter what it is, you're anti-fragile. These are anti-fragile terms that give you the ability to maintain composure no matter what happens. Because I'm telling you, man, you got to not read your own press clippings. Yeah. I appreciate. By the way, first of all, shout out to all the people who come up to me on the street and compliment the podcast. I love it. Thank you so much. At the same time, I am nowhere near as big as Impulsive. I'm nowhere as big as No Jumper. I'm nowhere near as big as a fucking shout out to Pillow Talk, Ryan Powell. We're going to do a collab together. I'm nowhere near as big as Joe Rogan. I know these things. I know what my place is, but it's like, hey, I did a really good job. We gained a bunch of followers. Good. Roger.
Yeah.
You don't start getting into this manic depressive belief that when you make money, now I'm happy, and when you lose money, now I'm sad.
Yeah. I don't know if you've ever listened to Dr. Andrew Huberman.
Of course, all the time.
He's amazing. Like top notch for me. And he talks about there's a lot of different ways to overcome fears or find out why people get stuck. But we do know that the primary answer, according to Dr. Andrew Huberman, is to face the fear. You got to get in it, and you got to engage it, and you got to look it right in the eye.
Yeah. For sure. One of the things I love about our society, not love it, but it kind of exposes our society, there should be, Dr. Huberman has an evidence-based podcast. His podcast, in every one of them, there's incredible knowledge in them. And in every podcast, he is a professor of neurobiology at Stanford, I believe. Mm-hmm. And yet Logan Paul has more people watch him on his podcast. And shout out to Logan Paul. I've met him. He's a very nice guy. But he provides you, he wants you to walk around and go dab, 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 dab. And he wants you to just be entertained and just look around. He doesn't he's not telling men to go do better for themselves. Mm-hmm. Huberman is, and he's doing it in a scientific, evidence-based way. And he has far fewer views. Yeah. Know that. Yeah. You want to talk about why guys get in the top 20% and guys don't get in the top 20%? Because they picked Huberman. That's why they get in the top 20%. It's fun to be entertained, right? It is. I totally understand that. But I think it says a ton about society that Lex Friedman and Andrew Huberman have fewer views than, than Impulsive and fucking the Nelk Boys. Now, again, I love those podcasts. The one they did with O.J. Simpson the other day was flawless. It was incredible. But the reality of the situation is we don't really want to learn. We just want to sit back and be entertained. And if you want to do that, that's how you end up in that bottom 80%. And it's not a bad existence. You still got antibiotics. You still get to eat 3 times a fucking day. It's, you know what I'm saying? You get to settle for one girl who makes you unhappy. It's fine. Life isn't that bad in that bottom 80%. But if you don't want to be in the bottom 80%, there's these people out there that want to teach you. Do you want to listen to them or not? That's the thing. And the things they have to tell you, they're fucking boring.
Yeah.
They're so boring. Dude, when Alex Hormozy, he goes off and he says, there's just more. There's just try harder. There are no shortcuts. There's just stay up late and work harder. There's just complete the task. That's all there is. There is no fucking shortcut. When he tells you, it's so boring. Yeah. No, man, I want to watch prank videos on YouTube. I don't want to listen to this, that I have to read all these books. Oh, and Michael Sartain starts talking about listening to audiobooks at double speed. Fuck that. That's so boring. I want to play Fortnite. Fuck this. And that's the problem. So you have to ask yourself, do you want to be in that bottom 80%? Or do you want to be in the top 20%? If you want to be in the top 20%, man, it's going to suck for a while. Yeah. It's going to be very uncomfortable.
That's what I call the illusion of choice. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if you want to be bad at something, do nothing. Okay, if you want to be average at something, okay, so you have a lot of choices if you want to be average. If you want to be really good at something, you have fewer choices. If you want to be excellent at something, you only have 2 or 3 choices. But if you want to be elite at something, you want to be at the top of your game, you have no choice. There are certain things that you need to do, certain ways that you need to think, certain actions that you need to participate in, certain behaviors. And actually, it's really kind of relieving when you remove a lot of choices in your life. So if you want to be elite, you just got to remove choices. And most people want the outcome, they want the reward, but they don't want to eliminate the choices because we all think, well, I got to keep all my doors open. Keeping all your doors open is a recipe for disaster. You cannot do that. You really have to hone in on something, at least in terms of your mindset, that you're going to succeed at something and you're going to do it and you're going to pay the price. But most people don't want to pay the price.
Beautiful. We got 2 new guests in here. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. My name's Antonio Brass, one of the co-founders and CEO for Blockquake, out here in Vegas from New York City.
Beautiful.
Yeah. My name is Chadaru Anderson. Hello, everybody. I am an investor and advisor to Blockquake. I also have a AI research company called Imperium AI, and we're building a new social media platform called AIXU. Happy to be here for CES and the Crypto Dinner Club.
Nice, man. Yeah, we're going to have dinner later. Mm-hmm. Yeah, these people have money. They're getting us dinner. It's so awesome.
Sponsored by Blockquake.
Sponsored by Blockquake.
Yep.
Blockquake has money, y'all. They got money.
And we're looking for more.
Yeah, there you go.
People want to invest. Yeah, that's
what I said.
Goes.
When I went to do Valuetainment out in Fort Lauderdale, I was like, God, y'all, they sent a car for me. These people are professional. It's incredible, man. So can you talk about Blockquake? What is it that you guys do? I've interviewed, I believe, both of you before. Can you guys describe Blockquake?
Sure, yeah. So, we're a fintech company. We're looking to launch our own crypto exchange shortly, and that's tip of the iceberg. We want to get into other things, including banking, NFT marketplace, derivatives platform, but just focused on raising some final capital, getting the crypto exchange launched. Obviously, there's been a lot of shit in the news, and we've been talking about this stuff for 2 years, that this stuff was going to happen. And we were already
The crash was going to happen.
Yeah, the FTX bullshit, all of that stuff.
For sure.
We were always planning that you have to have risk management in place. So ever since it happened, we've been having better conversations with people around bringing something out that actually takes care of customers.
Can I make an observation coming from traditional finance, right? So you guys, I'm an options trader. Tom Sosnoff, the great Tom Sosnoff, was the guy who taught me how to trade. And I work for a small fund right now. I work for Continental Financial Capital as an analyst. One of the things I'll tell you guys is that the audience that was initially bringing crypto to us was not doing you any favors because they had neck tattoos and 2 felonies and a rented Lambo and a fucking 30-second ad on Facebook with a fake paddock, and they were telling the crypto bros and the Lamborghini what's it called, Index,
the whole When Moon crowd.
You understand? You understand?
For sure.
But like that was the loudest crowd, and when you talk to people, and then the other part was the burnout kid who comes home for Thanksgiving. And he's like, Mom, you guys got to get into Bitcoin. And Mom and Dad are like, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? This is nonsense. And then they come back the next week and they're like Deca millionaires. And then people weren't like, oh, they're Deca millionaires. Let me get into Bitcoin. They're like, Deca millionaires. This has got to be a scam. My burnout cousin is a millionaire. It's got to be. I'm just telling you, this is from the standard. The reason why I bring this up is because I went to a hedge fund conference in New York. I'm sitting there in my suit and tie, walking around, talking to all these other hedge funds. This guy comes up, and he is the one of the head of the fund manager for the government employees of Illinois, and he had this guy had $40 billion, something like that. And there was the beginning of the crash when we dropped down from 60 and got down all the way down to like Bitcoin was down to like 20K.
Yep.
And it was when it first happened. And this guy got up there and wiped his ass with fucking Bitcoin. He just sit there and just, that it was just for criminals. And how did you not see this coming? And I was like, bitch, you weren't saying this a couple months ago. You're a liar. You're a fool. Like, and that's the thing. I just think that the thing you guys, that I think this whole space has to understand is the perception of the space. It was like white collar criminals versus the blue collar criminals. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then when the thing happens with FTX, I think it hurts everyone. Yeah. I don't think it just hurts Sam Bankman-Fried. I think it hurts everyone when stuff like this happens. You see CoffeeZilla and you see my man Spencer Cornelia. They'll go off in depth and then they'll talk about all these things that are happening. And now Logan Paul's got a scam that he's running. And then the next huge YouTuber has a scam that he's running, right? And these horrible things. And to be honest with you, do you think Tom Brady knew fuck all about FTX? Of course he didn't. He was having the worst time of his life. Of course he didn't know what was going on. You think Steph Curry is out there worrying about, oh man, I hope the bid-ask spread on my FTX. Like, you think he gave a fuck about that? Man, are they fully capitalized? I'm not really sure. Was Tether a scam? Like, do you think that's what? No, of course he's out there jacking up threes. And then, so the problem that was happening is that, I believe, is that there's a perception issue, and that perception issue is going to maintain for a while until I, personally think, until we get to a point where every coin I hear about is like, this coin is different because there's a utilization of it that's different from every other coin, and it's not different. It's the girl who says, I don't fuck on the first date, who just fucked the male stripper on the first date. It's like but I'm different. I'm not like the other girls. No, you just like the other girls. When the market crashed back during the Corona crash, when the stock market crashed, what happened to Bitcoin? Did it go up? Was it a flight to safety? Was it a flight to quality? No, it went down just like the stock market did. And so there was these things that we were promised, and those things didn't come through. And then FTX happens. And do you understand? I'm speaking from the old. Obviously, I'm not the old curmudgeon guys, but I was taught by fucking hardcore pit traders from the OEX back in Chicago. These are the guys who taught me how to trade. And when I listen to what they say, this is their problem with this whole space. Do you guys understand what I'm saying?
I hear
and this is the thing you have to address. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I come from a similar background, right? I used to do risk management and AML work in financial services. So, I hear it from people all the time too because of this happening. They can't disassociate a crypto from the people doing the scam. So, like, unfortunately, those are tough conversations we do have to have.
Of course,
right now. And for better or for worse, things like this need to happen. Let's clean out all the bad actors, and like any other market, right, that's brand new, you've got the bad actors that are actually there first.
When I drive a Tesla, I don't give a fuck what the stock price is because the car's awesome. Mm-hmm. Do you understand? There's a utility out. Like, if you're a shareholder of the Green Bay Packers and they win the Super Bowl, do you give a fuck what the stock price is? No. It's the same thing. Like, if you have an iPhone, do you care what the stock price of Apple is? You don't care, because there's a product additionally that you can get behind and you can follow. And a lot of times with crypto, what I was supposed to understand is that the NFT was then going to be the thing that was going to save it, and it was going to be, and it didn't. The problem is, these things are great ideas. I do think blockchain technology will change the world. I think that's unassailable. The problem is, there were so many promises along the way, and none of them were kept. And so many people ran away with the money. And oh my God, man, I was just, listening to Lana Rhoades just sit there and complain wholeheartedly about how porn ruined her life. Shout out to the AVN this week. And then start her own crypto, start her own NFT, and then run away with the money when people started being mean to her on social media. And guys, these are your peers. Regardless of what you think about how shitty she is, these are the peers that you have to deal with in this space. And it makes it so difficult. For me, as somebody who is, I'm bullish on crypto, I sit there and I look at, man, what in the world is going on when you see this kind of stuff? Anybody can do this. Like, there's no governing body that can just say, hey, Logan, you can't do that. You can't just say this shit that you're saying.
Well, there is. And I think that the people that do perpetrate these scams definitely will be held accountable. It's just the government moves slow, and it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
Because they're definitely going after people that were doing stuff years ago. They just take a long time, and we're in the final stages of getting our New York State bit license, and that's one of the toughest, most rigorous scrutiny that you have to go under.
For sure, yeah.
And we're very close to getting that. And Antonio and the team, they have a background in financial services and risk management and compliance and audit. So I think that does set us apart from some of these other people. And you have to separate the technology and what Bitcoin and blockchain can do versus the people that are doing these bad things. Because if it wasn't that, it could be something else. Unemployment is generally good, but how many people were scamming EDD when that was like happening? They're in California, they sent out billions of dollars to people in prisons in other states. So that's one of those things that there's always going to be bad actors. We're just doing our best to have a compliant exchange, and we're going to have a top 4 auditing firm auditing all of our records and making sure that the funds are in the accounts.
Yeah.
And that's going to be public.
Yeah, that's actually one thing that we've been pointing out to a lot of people, that none of the crypto exchanges right now, not even the big name ones, none of them actually want to have a independent audit done if customer funds are there, because they're not there. Every single big name exchange that has been out on Twitter saying, "Don't worry, guys, your funds are there," it's not there.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Wow, that's a pretty big revelation. Yeah. I thought that was interesting. Another thing that I saw was exchanges that were already registered with the SEC, and large crypto exchanges buying those exchanges and then grandfathering those credentials. Does that make sense? I'm trying to think. Nadex did one, and I can't remember.
They're basically buying the license.
Correct. Exactly right. I know, because Tom Sosnoff, the guy who I work for, he has an exchange and he sold it to a crypto exchange. That's exactly why he had to sell it to them. So it's almost like SPACs.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Without me actually doing an IPO, I'm going to IPO through someone else.
Or like liquor licenses with bars.
Sure, for sure. Yeah. It's a really interesting concept. Okay, cool. What is it now? The thing that makes you guys different, you say you do have customer funds on hand?
We will. So
Okay.
we're not launched yet. We're going through our final raise to get this launched. But we're, as Chad mentioned, we're going to be hiring one of the top 10 global audit firms, and they will actually, we're never going to borrow customer funds, lend it out, etc. And we'll actually prove it by having one of the big firms come in, give them direct access to all of our data sources. They can pull their own reports, do their own independent verification. None of that stuff's happening in the industry right now.
Another thing that sets us apart is we will never be trading against customer funds.
Okay,
also.
so front running, yeah.
Really good point. Yeah, because we're working with the top market makers instead of making markets.
Got it.
Right. So that's how we protect the customer on that side too.
Nice.
Yeah, we've seen all this stuff that's happening, and this is from the very early days of. I was one of the first advisors that came on years ago, and from the very early days, we laid out all the problems in crypto, all the things that we think would solve it, and then fit that into what the actual regulatory compliance landscape will look like, and just been building that brick by brick.
Yeah. I mean, you've known us for a couple of years. Like prior to the blow-ups recently, we've been having these conversations last 2-3 years. Obviously, it's not the sexy topic, so no one wanted to hear about it. But now everyone's talking about it.
Mm-hmm. So, what do you guys think that government regulation is going to do, and how is that going to impact the industry and your business in particular?
Yeah. I know you and I were talking earlier today about that, where I hope to take a measured approach where let it be focused on customer protection, don't overreach, because that's really what it should be about. Like put common sense rules in place that protect the customer. I think for us to get there, though, the companies in the space need to lead. I think we'll be one of them that lead the way. We'll start with best practices that make sense, and hopefully, that gives some guidance to regulators. We talked earlier about, you said Warren earlier, and then there's Toomey as well. So there are elected officials. So we want people to know there are elected officials that are reasonable, that love the space. They're cheerleaders and fans of this, and they want us to get there. But
they barely know the language.
Yeah,
they barely understand the concepts.
There's some. Like, I have a friend in Congress, Warren Davidson, and he's from the 8th District of Ohio. And I met him at Consensus, the big conference. This was in New York a few years ago. and he understands it. He speaks at panels and different conferences, and he has a good understanding of everything that's happening.
Yeah, and I think part of it too is we in the industry, we need to call out what doesn't work either, right? Just can't be blind cheerleaders to everything, and that's what we try to do. Like, hey, this is going to work, this isn't, and just be transparent with people.
Well, I think there's a trust issue, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of these companies, I'm not going to mention any names or companies, but they're bold-faced lying to us, right? About
FTX.
Well, there you go. So these guys are telling us one thing but doing another and can't prove it. Tell me what value an external audit is.
Yeah, so I'll take a step back and first say you need to work with a legitimate firm, right? Obviously, FTX and some of the other ones, they had an audit firm that we've never heard of before, right? So like a lot of these shops, they hire some small firm or mid-sized firm that they could pay off essentially to just say what they want them to say. I think that you need a reputable firm where they don't need your business, and they're going to tell you like it has to be done this way.
Name names.
Audit firms? Yeah. So like a Grant Thornton, a Ernst & Young.
Shout out to Grant Thornton, Ernst & Young.
PwC, Deloitte & Touche. There's essentially like the top 10 that are out there, KPMG. These are firms that they do multi-billion a year in revenue.
We're tagging the fuck out of those names.
Yeah.
But not just in the crypto space. They're in other spaces as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're working with Fortune 100 companies.
Yeah,
so it's like we want to be like we're positioning ourselves to be in a really great space. Over the next 10 years, you'll see Blockquake as a leading crypto company. I mean, our goal overall is to be like kind of like the Amazon of crypto.
The next 10 days.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, we have a great dinner with the Crypto Dinner Club, and got some investors invited. So hopefully we can make some progress in the next 10 days.
Speaking of which, you're raising money right now, aren't you?
We are raising money, yes.
Talk about that.
So we are, we're in the final stages of building the platform. We need to raise some final capital. So obviously, you're doing a great job introducing us to folks, and we're also doing some crowdfunding campaigns as well. So
we fund it, right?
So
how's that doing? $2 million, right?
Over $2 million out of the.
How many investors?
Hundreds,
a couple hundred to a couple thousand.
So when you get hundreds of investors, I think of those as vested cheerleaders. Those are your social media geniuses. You know why? Because when you get 100 people or 500 people to invest in your project, they're saying, you know what? I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I'm going to back this guy. Now, let me tell you something. I got to tell you something. I've seen a lot of entrepreneurs. Trust me. I've done 152 dinners. I've been to Dubai. I've rented out the NASDAQ. I've done a lot. I've seen a lot of startups. I've invested in over 120 crypto projects. This motherfucker, he's up at 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, probably even 6 in the morning, East Coast time. Yeah. You are a grinder like I've never seen before. Yeah. And let me tell you something. Projects are about the people in the project. It's has very little to do with the sexy code or the goofy bullshit. It's about the people. Yep. And if the people are hard workers and grinders, if they are high ethical people, shout out to Sam Bank-run fraud, if they are really good people, that project has a very good chance of crushing the fuck out of it. I've seen you work. I've only known you for a short period of time, maybe 60 days, maybe 90. What is it? 60, 90?
60 probably, yeah.
I can't tell you. I grind. Like I grind. My motherfucking ass, when it's quiet, 4 in the morning, you know who's fucking texting me? You.
Yeah.
Nobody else. The whole world is fucking sleeping and making love to their pillow. So I got to tell people this. He's not raising money. He's giving you a chance to back a real deal. They are rare and hard to find. And why? Because of people. It's the people that make a project great. And by the way, that's you too.
Yeah.
You're a grinder. January 19th, we're out in LA. We're at a Beverly Hills mansion. We are grinding out a mastermind connected. You're all behind.
Yeah, Aru Industries mastermind. Yeah, we have it's private, invite only. And have lots of millionaires, multimillionaires there talking about AI, crypto, e-commerce, and real estate. And we're planning on doing it every couple months. I actually have some really cool stuff, some Coachella activations I'll share with you that we're
I think we're going to the Sacramento Kings game the night before with the Lakers. Shout out to LeBron.
Yeah. And Chris Kelly.
Yeah. You think LeBron could lose that game? I think so.
I am a Clippers fan and a Bulls fan, so...
Well, rest in peace, Chicago Bulls.
I know, but I was there during the Jordan years, so we got 6 rings out of it.
Let me tell you something. I was there too. Those were fun times.
Yeah.
Shout out to the GOAT, Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
So-
but I just
so
wanted
let-
to share one thing because
Go
I've
ahead.
been working with Antonio for years, and I share your sentiment. You know, my buddy Dan Fleischman has said you bet on the jockey, not the horse.
Yeah.
And you know, obviously crypto and an exchange.
Shout
and-
out to Dan Fleischman.
Yeah,
Where
all-
are you, Dan? You should be here right now.
He's on the ranch with all the animals. They got a beautiful ranch down there in Southern California
I think he's hanging out with the llamas
Yeah.
or the camels. Are those
Or,
camels?
or the goats. You
I
know,
think he's got camels
he
out
is
there.
one of the goats. But yeah, he's told me that, and that's one of the things that helped me when Antonio was first approaching me to be an advisor, and then later on I became an investor as well. I just was like seeing like the unique mix of entrepreneurial spirit and then all the regulatory certificates and all that stuff, and the team outside of just him, but the whole team has really grown a lot over the past few years.
How
and
big's the team?
We've got between LA and New York, maybe 15 to 20 people. And then
Shout
we've
out some
got,
names.
So there's my brother Samuel Brass on
Shout
the
out
team.
Samuel.
There's Randy Shurkishin on the team. There's Kyle Driscoll, Renee Kissinger.
Shout out Renee. I talked to Renee
Yeah,
the
you
other
spoke
day.
to
didn't we?
Renee. Yeah, Stuart Kwan that's been on some of the email chains.
Stuart.
Sam?
Sam Hyun, the Korean guy you see me in all the
Not
pictures
Sam
with.
Bankman Young.
No,
Okay,
different
good.
Sam. Yeah, we have legitimate Sams on our team.
Yeah.
For legitimate John.
all
real
real
deal?
quality people,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
really genuine people, and it's really great. And then we have a team in London and a regional director in Dubai as well.
Shout out to Dubai.
Yeah.
I call these people load-bearing people, right? It's just not you guys carrying the load, but everyone's carrying the load.
Yeah, and they have specific stuff that they're really, really good at. You know, I know.
Also shout out to our LA team. You know, we've got Chad, we've got Danielle, Marcel, a couple other people out in LA.
Danielle, was that Danielle?
No, this is Paris. She's in the Vegas team.
Paris, get over here, Paris. Come here. Come on. Let them say hi to you.
What's up? Hello,
Here.
hello.
There she
Dear
is.
Listening
There she
Podcast.
is. There she
Hello,
is.
guys. It's a pleasure being here with all these great gentlemen, smart gentlemen. Paris is there, everybody.
Let her say.
And yes.
Paris, grab a seat.
Come on.
Cool.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
God. All right, so listen, if you're going to raise money,
Yeah.
you got to find great people before you find great projects. And I, for one, am telling people, everyone that'll listen, you are a great leader, you know how to grind, and you absolutely are not going to fail because you didn't outwork everyone else around you. So at the end of the day, you just got to find the guy that won't fucking quit.
Yeah.
And you're that guy.
Yeah, there's no quit. And
Speaking
then-
about a guy that won't fucking quit, I'm going to bring Michael back.
Yeah, I was. No.
Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Sartain.
Dun, dun,
Yeah.
dun.
He's saying no? No? So we're going to do it from here. All right.
Alrighty. Cue the applause.
I can tell you officially that that oxygenated water makes you pee a lot.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell you unequivocally that is the case.
Oxygenated urine.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. What are we talking about now? Whether or not Andrew Tate is guilty? We got to that yet?
No. We were, Chris was mentioning I have a mastermind coming up.
Okay.
January 19th at a mansion in Beverly Hills, the Aru Industries Mastermind. We're going to be talking crypto, AI, and e-commerce, real estate, kind of how all those things are converging.
Beautiful.
Hopefully we can get Antonio out there on the panel, kind of
hope to come out there.
working on that. If you want to come, Michael, you're invited
What
as
day
well.
is this?
January 19th.
I might
Thursday.
What city?
Beverly Hills.
Beverly Hills. Okay, possibly.
Beautiful house on top of Mulholland.
Okay.
Yeah, really great.
Nice.
It's going to be awesome.
Okay.
And then he was singing Antonio's praising for being one of the hardest working guys in crypto.
I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we all do what we do because we care about people.
Yeah.
Right. And that's really what it is. We're out there trying to just make a difference, whatever industry we're in.
Beautiful. Awesome, man. Shout out to Ballot Brand, who's got a super chat on here. Also a super chat from Gridiron Junkies. I'm going to be a guest on Gridiron Junkies on Friday. I'm doing my first football show. I've always wanted to do a show on football.
Nice.
So I'm excited.
Are you coming on Monday?
On what?
On Bizarre Junkies? We can talk about the moon and everything.
Yeah, just invite me, bro.
There you go. There's your invitation, Michael.
I told John you guys can whore me out to any show you want. I will literally do any show you want. I have a problem. I can't stop talking on this fucking microphone.
Yeah, that's
right.
good. The football that I know you like. We were playing catch in the back room
Yeah.
before this. It's good, man.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
I love it. And you know, I do miss the good old days of the NFL when you could actually tackle people and do stuff. But
You know, I don't know, man. I think it's better now. But I
Really?
see what you're saying. Yeah.
I kind of, I don't know. I'm a Bears fan, so there hasn't been reason to tune in for years.
Oh man, I watch.
Right? Yeah, everyone's laughing. It's
Justin
like they're-
Fields, bro. That dude is fast as shit. I love watching the Bears.
What's their record?
I mean, they're garbage.
Exactly,
They're 3-11,
yeah.
but like, I mean, they're exciting to watch. Like, I love watching them now. But yeah, I mean, listen, you can't just keep hurting quarterbacks. Like, it's, dude. I mean, you remember when Anthony Barr fell on Aaron Rodgers, broke his collarbone. It was completely avoidable, right? And when he does that, the whole league suffers because Aaron Rodgers broke his collarbone during his prime. You understand what I'm saying? So I totally understand where it comes from. It does kind of suck in college football. It's really overly penalizes defensive backs for that targeting rule. You know what I'm saying? They get you for targeting, and now the guy's kicked out of the game. That's a big, big deal, right? So, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's an interesting dichotomy. But one of the things I do appreciate is like the strategy in sports and how it applies to everything else in business. Every team starts passing, and now teams start running the ball again. It's the same kind of situation where we had a discussion earlier about artificial intelligence.
Yep.
If everyone is combating their IA with it, like I'm firm A and you're firm B, and we both have our AI and we're competing with each other, at some point, if somebody steps in and acts irrationally, they have like an advantage. If you have two artificial intelligence that are only programmed to take rational decisions, eventually you can beat them. It's just like when you have a chess master beating the Big Blue like a computer.
Yeah.
That's essentially what happens is you make an irrational decision, and the irrational decision throws them off.
Well, they did that actually. I believe it's called Alpha 1, where they made a chess program, but they didn't program it with any human behavior. It just told it the rules. So it was doing a lot of irrational moves, sacrificing the queen, other key pieces. And now humans are studying what it did to learn new moves and kind of have a whole new way of playing. So it's really interesting. That field is super exciting.
Yeah, when you think about the concept of intelligence only existing in the human mind up until like the advent of the transistors in like 1957, now all of a sudden once we can put an intelligence inside of a machine, now it's limitless, right? That intelligence can go as far and as fast as we possibly want, and then we get to the point of machine learning, which is what we confuse artificial intelligence for. We're just talking about machine learning, like Google is machine learning, or the fact that your Tesla starts to understand certain proclivities you have, or your iPhone which is clearly listening to you. Hey, what's going on, Steve Jobs? What's going on, Tim Cook? Your iPhone's clearly listening to you all the fucking time. I don't care what anybody says. And then we get to artificial intelligence to the point where, once we get to the point where the singularity happens, where the actual AI is smarter than a human being, the feedback loop is so fast that now this week it's 1.0 brain.
Yeah, you're
Next
talking
week,
about when it becomes sentient.
yeah, when it's sentient at 1.0, when it's 1.0 brain, the next week it's 100 times faster. Yeah. The next week it's 100 times faster than that, because the feedback loop for a human being is like all of a sudden I touch the stove and I realize the stove's hot. There's actually like a momentary thought process to keep me from doing that. With the AI, there's no feedback loop. It's moving at the speed of light.
Right.
It's improving itself at the speed of light.
Well, and that's why it's so important that, I mean, being an American citizen, that we win this race. It's way more important than the space race or any of the other races
It's an
that
interesting
we've been.
concept, yeah.
Because like whoever gets to the best one first, there may be a scenario where you could never catch up.
Yeah, well, I think that's definitely going to happen. But the other issue is this, right? So if you talk about the moral irresponsibility of creating artificial intelligence, it makes sense until you realize the Chinese are going to do it. Until you realize you realize that the North Koreans are probably going to try to do it. You realize that the Iranians are going to try to do it. You realize that the Russians are going to try to do it.
Shout out to Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, you don't have a choice. If one of those other countries develops like a fully sentient AI before us, we're doomed.
Well, and
right?
China has a national strategy that they're putting a ton of money in to be the world leader in AI by 2030. So, I'm doing everything I can to make sure that we're in there before then.
Yes.
Can't
Beautiful.
let them win.
Go team.
Yeah. Delete your TikTok, folks. I know you're getting the views, but
How else am I gonna? How else am I gonna?
you have to do it the old-fashioned way.
What's going on? Okay, cool.
Awesome.
All right, thank you, Mike.
If people want to check us out, it's wefunder.com/blockquake.
Yeah.
And we raised over 2.2 million out of 5 million. And then private investors can reach out to us through our social media.
Yeah, people can just go to blockquake.com. We have all the other links to the WeFunder, token sale, everything else up on our main domain.
Like they said before, guys, they're willing to be audited. This is a
Yeah.
different type of exchange for those of you who have been consistently put into a situation where you've lost trust and you've lost faith in this entire industry. This is a situation where I say this about my program too. I don't expect you to have faith in what I say, and I don't expect you to believe it. I expect you to be skeptical and then put what I say to the test. So that's what you guys are saying as well. Put what they're saying to the test, and then because there's going to be crypto exchanges. No matter what anybody says, there's going to be crypto exchanges. So it's a good thing that you guys are willing to do that.
Yep. Thank you for having us, Michael.
Thanks,
For
Mike.
sure. Oh, this is my dream. Am I by myself? Do I finally get to do a show by myself for 4 hours? Finally. I've been waiting for years. Years. It's always been my ploy.
Thanks for seeing you, Antonio. Just gonna slide through here.
Awesome. Have a seat, brother. Wait, how late are we going, Crystal? 10 p.m.?
You are.
Yeah?
I got dinner at 5. You coming?
Yeah,
You-
for
you
sure.
got
I
plans
told you.
or
Can I bring a date?
Huh?
Can I bring a date?
Don't you normally go like 10?
She's pretty cute. This one won't allow the other 9.
Really?
Yeah.
How the
I
fuck
mean, we
did
can
she do that?
have a discussion about that if you want.
How the fuck did she do that?
Bro, when you meet her, you'll be like, oh, okay, I get it.
Wow. I mean, every video, like I do the video count. There's Mike. There's 1, 2, 3. The only time. Okay, so I got to tell you a quick story. Mike Sartain was at an event with Dan Fleischman. So in the green room where they're getting ready to go on stage, I see this motherfucker again. But I saw him a long time ago because Dan Bilzerian had a birthday party over Resorts World. And I'm stuck in the back of like 14 rows of hot women. But I see him like the whole time in front of me. And like I literally could have tapped him on the shoulder. So when he gets a break, I'm just going to say hi to him. Because I know him. I know him from the show and stuff. Motherfucker left somewhere throughout the night. I think he like got on his hands and knees and just crawled out of the fucking place. And I'm like, of all the people I wanted to say hi to, I'm like, I should have fucking tapped him on the shoulder. So I haven't seen him since, but I've seen his podcast. I've seen him on Instagram. And I'm like, fuck, I know. One of these days I'm going to say hi to the guy. We're in the green room. I'm like, fuck it. I see it. Right away, walk up to him. Listen, I don't care who the fuck you are. I know who you are. You got to know who I am. And now we're just, connected. Sometimes you just got to go up to people and connect. Kind of like how I did with you and Zion.
Yeah, no, you did. I fondly recall that memory of you coming up to us and just demanding things in the best way possible.
Belly button to the table.
Yeah, so you're going to move to your right a little bit more. Keep going to your right. Keep going to your right. Can we pull up his camera? There we go. Keep moving to your right just a little bit more. A little bit more. Bang, you're right there in the middle.
There you go.
Okay.
What's the N?
What's that?
What's the N?
Namais. It's my friend's clothing brand.
There you go. Shout out to Namais. So, talk a little bit about something that you just did that I just cannot fucking believe. And by the way, Michael, this is going to be in your sweet spot.
Okay.
You just watched a guy win a professional fight, MMA fight, who was born without legs.
Correct. I mean, I was part of the experience and journey of helping him make that a reality.
Zion Clark, by the way.
Yeah, Zion Clark, who I manage, mentor. I mean, I live with him. I play a big brother role to him. I'm a support system to him.
You're a mindset coach. You get his mind right.
Yeah. Try to keep his mind right. And
Shout out to Zion.
Shout out to Big Z. Yeah, I mean, he's a one-on-one, unique human that has defied every obstacle that's been in his way from, a lifelong life of adversity. Spent 17 years in the foster care system, bounced around home to home. I mean, abuse and neglect he suffered is, the fact he's still here today is a miracle in itself.
Yeah, if you guys want to check that out. So Zion Clark, he was, put up for adoption by his mother. He was in the foster care system for a long time. This is one of the reasons why the main charity that he looks after is trying to fix the foster care system, specifically back in Ohio. If you guys want to look, it's really unbelievable. He was born with it's caudal regression syndrome, where his lower body just did not form. So it has to do with a formation of the lower part of the sacrum and the lower part of the spine. And because that didn't happen, his lower body didn't form. Well, what's happened is, you have to think about it. He starts wrestling when he's in high school. He eventually meets his foster mother that he considers his mother now, which took a long time. He was with foster families that had been starving him at some point. It was a really, really ugly situation. Then he ends up wrestling, and he wasn't good at it. Obviously, not having a lower body would be a pretty massive disadvantage. But then he figures out a way, a move called a tilt. And I wanted to ask him about this because I was a high school wrestler, where he starts tapping people out, like he starts pinning people as a wrestler. You guys should look online. And at one point he wins like 18 matches in a row. It's a really incredible inspirational story. And then he had his first MMA fight the other day. And one of the things you realize is that, like, because of the weight class that he fights in, his arms are bigger than the other.
What was the weight class?
105. Is that right?
115.
115. His arms are bigger than the other guy's arms and legs combined, right? Because he has he can jump off of his arms. It's really incredible.
Didn't he set a world?
He's a Guinness World Record holder, highest box jump on his hands.
Yes, and he also has the Guinness World Record for running the fastest on his hands as well.
And the most push-ups. He did the most diamond push-ups in 3 minutes out of any human. He did 248 diamond push-ups in 3 minutes. He did 202 straight. I was there witnessing.
Seriously, what the fuck?
Witnessing 202 diamond push-ups straight
in
without
3
stopping.
minutes.
Yeah, it's incredible. His ability to climb.
To break it down, 3 minutes is 180 seconds. He was doing
more than a push-up a minute. A second.
A second.
Yeah. So the other thing that just makes this so incredibly, fantastic is that he's able to do this. And when I had Nick Santonastasso on here, and
he's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, for sure. Nick is terrific. When I had Nick on, and then when you see the situation with Zion, me as a performance coach, whenever I hear my clients bitching and moaning, like Zion destroys anyone's excuses. On his back, he has a tattoo that says "No excuses" on it. It destroys, like, the very concept of you having an excuse when you witness another human being able to accomplish what he's able to do is just, it's beyond, for most of us. For most of us, it is inspirational. But for some of us who live in the warm blanket of victimhood, when you see this, there's no way for you to look at this and think that you're a victim when you're an able-bodied human being and you're upwardly mobile in so many different places. Your depression is in your mind. I'm not saying you can't get help for it. What I am saying is that when you see situations like this and somebody overcome the fact that they're in the foster care system being beaten and starved, and they go from that to being a collegiate wrestler and going from that to winning an MMA fight, born with no legs, it's beyond inspirational.
Here's the thing that gets me. He lost his first 215 wrestling matches.
Yeah, he lost his first 215 before he ever won one.
Yeah.
So,
think about that. How many people quit after 2, 3 losses, 4, 5? By the way, shout out to the Chicago Bears who've lost 9 games in a row.
Yeah, shout out to the Bears.
God, you guys should quit football.
Hey, you know what? Maybe you should have drafted that Patrick Mahomes guy instead of. Yeah, maybe. Sorry. Does that burn? My bad.
Oh, that's got to hurt. Hey, Mitch Trubisky, how'd that work out?
Yeah, it's working out well for the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right. Anyway, so going back to what you were saying before. Yeah, I mean, it's just to lose that many and then to get on a roll. That's the part I didn't understand, is that when he started winning. And I'm like, I actually want to see. I'm going to go back and I watched the MMA fight. It made sense to me when I first, I just want you guys to consider this. An individual with no legs, you guys can look up the video on YouTube. An individual with no legs who is fighting someone who is able-bodied, who's standing in front of them. He's like propping himself up on one of his palms and swinging with the other one. When the guy comes in, he goes in and he goes into the clinch. But his clinch has got to be the strongest fucking clinch for
boa constrictor
for a 115-pound human being. He's got to have the strongest clinch on the planet in order for him to do that. He's getting in some kidney punches, and then he wins on points after 3 rounds. I believe he wins 27-30 or something like that. So he won all 3 rounds. Just an incredible situation for him to win his first MMA
I
fight.
equate to what he did to basically getting a boa constrictor in the octagon and having the boa constrictor. Because really, once he gets the guy, that's literally, he's got to hold his legs.
Yeah.
He's got to be that boa constrictor and literally inflict pain.
Yeah.
And that's literally all he has, is the ability to inflict pain with his grip.
Well, his grip strength is absolutely wild.
Insane.
When he shakes your hand, you just, right away, the most common comment, people are like, damn, you got a grip on you. And it's obviously he walks on his hands all day. Naturally, he's developed strength in his triceps, shoulders, and hands that he benches 315. He weighs 95 to 100 pounds.
Yeah.
And without leg drive, that in itself, I mean, that's a Guinness World Record in itself if we bring Guinness in and, in some sense. He's a self-taught musician, plays 6 instruments. His ability to do things it's pretty wild.
When you're with him, are there any celebrities or athletes that he's met or you guys have met together where you're like, wow, I can't believe this is happening?
We spent a good amount of time with Mike Tyson, who,
I love Mike.
His team, I'm very close with. His CEO is a very good friend and a brother to me. And I mean, this whole team I'm close with. So being able to spend time with somebody like that, remove the title of Mike Tyson and just him as a human, is like his wisdom and knowledge of this planet and Earth, and being the greatest at anything you do, being the GOAT at whatever respective thing you do is, and then being able to articulate things like Mike does is like, spending time with him is probably one of the most special moments. Go to Zion on his podcast, and then just being able to like learn from people. I love learning.
Well, I mean, Conor McGregor and Joe Rogan have both made comments about the whole situation, about how inspirational it was for them.
Yeah, which is huge. I mean, Conor, retweeted his stuff, and now I've been speaking to him. Zion's been speaking to him through Instagram and stuff. They connected, and then I know Joe's booking agent Matt Stagg pretty well, so I've been in touch with him the last few months about getting Zion and Joe Rogan together, which would be now organically it's kind of evolving and happening just by him being spoken about by them.
Beautiful. What do you guys have planned for the future?
I mean, just kind of, my goal is always with Zion is to like build his ideal life for someone that's been through so much struggle and adversity. I'm like, look, let's whatever your goals and aspirations. Just to give you a little background, I played, collegiate basketball for 4 years. I played professionally for a little while, and I know what it's like to be an athlete. I know what it's like to be a support system to somebody. I mean, I moved here from New Zealand with $2,000 to my name 15 years ago, and had a dream and vision of wanting to, being fueled by the sport of basketball and watching the greats like Jordan and Kobe and LeBron, respectively, and had this fuel in me to want to do the same thing. So when I look at Zion, I take my own life story and what I was able to accomplish and try hand that off to him and be like, let's create whatever vision you have alongside me. I mean, it's obviously it's our vision, but I mean, this year, 2023, I've got a trip to South Africa planned, where I was born. Going to do a lot of animal conservation and working with the townships and local tribes people to immerse Zion into that culture. I've got a trip to New Zealand planned where I grew up and spent my teenage years with him and immersing him into the Maori culture, which is all about tribe and warrior spirit, and we're going to do some really cool storytelling stuff for the Maori people of New Zealand on sacred land that me as a white person wouldn't be allowed on without this concept of
For
what
sure.
we're doing.
You got a book coming out, don't you?
Zion,
Why Can't I?
Zion we have two books. Why Can't I is the community we're building to show people that the impossible is possible, and to really take Zion's story and impact and use it to uplift one another and immerse this community and culture of people that are high vibing and want to be better people on this planet. And I think that's the most positive thing we're doing going into the new year is building this community, and people love to conform to things, so we can do something that uplifts spirits and helps people through their mental struggles. Everybody deals with shit. That's just a reality of life. And if we can bring people together and uplift them, then, we're on line with our purpose.
Hey, Craig, talk about Qatar, the trip that you guys recently took to the World Cup, and the prince's son or cousin?
The king's kids.
Talk about the kid that Zion did the push-ups with.
Oh, Ghanim. Ghanim did the opening ceremony with Morgan Freeman. So I connected with him about a year ago, and then realized he was from Doha, Qatar, or just outside of there. And he's a huge inspiration himself, and we're able to spend time with him and his twin brother. And yeah, the video that went viral of Zion doing...
Did you see it?
No.
Tell him about the guy.
So the guy, Ghanim, has caudal regression syndrome too, a little bit more severe than Zion. He has a catheter and stuff, and, is managed by his twin brother. They're only 21 years old, but... biggest spirit, most pure soul I've ever met. Like his smile and energy on his face, it's crazy. Anyway, we get to spend some time and connect with him, and then him and Zion form a bond as well and connect, and then he throws, he jumps on Zion's back, and Zion starts repping out a bunch of push-ups.
I did see that, yeah.
You did? Okay. So that guy is a special dude as well. He's one of the official sponsors of the FIFA World Cup, and yeah, he did the opening ceremony with Morgan Freeman, and, we did a lot of work there shedding light on disability awareness and advocacy around that. I had Zion do some big media stuff with Yeah, that's him.
Yep. Okay, I've seen that. Yeah, incredible.
I mean, think about that. That's like just amazing. Like there's these two human beings separated by miles and miles and miles on the different sides of the planet, and they're both basically. And I've met Zion, but I haven't met this guy. But I can believe in my heart of hearts that they're both the same type of spirit animal. And literally, when you meet Zion, the one thing that overwhelmed me is here's a guy that has every reason in the world to give up and quit, and he is the most inspirational, positive, beaming human being. He's an electric human being.
I'll tell you what I thought was crazy is watching all his interviews. He was talking about dealing with haters, and I was like, "How in the blue fuck is that happening?" Does he ever have to deal with that on social media?
Yeah, I mean, I run a lot of his social to keep him not distracted by But yeah, I think here's the thing: anytime you're doing something in this world, people are going to try to tear you down.
What on earth would they be saying?
Well, they're like, people will laugh at him like, yeah, it was, the fight was rigged, or, the bullshit behind it, whatever it is, people will find any reason. I always say this, same way people question their own ability, they're going to question your ability to succeed,
sure.
right? Because they question themselves every day. You look in the mirror like, I'm not capable of doing this. And if that's your mindset, you're going to tear down those around you too, or those that are accomplishing life. Think about like the greats of the world. If they listened to all the naysayers and what people told them they couldn't do, I mean, they wouldn't be who they are. And that's what you separate. That's the silencing those voices. I just laugh at the comments sometimes of what people...
Guys, I just want you to think about this. Like, this is what your life has devolved to. You're sitting there watching other people create content on YouTube or Instagram. And a guy who was born with no lower body goes off and wins an MMA fight. And you watch the fight like they are swinging hard as shit at each other, okay? And at the end of the fight, you have the audacity, like you have created so little in your life and accomplished so little in your life that you have the audacity to sit there and criticize an individual who became a collegiate wrestler at Kent State University and then became in his 1-0 as an MMA fighter. Like, do you understand how little you must think of yourself or how shitty your life must be in order for you to criticize somebody like that? Seriously, what we all need to do for people who are watching this right now, there's over 100 people in the chat right now. You guys need to understand when you're being pulled in that direction. When you see somebody else doing well, are you pulling yourself? Like, do you feel FOMO? Do you feel hatred for them? Someone who's like experiencing some level of success. Somebody came from the neighborhood that you came from, but they got a new Lamborghini and you don't have one, so you want to hate on them. Just imagine, like I'm telling you, hate is its own poison. Okay, it doesn't build anything. We know that it's effective, but it doesn't help you get anywhere. So just this is such an extreme example of that. When I hear somebody who would like talk shit to Nick Santonastasso or talk shit to Zion Williamson, when you have Zion Clark. Yeah, if you talk shit to Zion Williamson, he'll just dunk on you.
He'll punch you in the face.
Just punch you. They just run you over, right? That's funny. But like when you see these kind of situations, it's like
shout out to Zion Williamson.
Hey, like motherfucker, come pick on me. Seriously, like it's just so crazy to me when I see this. When I see this level of hate. So I mean, that to me, if you're a YouTube commenter who is like commenting on people just in general, making personal attacks, I just want you to know you're in that category. Maybe you didn't go after Zion Clark, but that's kind of what you are. You're worthless. You're like what I mean, I love the statement that David Goggins says, you're a fucking cockroach, when he worked at Ecolabs and he would have to put out the peanut butter to get the cockroaches to come out. Those of you who are going off and making personal attacks against people who have, like, you have avatars. You don't even have an avatar on your YouTube, and you're sitting there talking trash about individuals. And you guys know who you are. Man, I can't even imagine what your mother's fucking basement must smell like in order for you to do something like that. It's just crazy to me.
Shout out to all those mothers' basements.
Yeah, seriously, man. It's just maddening to me that you would ever see something like that. And by the same way, next week on my podcast, I have Trevor Bachmeyer who's coming on. The guy had a lung removed. He survived non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and he sits there and he does these incredible workout videos, and he even gets hate. I get why I get hate. I totally understand, because you probably saw your girlfriend in one of my videos. Sorry, fuck you. But like,
okay. Just to be honest,
yeah,
I tweeted that to you in a fit of rage. I deleted it right.
No, it's fine, man. But it's totally fine. Like I said, I understand, Chris. I get why you guys hate me. I totally understand. But what I don't understand is when you do somebody who's this inspirational and giving of themselves, like Zion, like him being in this MMA fight. It's so much bigger than that, man. It is so much bigger.
Let's talk about that for a second.
Yeah.
You know what that fight did? It showed everybody everybody. Doesn't matter what your ability is. It doesn't matter what color your skin is. It showed everybody that the impossible is I am possible. That's what it did. And you know what? We need that more in the world today than anything else. In fact, the more Zion achieves the impossible, the more people will realize that I can do anything.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, rather be on the extreme of saying I could do anything in this world and have that mentality than the complete opposite, especially whereas people look at what they can't, the lack of what they can't do. Most people approach life and look at those things that they can't accomplish and they can't do, and that negative mindset. As you were saying, anybody that inflicts negativity upon another person is coming from a place of insecurity and lack. They don't have something, so they feed off the negativity of bringing somebody else down. Nobody's succeeding in this world. I don't have the time and attention to ever pass a negative comment to someone. I'm so focused on success and my form of success that I don't have the time to, and Zion's as well, and the people around me, to ever pass hatred upon somebody else. I think having the mentality and valuing the success of others and truly feeling fulfilled by somebody else succeeding is a way to empower yourself and uplift yourself too, because when you're genuinely happy about other people's successes, and it's a mentality, it's a thought process to say I'm genuinely happy about seeing other people win.
To see something shine very brightly, you have to have something powering that light. You have to have a nuclear reactor powering that light. When I first got to know Zion, I didn't know you. I didn't even know a little bit about you. And as I've gotten to know you, and as I've gotten to know you through Zion, I got to tell people, don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself for a second. The nuclear reactor that's helping Zion shine is the fact that you are a selfless human being that gives so much of yourself to so many people. And by the way, as long as I've known you, you are the most positive person I've ever met.
Appreciate that. I mean, yeah, I think, but I do a lot of the work to put myself in, uncomfortable situations that.
Well, your puppy helps too, right?
What's that?
Your puppy helps out too.
My little French bulldog. Yeah, I mean, he's my life.
There you go. Shout out to the Frenchie.
He's my child.
What's his name?
Simba.
Simba. You crushed it on the name.
Yeah, no, I saw him. I was like, he's a Simba. I'm from South Africa. I need to call a dog Simba. So there you go.
In the mornings when you wake him up for breakfast, do you just sometimes hold him up to the sun and just, give him a little.
When he's lucky.
Little taste. I saw it was raining the other day and you were out in the rain with him.
Yeah, he doesn't like the rain.
What's Zion's dog's name? It's a pity, right?
Yeah, Kana.
Connor?
Canna.
Conor McGregor?
Conor McGregor.
That's beautiful, man. Awesome.
Well, listen, you've been great to have here. And I wish we could have gotten Zion here. You hurt his shoulder, right?
Yeah, he hurt his shoulder. He's had an x-ray, he's getting additional imaging and MRIs on it.
Well, I knew he had hurt his hand after the fight, right?
He hurt his hand. It was already kind of hurt before the fight, and then hurt it even worse in the fight. And then obviously everything's connected. So I think him shifting and adjusting the way he was using his hand potentially put extra strain on his shoulder.
Yeah, this is really interesting, the concept. Because natural selection did not create our arms to be used like
as
that.
weight-bearing
right?
joints.
Exactly,
yeah.
as weight-bearing joints like that. So the metacarpals were not meant to be used like that. And the ball and socket joint of you don't have a kneecap in your elbow.
Yeah.
Right. The kneecap is made so that the tibia, fibula can line up with the humerus no matter what angle you bend it at. And so it is interesting, from an evolutionary standpoint, the things that he's able to do with his upper body is it's just abnormal. So when you have an injury like that, it's also would affect his mobility.
100%.
Yeah.
That's why he was like, bro, you're literally going to have to carry me around until we sort this out.
Yeah.
Which he hangs on my back from one arm and swings on. Every time we have to move around somewhere, because he skates around. He doesn't use a wheelchair.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that. He got a skateboard, and then that's kind of been the way that he likes that better than a wheelchair.
That's his mobility device. And it's from a physical standpoint to say, I can maneuver around easy, but it's also a message because he doesn't view himself as somebody with a disability. So a wheelchair has this stigma of, oh, you're disabled or you're limited.
Yeah.
Where skateboard, he feels free and he feels like he could be himself. So we go to Qatar, we go to Korea, he's on a skateboard and everybody's just looking at the airport like, damn, this dude's a badass. Like,
Yeah, when I met him at Dan Fleischman's birthday party.
Oh, yeah, I was there.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
yeah.
was. I met. That's the first time I shook his hand. That was at the. He was on a skateboard.
those were
man.
2 Chainz and
That was such a
yeah.
wild night. Doesn't
Yeah.
that make makes no sense that I'm sitting there like it's me and Lindsay Palas and Taylor Ray, and we're sitting there watching 2 Chainz right in front of us, and there's like 100 people in the room.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's fucking 2 Chainz. It was madness. And yeah, Zion was there too. I asked him to come on the podcast a while ago when I first met him there. But yeah, that's pretty amazing that that whole thing happened. But yeah, man, what a night that was. What do you have planned in the future? So he's going to get his shoulder looked at, his hand looked at. What else is going on?
Yeah, he's got his memoir, Work With What You Got, that comes out in April.
Okay.
And that's the first time he's really...
Is he doing the audiobook for it?
Yeah,
Beautiful.
He is. And he's going to narrate it as well.
Love
So
it.
I actually just sent an email yesterday to confirm all that. So
Okay.
he's going to narrate the audio for it. And it's the first time he's like, told the world his story in a written format. Because obviously as a Netflix short... I'm working on a full feature with him to really dive further into his life and tell elements of the world, things that he's overcome and been through and struggles that the world doesn't know yet. Obviously know him on a very intimate level, but the memoir is going to be big because that's the first time he go to talk his shit. And a lot of these foster families, he bounce around between 9 homes, so it's like a lot of these families that were very negative. He hasn't ever been able to have a chance to really show the world or tell some of these struggles, and it's been therapy to him to actually be able to open up about some of these things.
So let's talk about that. So in the situation in the state, foster families or foster mothers are incentivized to take on these kids, get a check, and then feed them and clothe them as little as possible.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. They get a check, and whatever they do with the money, they do with the money. The kids get checked on maybe once a month if they're lucky, and then it's easy for the parents to be like, "Oh yeah, everything's fine and dandy." You barely see the kids, and then
And he said he would complain, but because he already had the title for being a bad kid,
100%.
that the Child Protective Services didn't really listen, or the foster system didn't really listen.
Yeah, you've done your due diligence for sure, because that's exactly once you're labeled a problem child in the system, it's like being a convict in a sense. It's like you're now labeled this certain thing, and the parents don't listen to you. The foster care gives up on you, and he was pretty much given up by the system. And as you said, it is a money-making thing where, especially if you're a kid with a disability, I believe you get paid extra to be able to deal with them. So, and help them, if that's provide the medical services, whatever additional support they need. So what happened was these, very negative, abusive families would keep all the money and then spend very little on him, the bare minimum, if anything, a piece of bread, and then the school system neglected him as well. So it was like this uphill battle of one of the mothers, broke his nose through a wooden chair at his face and broke his nose, and he went to the school, complained, and they were like, sorry child, you probably did this to yourself, or one of your friends did it. Like, they never looked into it beyond that. So if you think about not having an outlet or anybody to turn to, or support system, or somebody to like vent to, and what I'm trying to do really help him is mature as an adult and like open up and share, which is tough to be vulnerable in this world, but I'm trying to teach him like, the more you can be vulnerable, the more you're going to be this light, which you already are through your actions, but the more you can heal in your own way, because you don't ever get over trauma, but you can learn to deal with it through healing. It's always going to live there, but what I'm trying to teach him is, and I have a lot of empathy for him, but trying to teach him like the more you can speak about things, that's when you've learned to deal with them.
Can you, what would he, if he had a magic wand, or if he was the president, what would he change about the foster care system? I know this is a big cause for him. What would he specifically change?
Well, one of the big ones is like the psychology and evaluation behind these parents before they get kids. So making sure there's, more extreme background check on who's actually fostering these kids and bringing them in. What is their why? What is their causation for saying, I want kids? Doing more routine checks on the families and making sure they're actually doing their part. Making sure the kids have clothing when they bounce around if they have to move around between families. Creating a more holistic approach to the system where there's, For example, we work with a big foster organization in Sarasota, Florida, All Star Children, and they do they're doing clinicals and evaluation now where they are taking this holistic approach by, mandatory meditative classes, yoga. They're doing their clinicals and backgrounds by actually quantifying what they're doing to the system, so then they can implement this blueprint and go state to state with this. So the first part is the psycho evaluation of the parents, and then there's so many elements to it. The other thing too is different foster organizations have different focal points. Like some help them age out of the system, because that's a big point Zion raised too, is when you age out of the system, you're not given anything. You basically, you're like, all right, you're done, like move on, society here, take on the world. So that's the other, huge part of it, is helping them prepare for integration into the world. I look at it similar way of like veterans that come back from war aren't usually taught how to integrate back into society and find a purpose. And I look at foster care in a similar means.
Got it. That makes a lot of sense, man. The other thing is the transition from wrestling to MMA. Was it meeting Anderson Silva? Like, what is the thing that made him decide, hey, I want to go from this one thing to the next?
It was meeting Antonio McKee, his coach.
Okay, got it.
So Antonio really Zion was like, what's next for me? Like, wrestling, there's obviously no money in it. It's like I did in college, done with that. So I was meeting Antonio and being inspired by AJ McKee, his son. I'm not sure how I'm familiar with. Antonio McKee is one of the pioneers of the sport of MMA. So, coached Chuck Liddell in his prime, Rampage Jackson, Cyborg. Yeah. His son, AJ, is a Bellator champ.
Okay.
He's 19-1, should be 20-0. He's a savage. So it was inspired by people like that he was brought into their community and family and was like, you got to hold your own, but let's see what you got. And it was given a shot at success to be like, all right, you like everybody else.
Awesome. Hey, we got some more guests in here. What's going on?
Hey, Craig.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, man. I know you drove out here like crazy, or you flew out here, right?
Ended up flying, fly. Well, yeah.
Same. Zion's hurt. We'll get him out here soon, maybe.
Absolutely.
If you can come out Saturday, we're probably doing this again Saturday.
Okay.
Again, you are the nuclear reactor. You are an amazing person in your own right. And what you both are doing is going to change thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of lives. It's literally showing people that the impossible is possible.
And that's what it's all about, man. It's the impact we can have on humanity. We get to do some fun shit along the way, but more importantly, it's your purpose and why and your cause. How do you shift the paradigm and show them possible is possible through the community building, through the work we're doing.
Did we forget to talk about Zion Clark's 10-day NBA contract, the first NBA player with no legs? Did that happen? Did we talk about that? All right, Craig. I gotta get some guy in who wants to talk about NBA basketball.
Well, I love NBA basketball. So.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, Craig Levinson, guys.
Appreciate
Beautiful.
it.
Hey, Craig, thank you, man.
Thank you for having me on.
For sure, and I'd love to have him back on and come on the podcast.
Hey, wait.
I have another 80 questions.
Wait. Give him a real handshake.
Okay, here we go.
I don't even know what the fuck. What the fuck? Were you milking cows? What the fuck?
His hand was caught
my knee got stuck. Yeah, that's what happened.
Awesome. But no, we will 100% get Zion on here and allow him to answer a lot of questions that you have directly for him.
For sure.
In his mind. I know him as well as, I know him, but Zion is his own brain. And
for sure. And I've already had Nick Santonastasso on here. I continue that episode that we just did. It was really, really good.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love Nick. Radmir, his manager, so good friend of mine.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So
beautiful.
I appreciate it, guys. I will be out there.
Take your jacket. This guy's probably going to take it home with him.
Chris Kelly.
Pleasure to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Heard great things about you.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much.
Not for me.
Yeah, exactly.
From live.
Probably on the internet. All right, so I'm at a tequila tasting, and I meet this guy. And he comes up to me like a wise ass. Hey, my name's Chris. I'm like, no, dude, my name's Chris. We do the Laurel and Hardy thing for about 30 seconds, and it turns out we actually like each other.
Mm-hmm.
And he's doing some cool motherfucking shit with the Sacramento motherfucking Kings, who are just motherfucking crushing it. So I invite him out, He comes out here on his OnlyFans private jet. Yeah, that's true, ladies. He does have an OnlyFans page. And he's got a great sense of humor. He is turning out to be the coolest NBA owner I know. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris motherfucking Kelly.
Hey, Chris, how you doing, man?
Thanks so much for having me.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
So you're a former computer geek. CES is not new to you.
Chief Privacy Officer at Facebook?
I was.
Can you talk about that? Like, so first off, I've always been so curious about this because I know so many people trying to get degrees in that area. To get into that field, I cannot imagine how to be like one of those big Silicon Valley companies. What is the I don't know if you already knew Zuckerberg, but how do you get involved in that?
I actually knew Sean Parker.
Okay.
And so Sean, I had never represented Napster, but I had represented a company that was very, very close to Napster.
Lime?
Called Diamond Multimedia, that manufactured the first MP3 player.
Okay.
And so I knew Sean through, a whole bunch of different connections. And
What's Sean doing these days, by the way?
He's doing a lot of stuff on cancer research. Has funded a lot of cancer research in Los Angeles. Has been living in Los Angeles for quite some time, and I haven't seen him in a while, but we talk every once.
He had a kick-ass wedding.
That thing
was crazy.
It was pretty
Mike, did you
nuts.
see his wedding?
I did not.
Okay, go look it up on the internet. It will put any wedding you have planned to shame.
I don't have any wedding plan. I'm sorry, honey. Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Don't get mad.
By the way, the over/under on Michael Sartain ever getting married has got to be.
We need to be the quiet because she's bigger than you. And she'll kick the shit out of all of us. We need to stop.
By the way,
saying those words.
Chris, you know a little bit about this guy?
So why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself?
No. Just follow him on Instagram for like a week. You'll realize, holy fuck, my life is so much more boring than his.
All right.
All right. So you were talking about privacy before I interrupted the fuck out of
Yeah.
you.
So I jumped in with Facebook early on. I joined the company when it was about 25 people, and stayed until it was about 1,000, and hopefully, I think got us on a decent path and sort of helped us avoid problems when they could have killed the company. And obviously, the company's had all sorts of challenges ever since. But and in fact, I jumped back in a little bit to try to help them out when the Libra project, the crypto project, went astray. My good friend David Marcus had put that together, and it was having some trouble, and we did some work on trying to fix that, and ultimately had to decide that it wasn't going to be fixable, unfortunately. But still a great bit of thought that went into that, and I think it'll continue to inform a lot of stuff in the crypto community for years to come.
I'm guessing I haven't seen it. You have a law degree.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, so
And that would be a prerequisite.
That doesn't make him a bad person.
I don't think so, exactly.
For being a chief privacy officer.
I don't. It's certainly helpful, but it's not a requirement. And there are a number of people who become chief privacy officers who aren't lawyers. Most are, though, and so it's definitely helpful.
Do you now? Obviously, with Facebook, it would have been kind of controversial because the feeling this outside the company was Mark Zuckerberg was doing this thing like, "Hey, I'm going to go ahead and take this and apologize for it later."
Yeah, and that obviously there were a lot of situations that lent itself to that. I mean, Mark is actually a much more sophisticated person than I think has been portrayed in the media. For the most
I
part.
think he's incredibly sophisticated.
There's a lot of and less on a lot of this stuff, less kind of crafty and shifty than he's portrayed most of the time. We actually did a lot of things that were groundbreaking, and it's funny to watch Elon Musk sort of struggle with the Twitter situation where he's like, well, people should be able to vote and everything. We did all that at Facebook. We had people vote on the terms of service. We had all these different things, and Mark and I were the two folks in the company who were most behind that and most in favor of it. Everybody else was like, well, you just kind of got to jam these things down people's throats. So we're like, no. If you can actually get a real modicum of democratic legitimacy around it, you can really do things differently at tech companies. And we tried that for a while, and then eventually, it just kind of went by the by. Not that many people voted, like all these different things that went into it. But, Elon, unfortunately, has I think, sort of taken up a bunch of, pretty radical talking points from people about that are supposed to be about free speech, but really aren't. They're about weird right-wing politics that has unfortunately infused the company.
You think Twitter has moved too far? I mean, do you have a problem with them reinstating certain accounts?
I mean,
certainly
it depends on why they're removed in the first place.
Right.
I do think that it was problematic from the beginning. You never want to think about removing a democratically elected official from,
For sure,
from
for
the
sure.
site. But if they're inciting insurrection
Yeah.
against the government that they're, that they've taken an oath to protect, there might be reason to remove them.
Right.
And then you want to assess that over time. And actually, and Facebook has had its own back and forth.
Didn't
about
they
this.
just have a big deal where they're bringing Trumpy back? Or
Well,
Facebook?
there's discussion about it. So the oversight board, which Nick Clegg, who eventually ended up taking over, who's the former deputy prime minister of Great Britain, eventually ended up taking over government affairs at Facebook, and what I guess what they call global affairs now. Nick had come in and helped push the company toward this oversight board. Which is a fascinating body that they got a lot of interesting people, including former serious judges, the ex prime minister of Denmark.
What?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. I'm not making this up. And they endowed it with I think it was first at like $130 million, and I think that they put in another $100 million since. And so these people actually get paid reasonably well for thinking about these things and writing about them, and in some cases telling the company that it has to do things differently. And I think that was the best alternative that they had.
Yeah.
And I think it's been implemented in a fairly even-handed way, and it was a good shift for them after a lot of years of controversy.
You left in 2009. You left.
Yeah, so I left actually to run for attorney general in California.
I was going to ask you about that.
How'd that go?
I lost the Democratic primary to this up-and-comer named Kamala Harris.
Oh, I take it you weren't as cute.
Well, ask President Obama for his commentary on that. He famously got in a little bit of trouble for remarking on.
How do you think
the Attorney
Kamala's
General
doing these
thing.
days? She's the borders are, right?
Look, so she's she has had her own
She's
path.
doing good. She's got a pay raise. What are you talking about? How's she doing? She's doing great.
She has
got
had
a
her
pay
own path.
raise.
She got to swear in the United States Senate yesterday. which
Hey,
is
last
a
time I
pretty-
checked,
pretty big deal.
she lives at the Naval Observatory. That's a pretty good
Exactly.
gig. It's a pretty good house.
It's a pretty good gig.
It's a pretty good gig. Hey, so I want to ask you a question because there are so many content creators who come on my show, and you left in 2009, so before Meta bought Instagram. But I want to ask your question about this specifically because talking to somebody who actually worked there, the narrative outside the company would be that Instagram used very attractive women in order to grow their platform. In fact, probably that singularly more than any other concept was them using women posting in bikinis and lingerie and things like that to grow the platform. And then got to a point where terms of service changed and threw those and completely just totally started banning those same women's accounts that were sitting there posting whatever they were posting. I understand why they don't want girls to go on OnlyFans. I get that. Or people to go on OnlyFans. They don't want to lose business. It totally makes sense. But my thing is, it seemed like the terms of service were up to a certain point where a girl gets 4 million followers and a blue check mark. She's posting the exact same stuff, and now her account is gone. Can you tell me from a business standpoint, like what caused such a drastic turn? Because it happened very quickly to a lot of content creators.
Interesting. So, and again, this was well after I was out of the company,
Yeah.
and so don't have any particular direct insight into what the company was thinking at the time. But a lot of times there would be some regulatory inquiry that would drive an enforcement set of actions and an expectation. We had in the early days we set up standards for responding to nudity and pornography, threats. I actually worked out a lot of the standards around that with the New York Attorney General Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah.
And we came to an agreement on the way that we were going to set standards for the industry in that area. And then some of Instagram changes could have been Facebook then applying Facebook standards to
of course.
Instagram as well.
I do notice I get banned for different things on Facebook than I do for on Instagram.
It's turned into a kind of a weird set of situations where joking threats. I had one situation where I had said, if you do that again, I'm going to have to kill you, which was clearly a joke. and I got a little note saying, hey, you can't threaten people. I'm like, that was not a real threat. You got to be kidding me.
I literally posted a meme that said that everyone who took the smallpox vaccine in 1762 is dead now. Think about that. Completely a pro-vaccine, total joke. And I had my account suspended for 30 days, and they wouldn't even appeal it. Just the thing is, here's the problem. No one I know who's a content creator hasn't been suspended.
Right. Yeah.
That's madness when you think about that.
Yep.
Not a single female content creator that I know hasn't lost her account at least once. Something in the program, something is broken for it to be that bad. And then the other thing is, like, when we asked for clear terms of service, I'm a former U.S. military officer.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things we happened when we went through instructor upgrade is that we could never quote the regs back to the instructor, because once we did that, he lost the ability to pass us even to interpret the rules.
Okay.
But it feels like terms of service with Instagram. I don't understand how someone can copy my IG profile.
Mm-hmm.
I'm shadow banned. They copy my IG profile. Then they report me for impersonating myself.
Right.
Okay. Then my account goes down. It comes back because I clearly wasn't impersonating myself. But then their account doesn't go down.
Right.
It's madness to me. Like, again, I know a girl all my life lost her account for animal cruelty. There's not a single animal on her page. And my question is, why aren't all those accounts from Jakarta, Indonesia, and Tehran, why aren't those accounts immediately just taken away as soon as that happens?
And this is one of the areas there were the enforcement mechanisms and actually the building out the capacity to do that. We invested very heavily in it early on and had sophisticated people who we had hired mostly right out of college to do this, and they had unbelievably hard jobs.
Of course, yeah, I can't even imagine.
But a lot of it's been outsourced now.
So that was my
next.
What about the idea of crowdsourcing the terms of service?
So we actually did a number of experiments in those areas, both to internationalize the site originally, and they were very successful. And building on the way that communities get built in that was something that probably should have continued to suffuse the company.
Yeah.
But obviously didn't. And so then you end up it gets so bad. It's like the Southwest Airlines situation where you have so much tech debt that eventually brings down the system, and you have these catastrophic events instead of investing in it all along.
So what I'm talking about before, so like Lindsay Palas has natural boobs. Because she walks around with natural boobs.
For the record, I have natural boobs.
Yeah, of course. She has talked about this before. She gets suspended on social media way more frequently than a girl who looks like she's like young, 16-year-old, very skinny. She doesn't have fake boobs. She's not being lascivious. She just has curves. And she gets suspended all the time because of this. And it's craziness to her. And it's like one of these things where terms of service are telling her that
I'm pretty sure this live stream's getting my account terminated.
But like the thing is, her having curves does not make her sexually suggestive. And so the point was, if a girl walks in and she has a bikini and she's not showing any private parts and it's a still shot, what should happen, like you were saying before, you crowdsource this. Now 100,000 users, hopefully none from Jakarta. Like that's the other thing. I really, OnlyFans was really smart in doing this. There should be certain countries where I don't want any followers to follow me.
Right.
Because the vast majority of these bot accounts are coming from the same 4 countries.
Mm-hmm.
But like one of the situations where
shout out to those 4 countries.
Yeah, shout out to the people in Jakarta who text me all the time. Hey, are you late for our golf date? You know what I'm saying? Those WhatsApp messages that you get. So anyway, the situation like what I'm talking about before, you would crowdsource it. So you would show the photo that had been reported. You show it to 100,000 people and you'd let them vote. Is this a violation of terms of service?
I'm pretty sure ChatGPT has about 1 billion bots that ruin that system pretty much.
No. But you would go to 100,000 people who would have to vote, right?
Well,
Make them go through a
fight
captcha.
is a big one that's going to continue. And if you look at the way that AI continues to develop,
Yeah.
you're going to have more
It's
and
crazy.
more, operations.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
in
Like,
these areas.
bots are so sophisticated right now, and they're getting smarter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they're like tribbles. Do you guys remember tribbles from Star Trek?
Absolutely.
They're fucking multiplying and Let's talk about something actually really important. When are you going to unveil the DNA results that prove that Sean Michael Kelly is not your son? At least he's not your social media son, right?
Exactly, and he's substantially taller than I am. So although I think my son Aiden is probably going to be taller than I am too.
How old is your son?
14.
Oh, 14?
Yeah.
So
he's already taller than his mother.
So maybe.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
He might be related.
Yep. Absolutely.
Chris, I have some questions. If you had to been elected Attorney General of California, what were some of the things that you would have instituted?
Well, I was actually looking at doing a whole bunch of new things in cybercrime, and then obviously, I think that we have a data problem in so many, particularly at the high levels of law enforcement, and opening up a lot of
They're
more
so far
information
behind.
about exactly.
I just cannot tell you how many times my friends and I are getting our shit like becoming a public person. So just to let you know, I do the recruiting I used to work at the Playboy Mansion. I used to do some recruiting for them, and I do these Maxim parties. So the thing is, my face is a weapon if you go off and steal it and then start telling women, come to this creepy fucking house in the suburbs to do a photo shoot. And I do this, and I'm begging these people at Meta, can you please give me a blue check mark so nobody fucking dies?
Right.
And they're like, no, it's fine. We're not going to do that.
Wait, you don't have a blue check mark?
Of course I don't have a blue check mark.
How the fuck do you not have a blue
I didn't
check
buy
mark?
one. I mean, we can get into that whole thing,
Yeah.
like buying blue check marks, which is another absurd thing.
I actually don't have one for my Instagram. I do for my Twitter.
Wait, you have an Instagram?
Yeah.
that whole thing that whole part is madness. We can get into that whole thing. How so many people were buying blue check marks, and Instagram was denying that it was happening. It was just
Wait a
madness.
second. Are you going to book him for a longer format?
I would love to do that.
Well, and this is one of the things that I probably could have gotten into as Attorney General
Yeah.
was getting better standards on these social media sites, and that would have been an interesting project to pursue.
I imagine being inside the company, the idea of these sites being turned into public utilities would be anathema to what they want to do.
So yes and no. That in some senses that was some of the aspiration. I mean, Mark would publicly refer to Facebook as a social utility, not like a regulated utility.
But if he
of course,
does, now he's subject to the First Amendment.
Well, there's some ways in which that could happen, and there's been a whole bunch of different ways in which people have tried to twist the law as it exists in First Amendment law to try to read that. I don't think it would necessarily,
If it was a public utility, you don't think
if
it would change?
it was actually owned by the public in some way, yes.
Right.
But I mean, most public utilities aren't owned by the public.
Got it.
Shout out to the public that owns Facebook stock.
Right.
And that's one of the ways
year.
in which it's definitely
Rough
been a
year.
Well, it's been a rough
Whoa.
year for everyone in the stock market. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Well,
did we
Tesla
go there?
especially.
Did we just do that? Elon. Good time to
My
sell.
next question is: does De'Aaron Fox do everything fast?
Yes, I mean
Yeah.
that's the amazing thing. Like from the beginning.
How
And
did
that's-
you not bring him with?
Well, and watching that, well, he's got a job to do.
he's got a job to do.
He's got a game. And
He's got people. He's got ankles.
They
to
got a
play.
game
Yeah, no,
tonight?
they're back in SAC. We got
Yeah.
a game tonight.
Yeah.
What
We
do you
got
guys-
the Hawks tonight. So
Well-
the Hawks had that rough double overtime loss to the Warriors.
Yeah.
I guess that was Monday, so it was not last night. So we beat Utah last night, and De'Aaron had this amazing drive around Lauri Markkanen, and then he tried to get him back with a
That shot. Did you see that shot that Laurie Marketing hit the other night?
No.
That was incredible.
He hit it. It was last night.
He's playing great for Utah, by the
and
way.
he hit it, but it was waved off properly. I mean,
Yeah.
it was only 0.4 on the clock. He didn't get it out of his hand in time.
Yeah.
But De'Aaron had just beat him, around for a layup, and because he's as fast as he is.
Yeah.
All right, be honest. Do you and De'Aaron sometimes play one-on-one where he spots you 99 points and you guys play up to 100?
That's I wouldn't even I can't invest my time that way.
Listen,
Letting him embarrass me.
He's got a replacement hip. Could you take Cuban off the dribble?
Yeah, probably.
You probably take Cuban off the dribble.
Oh!
There's them's fighting words.
Shout out to Mark Cuban.
Look, I mean, Mark. I've known Mark for years and years and years.
Good guy,
and
right?
He is a good guy.
What he's doing with his drug company,
Yeah,
that's a game changer.
love it.
I fucking love it.
Absolutely love
You know what we're talking
Of
about?
course, yeah. Generic, like you
Yep.
have generic
Cost
brands.
plus.
It's
Cost plus,
it's
yeah.
it's a absolutely wonderful thing. That he's
I'm surprised he doesn't get death threats. I'm literally surprised he's
I'm
still
sure,
alive.
I'm sure he
I'm
does.
pretty sure he
and
does.
he's got pretty good security at
Yeah.
this point. And he's had every kind of weird thing. Anybody who becomes
Well, he works with
regularly
Kevin O'Leary. I mean, that's weird enough right there. Shout out to Kevin O'Leary, who what was he? Wasn't he an advisor to FTX?
Yeah, he was all about FTX.
I mean, the
He was
safest,
all
most
about
secure crypto platform ever. He called it, right?
Yeah.
What I think
Oh.
he got paid like it was like $15 million.
I think he's still getting
It was
paid.
serious-
I'm pretty sure he's
serious
still
money.
getting paid. Yeah.
Well, the interesting thing right now in that space is that a lot of this is the nice thing about blockchain is that you can do a lot of research on it on the public blockchains.
Yeah, of course.
And people are noting that affiliated Alameda wallets are moving right now. And so there's a
That's
lot
actually
of
very interesting
discussion going
because
on about this at this
you
point.
kind of have to wonder. By the way, how did the parents of Sam Bankman-Fried not get indicted also? They were employees of the company. They advised them of the legal aspects of setting up the company.
I think that ultimately you will see a whole bunch of
More
interesting
indictments?
parts of the investigation over time.
I'm pretty sure he's bought and sold the entire administration.
I don't believe that at
Really?
all. Oh, well, otherwise he wouldn't have ever been charged. I mean, there would have been some excuse of an investigation and everything else. So, I mean, he certainly spread a lot of money around in Washington. And,
What do you think he spent?
it became toxic very much. Oh, it was hundreds of millions. I mean,
Yeah, it wasn't 40 million.
No.
I mean, I'm going to agree with Elon on this. It had to be a Billy plus.
I'm not sure about that. Well, he talked about. He said that a lot of it was dark.
Well, exactly.
all the Republican stuff he did was dark money.
actually donated to Republicans?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. He said he did.
Listen,
So he admitted
listen.
it.
I'm almost sure that was just for cover.
No.
I am very sure that most of his money went to the left.
I'm
Really?
I disagree. I
Okay,
mean,
we could disagree.
Yeah.
So
actually, no. So to his point, most of the time, if you have that amount of money and you're that big, you're going to donate to both parties. Like you don't want one side to think that you have favoritism. towards the other, and you want both sides to owe you
I'm
favors.
a publicly identified Democrat. I've run for office as a Democrat.
Sure.
I absolutely have a lot of Republican friends.
Yeah.
I've supported, I've not personally supported Republican
Is Trump
candidates,
your friend?
But I make sure, no, he's not. but I do make sure, but I have made sure in the companies where I've been advising on government affairs that we do support Republicans and that there are
Okay,
identified Republicans.
Here's a good one.
who-
Do you support DeSantis?
No. I mean,
What?
no.
Look what he's doing in Florida. Florida's
Yeah, look
booming.
at the human trafficking that he's doing to dump migrants on, in Martha's Vineyard and other things like that. It's just not it's not the way that I do politics.
So you're against human trafficking?
I'm against human trafficking. In fact, so
Shout out to Andrew Tate.
In 20, yeah, exactly. In 2012, after I lost the AG race, I updated California's anti-human trafficking laws by initiative.
Yeah.
And funded that and backed it extensively. We got it passed. It was incredibly successful. It's helped make sure that California is at the forefront of fighting human trafficking. So,
All right, it's 2023. What are the 3 most important things that you're going to knock off your checklist this year?
So I mean, I think Kings in the playoffs.
Kings in the playoffs.
They're the 5th seed right now. Getting the 1
Are
seed.
they the 5th seed?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we're
Now, seriously, how long has it been since the fan base has been this invigorated?
It's been. I mean, look, the fan base has always been incredibly invigorated.
Yes. Oh my God!
Even
Bring
when
back the cowbells. The cowbells.
No, we have the cowbells.
I love the cowbells.
We ring the cowbell to start the game.
And then talk about the laser. Whose idea was that?
So the beam. So we
You know the beam,
well,
right?
You've
Yes,
seen
I saw that.
seen the video now. It was De'Aaron and DeMontis doing it together, right? we have a video out that's their promo for the All-Star game. So everybody should be voting for De'Aaron and DeMontis to make the All-Star team.
You
and
saw
De'Aaron better show this on the court where he would play it last night. He showed why he should be on the All-Star team.
Sabonis, he's going to make the All-Star game, right?
I think that's right.
Yeah, he's crushing it.
He's he's 14 straight double doubles.
Yeah.
I think last night, I forget whether last night was 14 or 15.
Yeah.
But he'll be on for it again tonight. It's been unbelievable.
The guy's been doing 2020s almost like as often as Sean does.
As often as Sean does.
That was a good pickup. I like that one.
Look, I mean, we went to India with the Pacers 3 years ago, and he just dominated our guys. I mean, it was stunning to me. And ever since that, I was like, "Ooh, can we get Sabonis? Can we get Sabonis?"
Yeah, exactly. So that was your idea.
And Monty, it was not my idea. Like this was a common discussion. But Monty, our GM, made it happen, and we got
Shout out to Monty.
Absolutely, we got it done last year, and we were just over the moon as we put it together, and had to give up Tyrese Halliburton, who's a fantastic human being.
Yes, having a good year.
He's having a great year. Yeah.
But there's been a whole bunch of ridiculous commentary about
Halliburton.
Like, well, no, about they're like who won the trade. It's like both sides won the trade.
Yeah.
There's no.
They always want to ask that.
Well,
question about
let's be
it.
honest.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. You guys won.
I
mean, just say
we're
it.
doing incredibly well. We're incredibly excited about it. So, yeah.
All right. So number one, getting in the playoffs, winning it all, right? Winning it all. You don't want to just get in, right?
We always want to win it all, and we'll see if we can, really kind of.
We get to ride on the bus during the parade, right?
Sure.
All right, cut
Absolutely.
that clip.
and look at what happened in Milwaukee when they won, and if you look at Deer Park around Fiserv Center, that's the way that down to Sacramento will be.
If Milwaukee's listening right now, what would you give them for Giannis?
Some
Facebook shares.
They played this right. Well, I mean, people should want Facebook shares right now at these lows. I mean,
that's pretty cheap.
Yeah, exactly. Presuming that the company comes back, which is a safe presumption.
Can you go over what exactly goes into buying? So, did you guys buy it from the Maloofs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So when you bought the
shout
team,
out to Georgie
for sure. The entire process, you have to be vetted. Do all the members have to be vetted? Was Shaquille O'Neal? He
was part of our group
for
quite
your group?
some time.
Can you describe what all has to happen?
Oh,
in order
it's
for
an
that
incredible.
vetting?
It's a vetting process that you go through. That the NBA does background checks on everyone. That they basically kind of
what are the
funds,
ancillary costs? The ancillary costs in addition to actually purchasing the team.
Well, I mean, ultimately you got to make sure that the team runs, and we had pledged to all of this is public knowledge, so it's I'm not breaking any news, but we had to pledge to make sure that an arena was built within 5 years.
Yeah, it's a beautiful arena. It actually reminds me, if you took AT&T Stadium in Arlington and cut it down into 1/4, it feels like that. It feels like a similar architecture.
It's very open. We have five-story glass doors that open that were actually built by the folks who built SpaceX hangars.
Yes. It feels like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got a plaza outside that we've used extensively for
beautiful.
concerts, and we had Warren G play outside about 3 months ago. We did a West Coast hip hop night, which was fantastic.
Nice.
And and we'd had previous shows out there. And obviously, and we're one of I think the sixth most active concert venue in the world right now.
Wow.
That we do a lot of shows there. So I saw Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle the other night
Yeah.
there. Right after Chappelle brought Elon up on stage.
Oh, was that at your place?
It was not at our place.
Oh.
So the Kanye West meltdown on the stage when he
Shout out to Kanye.
when he only played for 20 minutes, that was in our arena.
Oh, was it? Oh, no.
Yeah. So we've had some pretty interesting incidents over the years.
Just going back to the vetting, do they send investigators? Like how does the whole thing work?
There's a full background check.
Do you get to meet the commissioner? Like how does that whole
So I mean, ultimately, like you're not required to.
Yeah.
But we had been in a process. So we were the backup deal that Steve Ballmer and Chris Hansen.
I remember this.
Hedge fund guy. In San Francisco, and the North.
Wait, Ballmer was trying to buy the
Kings and move them to Seattle.
Yeah. Wait a second. He owns the Clippers, doesn't he?
Now, and so what happened?
They were going to let him buy two?
No.
Jerry Jones was going to buy the Chargers before he bought the Cowboys.
Yeah.
He just didn't make it.
Oh, this is a long time ago.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
But this was a situation where so Ballmer was mixed up in this deal with Chris Hansen, who was the lead, and then we made the case for not relocating, blocked relocation with the NBA.
The mayor.
So Kevin Johnson.
Kevin Johnson.
Kevin Johnson was the mayor at the time and was a critical ally.
Yes.
In making that case, and so we worked extensively. And through that process, you get to meet you meet the commissioner. You're part of the process and all this.
Are you the governor?
No. Vivek Ranadive is the governor.
Okay.
And Paul Jacobs is the alternative governor.
Okay.
So I'm an advisor. Is the way that this works out, and a very close advisor. And Vivek and Paul are my friends, and the other partners. We work very well together.
That's incredible. The whole Sarver incident. Do you understand that people have an issue with the fact that the man does what he does and then he gets $4 billion for his
the same thing with the Sterling situation.
Yeah, with the Sterling.
The Sterling situation happened right after we came into the league.
Yes.
And we were pretty upfront about saying no, this guy cannot continue in the league.
Sure.
And then the pay, obviously the fact that it's an asset that you can't
for sure
you can't find people out of existence at the end of the day. But we no longer wanted to do business as a league with these people, and so they were forced to sell their stakes, and they get a financial reward out of it. But that's the way it happens.
I mean, do you understand the complaint about the inequity? I agree with the fact that listen, it's private property. We're in the United States. You can't take their private property, and it's a supply and demand situation. But do you understand how people were upset? How I believe he bought the team for $600 million and sold it for $4 billion. I believe.
Did he sell it already?
The sale is moving right now.
Yeah.
Though I don't have any inside information.
But
anything that I could share.
Your governor had to vote as far as the sale was concerned.
I don't know if the vote has happened yet.
Okay.
But it will happen soon. Is from all the media reports that I've seen, and I do know Matt Ishbia and that's moving along quickly.
Is there anything you would change about the salary structure, the salary cap, the way it works right now with max contracts, Supermax?
We've worked out, I think, a great relationship with the Players Association over time, and I hope and expect that will continue. And I think that singularly among the major sports leagues, that the NBA has done an outstanding job of making sure that everybody knows that they're on the same team at the end of the day, which is team basketball.
Yeah.
And if everybody does that right, everybody gets paid well.
I think one thing that makes the NBA so unique is the fact that you have max contracts that are around the same price, right? So trades are more happen, whereas in the NFL you have so many non-guaranteed contracts. It's really hard to move players for each other. You end up moving players for draft picks. Where in the NBA you actually have modular pieces where there is a max and you can't go above that max. You have a mid-level exception, and so it ends up becoming modular. But you also have a situation like when Brunson leaves the Mavericks, goes to the Knicks. The Mavericks can't then just replace that $20 million because they're already over the cap.
Right.
And so you have this whole soft cap thing that they don't have in football, and you have an actual cap which they don't have in basketball. So I feel like it's a blend right? It's kind of in the middle between those two
and
those
then
two
you get
unions.
and then you get the crazy situation in baseball where Steve Cohen is going to end up subsidizing the league.
Wow, I know, no kidding.
Every other league.
Shout out to the Mets. They're going to be strong this year.
You think so? I mean, we'll see though.
Yeah.
You think they're going to sign Korea?
I have no particular insight into what's going to happen right now. The Giants.
You follow the Korea story?
So
I know.
We're part of the
Giants.
Of the Giants. So
you are?
We bought the Giants farm team. Our group bought the Giants.
Where's that
farm
team at?
In Sacramento, the River.
Oh, it's in. Oh, really?
Sacramento River Cats.
Sacramento's got to be booming.
We're doing well there.
Yeah,
we're pretty excited.
I hear it's like beautiful up there.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
Have you been?
Huh?
Have you been there?
No, I think I gotta go though.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
We should
They got
go.
wine country nearby. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a dog that came from there, like a Pomeranian. A friend of mine's got a Pomeranian. She
Nice.
bought it from some lady in Sacramento.
That's pretty amazing.
All right, so we've talked about the Kings. We talked about Facebook. Pick any subject you want to talk about, other than Sean and his Instagram posts.
Oh, man.
Look the crypto situation as it evolves. We talked a little bit about it.
Crazy,
but
isn't it?
There's just so much more going on, and that's what I'm going to spend a significant part of this year. I'm doing a new fund that's focused on blockchain. It's never going to be a currency focused fund. It's not. The technological transformation. I angeled a company called Alchemy. That's one of the
I know Alchemy.
infrastructure players in the space.
Yeah.
So I helped them, pivot to crypto. Actually, they were doing
Yeah.
a cycle down to lunch, and I've been close to these guys for a long time. I've helped them out on a bunch of different things, and they're just the best guys in the world. Joe and Nikhil have done an exceptional job of building. One of the most impressive companies that I've ever seen. I mean, this is round 3 for me. That I was outside counsel to Google early on. I did Facebook from the inside, and I got from an investor perspective to interact with these extraordinary entrepreneurs at Alchemy. And,
All right.
and that's inspiring me to make sure that the rest of the space gets supportive. And Alchemy has always been about being sort of the Amazon Web Services of the blockchain.
Are they here for CES?
So there will be a few people here. They're focused much more on the.
We're doing this on Saturday. Let's get them in here.
Well, I think we would probably make that happen.
Dial them up.
Chris, do you see? So for me, I live in Las Vegas, and I spent part of my time in Los Angeles. The way crypto was introduced to so many people by the dude with the rented Lambo and the neck tattoo and the 2 felonies.
Yep.
That guy who was selling us Forex 6 months prior. Do you see how that's still problematic? And then FTX happens.
Exactly.
Wait a second. Who's that guy?
I'm just whatever.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, shout out to that guy because I party with that guy at fucking XS every weekend.
Nice.
I'm not shitting on that guy. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Do you understand how it's sold? And then the other thing is the family that comes home for Thanksgiving and the burnout son who smokes a lot of weed, and then he's like, "Yo, you gotta get into crypto," and listen to him. And then he's a deca-millionaire the next year, and you're like, "What the fuck just happened?"
And then he custodied it all at FTX and lost it all.
For sure, exactly.
All right. Wait a second. I've thrown 152 dinners. Neither one of those guys has ever come to the dinner.
Oh, I'll introduce you to some. Come with me to Access sometime. I'll introduce you to 20 of them. They used to be VIP hosts, and now they're fucking selling crypto.
I think those guys are probably bullshitting a little bit.
No, of course they're bullshitting.
The Lambo may have been rented.
But the point is that was the front face of this brand for a long time.
The Lambo wrapped in Dogecoin.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I saw one of those.
That was like 2021.
I've seen
I don't agree. I still think that to a lot of people that, especially because I work for a small firm. I'm a quantitative analyst for a small firm. From traditional finance looking towards crypto, we still see that. Now I don't because I'm friends with Dan Fleischman, and so I see it from a different standpoint. But I will tell you, a lot of those older people look at it still in that manner, and it's something that you kind of have to fight against. Mm-hmm. Do you see that?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And there's always going to be a little bit of kind of edgy entrepreneurialism in all situations, and people are who are seeing the world differently always are going to have difficult criticism pointed at them. The key is filtering through the hype that a lot of people try to put out about what they're doing, and getting to does somebody actually have something that's truly transformative about the world? And I've been privileged to be exposed to a lot of the people who actually have changed the world.
Well, I'm going to chime in a little bit here because I've thrown dinners in Singapore with CZ. I've had a chance to know Sam Bankman-Fried. I've known some of the
He's
most,
coming up next. We got him coming up. No, he's not.
Actually,
he's not.
He's out in the hallway.
He's out in the hallway. Is he with Andrew Tate? And they're both coming up here? Awesome.
He can't leave the Northern District, of California.
You did say you were talking to Sam.
Yeah, I can tell you guys this. It's not too far of a reach to say that FTX was designed as a money laundering machine from day one. Like they literally, if you look at their structure, you look at the way they did business.
Well, the backdoors to Alameda were
backdoors to Alameda. Forget all the backdoors.
Yeah.
The day that they set up FTX, you wired your money to Silver Lake Bank for the benefit of Alameda Research. Alameda Research was a straight up venture trading firm. You literally were sending your money to a straight up gambling venture firm in the hopes of having it deposited in a custodial account at FTX.
Mm-hmm.
From day one, it was a money laundering machine. It was structured that way.
But here's the problem, man. It's the biggest story in crypto.
I get it. And I feel bad for people like Tom Brady who have suffered greatly.
It's the biggest story in crypto, right?
But here's the thing. It's not necessarily the biggest story in crypto. It's the biggest story in corporate fraud.
Sure.
Let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
It has very little to do with crypto and much to do with corporate fraud. That'd be like saying Bernie Madoff is the biggest story in stock trading. Yeah. No, it was the biggest story in fraud.
Yeah, but for a while, yeah. No, I totally understand what you're saying.
And that's the thing. This was about corporate fraud. And his two parents, who spent 30 years structuring companies and doing the law behind corporate fraud, set up his companies. They were the geniuses behind all the structure. And how the hell are they not in jail? And by the way, they both had a net worth of about $800,000 5 years ago. They currently have a net worth of about $400 million.
The parents?
The parents.
Yeah.
Wonder how that happened.
And look, if I knew more particularly about their involvement, and I'm sure you do, but I don't, so I can't comment on that. But it is worth investigation.
Definitely. It'll be interesting because here's the other part. Before he shut down FTX and begged him to take this pile of heaping shit.
CZ, of course, kind of set off the bomb.
No, he didn't. Here, let me no. Let me clarify that. You know who set off the bomb? The batshit crazy ugly girlfriend. Okay. She sent out a tweet and said, "Hey, we'll buy all those FTTT tokens for $22." And then CZ said, "Take mine."
Okay.
And that's when all of a sudden the shit hit the fan because everyone realized, oh shit, they don't have any money. And now here's the crazy thing. Everyone pointed the finger at CZ because that was some bullshit that Kevin O'Leary started pointing out at. CZ actually took the cover off the greatest fraudster in the crypto space. He uncovered him to the world when he knew a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, what he was as a person. Basically a very bad person. A year and a half ago, CZ said, listen, we want out of our deal. Sam twisted the story and said, we were getting all these problems because we wanted to go into countries, and they found out that CZ was my biggest shareholder at 20%, which wasn't true because Sam was the biggest shareholder, but he went around saying that lie.
Right.
And then he said, oh, wait, CZ was causing me problems, so I bought him out, and I bought him out with money that I used from customers.
Right.
Well, that's not how you buy somebody out.
No.
But here's the crazy part.
And to do it with a coin that,
Well, he didn't do it with a coin, though. He did it with straight up money from Sequoia. By the way, shout out to the guys that did due diligence from Sequoia. You guys are geniuses. But anyways, CZ, the truth is, CZ wanted out. That's the truth. The lie is that he had to buy him out. CZ and Binance are regulated in 15 countries, including the United States. They've never not been able to send a customer back their funds. They've always been the trustworthy stalwarts in the space. They've kept segregated custodial accounts for every account you open up. Sam was the greatest corporate fraudster that happened to do crypto. But here's the other thing. He wanted to do securities on the blockchain.
Oh, definitely.
He was pitching the CFTC. He was buying off politicians so that he could take equities and do the same scam that he did with FTT on the blockchain. He was probably this close and a family relative away from Gary Gensler to get that done.
I think that.
Damn, did I want to tell that story?
Hey guys, hold on. Can we lock the front door? Can we lock the front door? Is there a red dot on my head?
Exactly.
Am I good? Am I cool? Am I safe?
I'll be honest. If I get to my car safely and alive, I'll be shocked.
Hey, I have a question, somewhat similar, kind of in a different vein. When the president, during the January 7th ordeal happens, Twitter doesn't take his account away from that specifically, but because of stuff he did on Twitter. Isn't it correct? There was a tweet that he put out that
it was a promotion of the January 6th,
January 6th event, yeah.
event, and it was a it was the encouragement of violence.
And they gave him a warning, and then he still didn't take it down. That's correct. So he violated terms of service on Twitter, which caused his Twitter to go down, but he still had an Instagram afterwards.
So the Instagram situation was, I think, protected because it was images only, and I don't think that there was a violation of terms of service.
Hold on, time out. Follow me on this. Andrew Tate has a situation where people have an issue with something that he's done before. At the time, at the time, there was videos coming out of the allegations of human trafficking, and there was this whole situation with him apparently hitting a girl. The girl comes out later and says, "This is absolutely what we wanted. This is something we played. I worked in a cam house, and none of this was totally orchestrated." And then also the girl, there's a video.
Twice she did it.
Yeah, there's a girl who comes out and who says she was human trafficked. She comes out, grabs a pizza from the pizza guy, goes back in, and then leaves in an Uber. So that's why they weren't charged with human trafficking at the time. But the problem is, he loses his Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, his YouTube account within minutes of each other.
Account.
Meaning the executive.
Processing account.
We haven't got to that yet. His point of sales. All of them go away at the same time. He can't even get on Uber.
Okay.
At this point, it is quite obviously a coordinated effort from a bunch of different platforms.
Silicon Valley Mafia
to take away his accounts all at the same time, and he never violated terms of service on Instagram, but Instagram got rid of his account. My question is, does that not seem a little bit, I don't know, like collusion,
criminal organization?
I mean, I do think that platforms should enforce only their own terms of service.
Thank you.
And that they should pay attention to things in the world. My understanding of the Twitter situation though was that I think he'd lost an account well before.
Well, I wouldn't
had it restored.
I wouldn't even talk about the Twitter situation.
Yeah.
He did nothing. In fact, he doesn't even have a TikTok. And he was banned on TikTok. He didn't even have a TikTok, and he was banned on TikTok. That's the point I'm trying to make. Right. On platforms where he did not violate terms of service, he was terminated from those platforms. At the same time, his point of sales for all of his different organizations were taken away.
That's the shit that's scary.
At the same, seriously, I was talking to Andrew when it was happening. He's like, I woke up this morning and all of my apps, none of them work on my phone, on my personal phone. This is, to me, that seemed a little bit above and beyond. Regardless, even if he was guilty, for them to a coordinated effort for him to lose all of these accounts at the same time.
So I don't know anything about the situation,
sure.
or whether that could have been a cell phone level blocking or an internet level blocking in Romania. That could have been a whole bunch of different things that go into this.
We saw his YouTube gone, his Instagram gone, his Facebook gone, and we from the outside looking in, we saw it all disappear
within minutes.
Within minutes of each other, they all went away. Meaning there's phone conversations between executives at these different companies for a broad span, and then a press release was released to the New York Times in order letting them know that all of these platforms were going to suspend him, and in addition lost his bank accounts, and in addition lost his point of sales processing for not being even accused of a crime.
Now, by the way, here's the real question, Chris. Are you a top G?
I just try to keep up.
What color is your Bugatti?
Again, not my thing. I drive a Tesla X, which
I'm getting one.
Which I say publicly, and
beautiful.
It's I've been asked to give commentary on the Elon situation repeatedly on CNBC and on Bloomberg and everything. And I
question:
always say,
would you do a show like this with Elon?
Sure,
all
absolutely.
Right. Twitter Spaces, Elon, you heard it.
Yep. And I said, look, I was a SpaceX investor. I'm out now. Proud of that investment. Helped.
Did Sam Bankman-Fried buy you out of that deal
too?
He
did not. Okay. Yeah, he did not. I drive a Tesla. I'm happy with it. I think it's a great. I think it's a great car. But this Twitter situation, I mean, it was obvious that he got in over his head. He got his ego super involved in it. He got played pretty hard by the very good M&A lawyers at Twitter and by the the board insisting that the deal go down the way that it did. tried to renegotiate when in a situation where he hadn't negotiated well, and was getting called on it. When then the Delaware court was going to force him to specific performance, which Twitter negotiated for in this case, at a price that's probably now it's hard to tell whether at the time was probably at least 2 or 3x what.
What do you think about his plans to turn Twitter into a payment platform? I actually think that's the one thing that is pure genius, and they should have done it a long time ago.
It could solve it, but you can't absolutely destroy your advertising base, by making it a brand unsafe platform.
Well, they'll generate more money from the $8 a month than they would ever generate from advertising.
No, I don't think anyone's going to pay it. I mean,
people are paying it like crazy already. 15 million signed up for the $8 a month.
I doubt. I don't believe any statistics that come out of Twitter these days.
Well,
I just don't believe.
We're finding out we couldn't believe what they were saying 6 months ago or 6 years ago.
Yeah. So what do you think about his whole idea of the Twitter files, of him coming out with?
I think he showed that a lot of bias in the way that he's put these things out. He got very controversial journalists to hype them in ways that didn't really fit with the facts. I mean, it turned out to be just a kind of thud of irrelevance for the most part. I mean, I thought that they.
I mean, he's showing real facts. I mean, straight up fraud.
They are real facts. I mean, that
you can read the actual emails, see that they were lying.
I don't know if you can see that they were lying. I think that they were talking about suspending these accounts at the time. That it was publicly noted. It turned out to be not that interesting.
Well, what do you think about the fact that the FBI had 80 agents and paid $3.5 million for Twitter to employ agents on their premises?
I think that's a mischaracterization of the way that the flow of funds worked, and I just don't see that. The FBI has to be involved in any major communications platform that you can see.
They have to be involved.
They have to be involved.
They're involved with Facebook, right?
Yeah, they're involved with Facebook. They're involved with AT&T. They're involved with Verizon. I mean, it's no different from that. And to try to turn this into a scandal, it's just not that interesting. And I think that
it was interesting to me in that, hey, I just bought this whole archive and I just wanted to show it, and that made it interesting to me.
Yeah.
Like the whether or not it actually happened, the thought of transparency,
or whether or not it was actually relevant, or whether or not it was actually that different from other things that you see in way that the government is operating.
But back because I never did get an answer for this. The idea of people being suspended for things that they do off platform. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, I think that every platform has the right to make their own choices.
Sure.
And I think that they should make those choices based on the rules of their platform. So I do think that there are situations like, I mean, obviously the classic example that we had to fight from the beginning on Facebook, and every platform has to fight, is child pornography.
Of course.
Like, it happens all over the place. And
that's
one of the
crazy.
reasons we have anti-money laundering laws. Every new platform is attempted to be exploited by some of the worst humans on the face of the planet. Of course. And so you have to have measures that begin to address that. And you have to be able to identify, certainly the image software is used extensively and can and should be applicable cross-platform in those areas for hashed images and the way that these things are deployed. The difficulty of when it gets extended to more merely controversial content or controversial political opinions, I think that platforms should be very, very careful about looking at what happens on other platforms in those areas. But you also can't stick your head in the sand about what's going on elsewhere. But generally speaking, platforms should enforce their own terms of service,
for sure,
not other people's terms.
That was the issue because what we talked about, Donald Trump kept his Instagram, whereas Andrew Tate lost everything at once, and I thought that was a little bit. Little draconian on that part.
And look, I'm going to have to look more into the situation. Right. Obviously, this just happened.
Well, the other issue is like the Ayatollah of Iran, who murders people for being homosexual, still has a Twitter account, but Andrew Tate is a misogynist. Well, I just had a little bit of a problem with that. Can we shut that door?
And murders women for fighting for women's rights.
Yeah,
too,
exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Listen, Chris, you've been awesome, man.
Thanks. This has been a great conversation.
You're going to meet us over for dinner
Absolutely.
over a Blue Ribbon?
Exactly. Going to come on over for some dinner.
Hey, we got to do some more stuff about the Kings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's get somebody with no legs signed to a 10-day contract, and we'll announce it at the Kings game at the L.A. Lakers on the 18th.
Well, we got some beam talking to do.
Some beam talking.
Yeah, we got all sorts of good beam options, and hopefully we'll keep lighting it.
Listen.
The Kings aside, who do you see coming out of the West? The Kings are in the Western Conference Championship against who? Who else do you like?
Shout out to the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, no, I think it's probably going to be Denver.
Really?
Yeah.
So you think the whole thing with because I'm watching. I have never seen anything like what the way New Orleans is running their offense through Zion. They are literally giving the ball to a 6'6", 280-pound power forward, and he is playing Christian Okoye football, going to the basket every time. What I knew is that he could dunk. What I didn't know is that he could finish anywhere and out around the basket, and if you leave him open, he can hit threes. And I've never seen an offense run like this. He had taken the ball from the basket from 3/4 court all the way up, and nobody's able to stop this guy.
Let's see how he holds up to the end of the season. That's a big man on bad ankles.
I'm just saying,
and bad
it's just interesting.
With an injury history, and so I mean, we'll see how that.
Unless
holds
he's
up.
changed his diet.
But Jokic. So I got to watch Jokic versus Sabonis. Two games back to back last week, and it's just for a basketball fan, it's just heaven.
Yeah,
I mean,
who would you rather have, Jokic or Sabonis?
He'd rather have Sabonis. Don't ask him that. That's a ridiculous thing to ask. Would I rather have my girlfriend or trade my girlfriend for someone else? Bro, do you want to get him to kill? The fuck are you asking him, dude? Would you rather have Sabonis? Sabonis is incredible. What are you talking about?
Okay, wait a second. Who would you rather have?
Right now, I mean, to be honest, I think Sabonis is a better athlete, but I think he is. I think he's a better athlete, but I think
they both can slip a nickel under their dunks.
Jokic is probably the most skilled,
better player.
Time out. Jokic is probably the most skilled 7'1" human I've ever seen in my life. Total skill. And now I would have said that about Dirk before, but I think Jokic, from a total skill set, Dirk is obviously a fantastic rebounder and probably the best shooter over 7 feet of any human who's ever played basketball. But with the thing with Jokic, I think with the ball handling, that part is that makes him unique and makes him very different.
His hands are soft as marshmallows.
Yeah, for sure. That's interesting. I think. This is me talking my book. I think if
Team Jokic or Team
I think
Sabonis?
hold on. I think if somehow if Maxi Kleber comes back for the Mavericks, I think the Mavericks can make a run and start doing some stuff because they have a nuclear weapon. This is my opinion. I think Dallas.
Luka.
I think Luka is the best player in the world right now. I don't think there's much argument anymore. I know people want to say these things about other players. Luka, but before you guys start talking about him playing defense, you might want to check who's 5th in the league in steals. Luka Doncic is an incredible. I've never seen anything like this.
Are you flexing right now?
Huh? No. This is what I look like. This is what I look like. Shout out to let's go Mavericks.
Team Jokic or Team Sabonis?
I'm sorry, Chris. I got to go Jokic. Just because back-to-back MVPs, he might win a third this year.
What do you know about basketball?
I just think he's better.
Yeah, Jokic. I think Jokic is a more skilled player. I think Sabonis. I think if this was 1994, Sabonis would be a max player, and he'd be one of the first team All NBA.
Jokic, if you're watching this, don't go on any of their shows. Just you and me, buddy.
It's a different time, man. You can't hand check guys. You shoot more threes. It's just very different. Like there are no Dennis Rodmans in the league anymore. There are no Charles Barkleys in the league. There's no guys who shoot 25% from the 3-point line, back people down all the time, and then can't guard on the 3. Those players don't exist anymore. Like you have players like PJ Tucker. PJ Tucker would have not existed in the league in 1994. There's no position for him to play. Now PJ Tucker is an integral part of a winning team.
Literally never retires.
Yeah, for sure, because guys like that who can switch out on the perimeter and shoot corner threes, that is what the league is right now.
That corner 3 is deadly.
For sure. So that's the difference about what's going on right now.
Hey, speaking of shooting corner 3s, Chris.
This was so great.
See you soon.
Yep,
of course, man.
Again?
Chris, please, next time you come to Vegas, man, I'd love to get 2 hours with you. We'll talk about all this
Let's make this
stuff.
happen.
We're going to do this again?
For sure.
Yeah.
Right. By the way, fuck the 2 hours. Just go out to dinner with him and his 20 entourage.
I'm going to get you in trouble, bro. You're going to need some privacy for sure. You're going to need to call. You're going to need to be my lawyer if you do that shit.
Nice.
Hey, where are you going? Stan?
Yeah, Stan. We got to interview you.
We got Big Blue coming.
Go.
All right,
go, Sean.
Hey, if you see a guy named Mo Hurst, defensive tackle for the Niners out in the hallway,
great.
Do me a big favor. Just push him out of the way. Just if you can get by him without carrying the ball, I'll give you $100.
That's all good. It's all
right,
good.
brother.
All right.
I'll
Thanks
see
so
you
much.
soon.
Okay.
Blue Ribbon.
See you guys over.
All right, brother.
Blue
Good luck,
Ribbon.
man. Good luck with the Kings.
All right. Good seeing you.
Thanks.
Hey, we got something to talk about. I got something cool you'll love.
Awesome.
All right. Where's my guy Mo Hurst? Is he out there?
Mo Hurst?
Yeah.
We have Mo and Dr. Alexander.
All right, well, tell Mo if he can't stop Chris Kelly in the hallway, he doesn't even has a chance of coming in here. Dude, you crushed that. Like, seriously, you crushed that.
There is no one.
He told me at Dan's event. He crushed it.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm a huge NBA fan.
Yeah, you weren't kidding.
Okay, don't think that's not Mo Hurst. No. Oh, I was going to say, that's just some random black guy you guys pulled in off the street. Where's Mo Hurst?
Exactly what we did. Exactly what we did.
What's up, Lale?
How you doing, young man?
Good, man.
All good.
Let's get Mo in here, and then you and Josh will be next.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Very good.
You want to do next?
I'll think of that.
Huh? Where's Mo? Is he here? No? Yes? Maybe? All right, Josh, let's get in there. Let's talk AI. John, we're going to have to ask you to give up your seat.
No, you want me to get up?
Oh, yeah, I'll go.
You want to stay
sure?
or go?
No, it's fine. I got to go to the bathroom at some point.
Oh, you got to go bathroom?
Yeah.
Sean, take that seat. And then Lael, Josh. By the way, you are fucking crushing it, man. Every time he goes out to dinner. How the fuck do you get 26 people on a reservation anyhow? All right, I'll be honest, that's not Mo Hurst either.
Gentlemen, align your belly buttons to the blue piece of tape. Pull the microphone in close. We are back.
Is that God talking?
Silo Cloud.
Yeah.
Silo Cloud.
What?
Silo Cloud.
Who's Silo Cloud?
Us.
Who?
Silo Cloud is us.
Who's Silo Cloud?
That's like.
Tell the microphone. Don't tell me.
I'm
I'm like, what? I thought it was a secret. I'm like, no, let's tell the world. All right, so I'm hanging out with Baron Davis one day in L.A., and the smartest guy in the room isn't me. Shocking, huh?
I don't know.
It's this kid. He's just banging away on his keyboard, and I just had to say hi to him. So the other day, he sends me out a Happy New Year's text.
Mm-hmm.
We start talking. He's working on AI projects. He's Joshua. He's Lael. Lael, right?
Yes.
I'm not butchering it.
Thank God you're not. Thank God you're not.
I worked on it.
It's Hebrew, man.
It's Hebrew?
Yeah.
Oh, shalom, my brother.
Lael.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lael. Okay. Josh, talk about it. What were you just telling me?
Oh, no, I was just saying that, Silo Cloud is what we're currently working on right now, and we're working on an ecosystem of, technology for...
So silo, like a wheat silo or corn silo.
In a way that you could think of that. But silo, like you're in a silo sometimes when you work on something. I could be in a silo. People go into silos to get work done, right? Like deep work, so like that kind of silo. But in the sense of this technology platform is something we're building and creating, and we're excited to share it today.
Awesome. So talk about it. Sure.
Yeah. So I mean, really, like one thing I'm really focused on.
Let's be honest. The hat is fucking killing it right now.
No doubt, man.
I know there's at least fucking 500 people
Checks
right
over
now going,
stripes.
how the
That's what I like.
how the fuck do I get that hat?
That's some Drake stuff. I mean, I don't know. You could, cop another one, or I could send one in the mail.
Yeah.
But yeah, just quick, fast, quick rundown on what I'm doing. I'm really just focused on bringing the world's best, diverse creators on the technology side, from scientists and engineers and inventors and innovators together to build a ecosystem that is for everyone. And we're doing like more of a community-based approach outside of Silo Cloud. This is like a network of, African American, Latino, and just people of color coming together to build a huge movement. And we see that it's time to start showing people who's actually inventing this stuff, because people don't really know what they don't really know. So a lot of times you just see a brand, but you don't know who's really behind it. You see the CEO, but you don't know who his team is. So I think it's been a great time to expose and share not just the honest truth about some of the technology, but also how we're building on top of
the grinders, the people that are
platform.
doing all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, and then how we getting stuff done, to make an impact.
So talk a little bit about what it is. Talk about a little bit about AI, photography, images, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, well, I could talk about media. Media in a whole is a data point in life. And if you think about your image, in your image, you have maybe 20 data points. First is your identity. Then it could be your clothes, your hairstyle, your facial hair, your eye color. So when people think about surveillance, a lot of our images are used in surveillance, to monitor and make sure places are safe. But in this scenario, media is driving social networks, right? People are posting images and video all the time, but they're giving away their data and they're not necessarily monetizing it. Like right now, as an example, a bunch of TikTok creators are putting out their data and creating content, but they're not getting real money for their content. So what we're doing collectively is we're creating solutions for creators that are building and scaling their content library. And content libraries, I'm sure you have a bunch of content in your vault. everybody does, right? If you're creating content today, you definitely want to have a content vault, right? So content libraries is the biggest opportunity. Now, Silo Cloud specifically is...
So wait a second. So you could basically create a silo cloud and literally house and store all your data, all your content, your media, and literally have it securely stored in one location, which I got shit all over the place. I got Google, I got stuff stored like literally all over the place. Not even to mention the shit that I've got stored on Instagram and YouTube.
A lot more than that.
Huh?
A lot more than that.
Talk about it.
I mean, well, Silo is storage is one part of it, right? The other part is social commerce. What are you going to do with that data point, right? So all of the things that you have on those 32 different platforms, now all housed in one, now gives you the ability to go ahead and monetize everything out of there. So Silo runs on its own blockchain. No longer do you have to depend on the blockchains that's coming.
You guys have built your own blockchain for this?
You're looking at the inventor of it all.
Yeah, he's the inventor of Silo Cloud.
Oh,
and
you're Silo Cloud.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's Silo Cloud, and he's built Silo Cloud as a platform for creators and
What the fuck am I talking to you for? No, just kidding.
Yeah, no, I'm the black guy that you dragged out the street. You remember?
No, I keep looking for Mo Hurst. He's a defensive tackle.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm like, there's got to be a large man coming in. I'm like, wow, did Mo lose like 180 pounds?
There's 278 more Hurst. There's one Leo Alexander.
Ooh, got him. Where's the 278?
Football players.
Oh, football. 200. There's more than that, I think.
Oh, well, probably,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
probably. The thing is, no, and that's not a knock. That's not a knock. The thing is, this is what Josh was talking about. You know, I'm. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Leo Andrew Alexander, Dr. Leo Alexander. I'm a scientist. I'm 14-year vet in consumer electronics industry. If you ever shared
You
this,
won an award, right? CES.
many of them.
Yeah.
Many of them.
Like in CES, like
Yeah,
15, right?
Innovation Award.
That's impressive.
Yeah. I think I was the first black to ever win an award at CES.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, probably.
That's impressive.
Look, I've been exhibiting at CES for the past 12 years. There's no other African American company at scale that exhibits at CES.
What's the company again?
Nardavani.
Oh, not Porsche.
Yeah, I just drive that.
Did you drive? You guys drove down together, right, or not?
No. That's a whole different person, though.
Oh, the other guy.
Yeah.
Okay, the stockbroker guy.
Yeah, my other friend. Yeah.
No worries.
Man.
I'm just trying to sort out.
No,
all
no,
the
no,
silos.
no. Let me help you. Let me help you. So,
Were you here earlier today?
No, I was
he
supposed
just-
to be. I was supposed to be, but I was establishing the booth, man. We just built a 2,500 square foot booth at CES.
Where you at? Which building?
I'm at North Hall.
North Hall?
Yes.
We're gonna come say hi.
You got to, bro.
You want
got
to come Saturday? We're doing another show on
I
Saturday.
would love that. I love that. In fact,
because we're running against the clock right now.
yeah, no problem.
All right, so you're the one that did Silo Cloud.
Yes.
So the interesting thing is you're basically putting all and organizing everything in one location, but how do the social networks access that data then?
And that's the thing. We gave you your own virtual network so that you protect everything, but you can actually push to all of those other social networks. You see, right now, everyone that's using
So let's say I upload this video, I can push it to YouTube, Instagram, so on and so forth
Everything.
from the Silo Cloud.
Yes.
Interesting. And you've got those bridges built, or
all those bridges are built.
Now that's impressive. How'd you do that with APIs?
Oh man, no. We built everything. The code structure. I was one of the first 12 developers of Android when it first started. Right. Silo
So
Cloud.
you were the guy.
Yeah. Silo Cloud was literally a recreation of what we were doing for the Android experience before Google bought it. Now Silo is now going to the market as a new cloud-based operating system. Now that competes against Windows, Apple, and Android.
Could Silo Cloud become its own app store one day?
It is its own app store.
Thank you.
Silo Cloud is already.
Huh?
It's already its own app store.
What? You want me to talk into the mic? Oh, I'm basically giving this thing a head. Huh? It's so
Yeah.
close to
No. So Silo is already an operating system. It's already on the same level as a Google Android, an iOS, or
Is
in
it its
Windows.
own?
Yes.
I'll be honest with you. I think a third app store is mission critical, and I'll tell you why.
Go ahead.
I think the two app stores that operate right now, which is Google and Apple,
Yeah.
have an unfair dual
It's a duality.
Monopoly.
It's
duopoly.
a duopoly. It's a duopoly.
And that 30% they charge, if a third operating system came along, by the way, you know who would back the fuck out of that? A guy named Elon Musk.
You know what?
I'm pretty sure he's the guy that would say, listen, let's make this shit happen. And on top of it, he's going to come out with a new phone. Because I'm telling you, the phones that they have out in the marketplace right now, they ain't bad, but they're definitely not secure.
You know,
You've got everybody listening.
Here's the thing, and here's the call out. Elon Musk, he's also on my hit list.
Hit list?
Yeah, because, you know, Apple.
Did he tweet something?
Apple, Android, and Elon Musk, they all have their own monopolies, right? And here's the thing.
Wait, whoa. What does Elon have to do with those two?
Well, you got to put all the pieces together. Elon right now has his own satellite infrastructure. He has his own energy infrastructure. He has.
Wait a second, energy. What are you talking about? The batteries?
Well, he has solar panels. You know, solar cities. All of these things connect, and you know, if you give me a chance to actually connect the dots for you, you'll see how he is probably going to be one day probably that company that you don't want to succeed. Let me explain.
All right, I got to tell you, I'm a huge fan of what he's doing.
Yeah, no, you got to be because he's the blind horse. He's the dark horse right now.
He's pushing the envelope.
He has to.
Yeah, and actually, everything that everyone's bet against him on, he's crushed.
You know, and I think Elon and I, we have a lot of likeness in.
You want to do a talk with him? And you think we should get him in here?
You probably should.
Yeah,
it'll be a great debate.
Do like a Twitter Spaces with him.
Twitter versus Silo. That's probably what it's going to end up being.
What, Twitter versus Silo?
Yeah, it's probably going to end up being that.
Well, I don't think he wants Twitter to be the end all. He's working on something called X. Have you read about his X project?
I don't have time to read about Elon's projects. I was as big.
So he wants X to be the social network, the singularity of social networks with a payment platform.
That's why I got to get there first. So listen, Silo has its own merchant bank. We're the first Silo bank.
Where?
In America.
Really?
Is the first blockchain in America. I'm trying to educate you about some things, man.
Well, I think Satoshi might say he was the first.
No. Satoshi, that's blockchain, but that's not an integrated blockchain that encompasses the things that actually make a normal user adapt and be able to socialize and earn commerce off of their own profiles. Picture, let's say you're a medical patient, right?
Well, yes, you have features like Ethereum is different from
it's a different
blockchain.
Yeah,
there's two separate blockchains.
Yeah,
but
one is a utility.
Let's give the little guy his credit. Satoshi was the first blockchain.
Satoshi was the first well-known established blockchain for sure.
All right, shout out to the man we don't know.
Got to do that. Some of us know him.
I'll be honest with you. I think I know him, and I think he's going to rest in peace.
Yeah, for sure. You know, but no, beyond.
Shout out to Hal Finney.
Yeah, for sure. Beyond semantics, though, the things that we're doing right now is really serious. You know, you started
it's
it
very
off.
serious.
You started it off very well when you understood.
You in the hallway, I was like, "Where's Mo Hurst?" I'm like, I don't know. I thought you were bringing the other guy in. I'm like, all right, that's not him.
No.
Look, you're just like,
no, data security is quite important. You know,
very like this thing is not secure.
No.
And by the way, right down to the hardware, your shit's being listened to, looked at, and tracked.
I was what? Did he tell you that I was one of the large? I mean,
okay, just for the record, he told me nothing about you. I stole your picture off the internet just to make your social card.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
I mean, all I heard was, "Here's how you spell his name, and don't fuck it up."
Hey, bro, by 2014, there was more phones circling the globe that I had personally designed than iPhones were made.
Now you tell me this?
Yeah, I'm the biggest consumer electronics designer on the planet.
Are you coming to dinner? Is he coming to dinner tonight, or is it the other guy?
He's welcome to come to the dinner, obviously.
Well, did you get him a ticket, or what? Who's getting the extra ticket? Your guy that's out in the
Yeah,
garage?
we'll talk about that in a second.
That kid's like doing trades. He's like, listen, my lawyer. I heard him over the phone. Like, my lawyer's gonna paragraph 3.A. We're gonna get that out of the agreement. Just sign it.
No, I mean, like, really, what we're building is just like everyone has their own deep, real life experience. Like, he was a former military veteran turned technology entrepreneur and has invented a bunch of stuff. I'm a computer scientist working on AI.
Genius scientist.
Colleagues of mine are working in the Wall Street sector. So we're just creating a complete umbrella for being able to connect with each other. If you think about how minority communities are fragmented across America.
All right, so here's a question. Is it live?
Yes, SiloCloud is live. Look, it's been right now.
SiloCloud.com.
SiloCloud.com.
Can we put it up here?
Yeah, man, pull it up. It's crazy.
All right, give him a second. He's right now on his Silo laptop.
Yeah.
All right,
Nah,
so
Silo,
this is live. How long?
and
has
that's
it been
what's
live?
happening at CES right now. We're debuting everything. It's been beta for 5 years.
Oh, so it's going live right now.
Right now, this year, in this show, right now. That's why I'm here.
So you're just this. The people that are watching
Right.
this live stream are hearing about this for
the first time. You're the
Damn.
You're the debut guy.
I thought we were just going to talk about Black Santa.
Well, I think that like there's like
Shout out to Baron Davis.
There's definitely some deep connection points between all of it, but it's not all connected yet. You understand? So everyone's been
Well, it's all
working.
connected to you.
Yes, but people are working in their own silos in terms of like their ecosystem. Like Baron's building an ecosystem. I've built my own ecosystem. He's building an ecosystem.
Slick is part of Silo, right?
Slick is its own ecosystem.
But
and-
is it? But it's
no. It's connected.
connected.
But I'm trying to help you understand the context, right? He's his own ecosystem in another way. And
I built the infrastructure that people ride on.
But is Slick in the infrastructure?
Slick is using its own ecosystem.
Talk a little bit about Slick so people know what I'm talking
Yeah, so Slick is
SLIC.
So Sports, Lifestyle, and Culture is a company that my partner created a while ago to help creators in different.
You're talking about your
communities.
partner,
Baron Davis. Yeah. He helped to create
former baller, current entrepreneur.
So he helped create a lot of opportunities for all type of creators, and right now it's a platform that's coming out to help publish content. So if you think about like
Netflix,
exactly, but just
from what I saw, the UI looks gorgeous.
Right. But I'm just saying, in terms of the blender of different projects, it's like all separate, right? So this is all not connected, but these are all ecosystems we're all bringing
But
together.
infrastructurally wise, they're all on the same electric power grid.
People wise, we're all in the same network.
I would
and
say
we're all working on different stuff.
Let me help describe it. So, Baron has a planet. A number of people have planets, and let's call those planets their ideas. And Silo would be the space around and in between those planets.
Okay.
Because it could literally right now you have an operating system. Let's say you're a Windows or iOS user.
Me?
Yeah.
Mac.
Mac, right? So you're an iOS user. That whole ecosystem, every application that you use is a iOS, right? Silo connects all the iOS users to all the Windows users to all Android users because it's a cloud-based operating system. So you don't need any other
I gotta
apps.
tell you, this shit is mind blowing. Like we need at least 6.5 hours.
Seriously.
And by the way,
and you gotta let
how
me
the fuck
demo
are
it.
you not in here. This is like
You gotta
perfect.
let me
This is
demo
like-
it with you.
This is like where is it?
Oh man,
Is it at
you
the
got
show?
a laptop? Look,
You got a laptop?
here's the craziness.
Now I need my laptop.
Here's
It's at
the
home.
craziness. Here's the craziness. I can be in London on your laptop, log into my Silo cloud. All of my things from anywhere on the planet is right in front of me.
Wow. Well, how's that?
Every
different
application.
from Google Drive.
It's an application. Google Drive is just a file. Understand?
Well, it's an application that pulls files.
It's just pulling a file.
Yeah.
I'm saying everything that's on my computer or my China computer or my anywhere, my video calls, my conferencing, my streaming, my everything.
Wait a second. Video calls? Like you can do video calls?
You can do this whole podcast on
The
Solid
int-
Cloud right now.
yeah,
to speak. That's
all
it's
of
a
this
whole
equipment
platform.
that you have right here.
Why didn't you tell me all this?
Because we just have been having these, rapid fire conversations. So it's like to create space.
Are you coming to Vegas? Yes, I'm driving. Okay, see you there. Here I thought we were talking about Black Santa today. Like, oh,
No. We should definitely talk about Black
Mind
Santa.
blown.
We definitely should create space to talk about that stuff as well. I'm just saying that they're all different connected tissues.
All right, so what are you doing
between me.
Saturday?
Right now, Saturday, I'm planning to be here still. So I'm hoping to take advantage of the weekend and enjoy myself.
Hey man, let me give you a quick spin on Silo on Saturday. That's fine.
Are you here Saturday?
Yeah. I'm at the show.
Are you gonna be here? Like here?
I'll be here. I'll be here.
All right. Are you gonna bring your laptop?
Yeah,
Did you
absolutely.
bring your laptop now?
No, I didn't. He told me to come without it.
We need more time.
We absolutely do.
He pulled up the demo though. It's right there on the live.
By the way,
stage right
Elon, if you're listening,
I'm after
and
you.
we can get you in via Zoom.
If you're listening, I'm calling you out.
We don't need you. We don't need you physically here, but if we can Zoom you in, we might want to talk about this whole, adding a little wrinkle to the app stores, putting a third horse in the race.
Well, listen, bring him in. Bring him in.
I
think
he's
I believe-
open-minded.
I believe the minute you see Silo, the minute you open it up, and big guy, log into it. Get an account. It won't cost you anything. Just log into it.
That.
Yeah. Actually, can I sign in on your computer? I'll just jump over there.
All right, we're losing him. He's going.
here.
He's going to a laptop.
Let's go. Let's go.
So what I was saying is that basically what I'm really focused on doing, and unfortunately, even though BD couldn't be here,
BD. Oh, Baron did.
Yeah. So collectively, what we're doing right now is we're connecting people.
Hey, Baron, let's see if we can get him here.
No. It's okay. Let's. I just talked to him. He's definitely like in the middle of something right now. But let's like really look at CES. Right. CES is a congregation of people coming together, and they're connecting the dots as we speak. And I think that the information I'm presenting with you is new for him, is new for me, and
it's fucking new for me.
I know, but I'm saying
I'm sitting there mind blown. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but I'm just saying in terms of like getting everything in a room. This is like one of the opportunities that I think is really powerful, is being able to have a lot of information available to the people while they're physically here. And this is like one of the reasons why I love CES, because it allows people to connect for the first time. So this is where like, for the first time, some people are meeting Lyle. Some people are meeting me. Some people are meeting
Wait, this
you.
is the first time you met Lyle?
No, this is not the first time I met him. I'm saying that I wanted to connect him and BD as an example. And I'm saying that this is where we're all
Buddy,
able
I'll
to
be
connect
honest with
dots.
you. This is mind blowing. Like, this is so much bigger.
Hey guys, let me.
Where's he
I
at?
got the screen now, so check it out.
Oh, you stole somebody's computer?
I'm just logging. I just logged into my Silo account on your engineer's computer, and
you broke it already?
No, I'm here. So look, this is the app stores. So this is every app that we created over the past 5 years. All right, I'm already here. I can make a video call right here already.
No way.
Yeah, right. He doesn't have a camera connected to this, right? I can.
He only connects
I can
a
check all
camera.
my chats right here, all my emails right here. I don't have to go outside of this. I have a computer. It's a virtual computer right now.
Wait, that connects
I can
with
go to my
iMessage?
dashboard, my everything, right? So let me go into my dashboard real quick.
Hey, are you guys getting this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So all the people that's connected to me, go to my file manager.
Are those cryptocurrencies at the top?
Yeah, that was crypto. Your crypto, your wallet, your bank, everything's connected into this.
Where's
one
the wallet?
deal.
Oh, Silo NFT. Where's your wallet? Where's your wallet?
You can make. I'll show you the wallet. Let me just drive you through. So these are all my files, right? Look how fast a video plays in this.
Go to the file that says private keys Bitcoin wallet.
Hey guys, look how fast. Look, I'm jumping around.
Wow, that was quick.
Yeah, there's nothing.
The load speed is sick.
Look, I'm gonna go to the front of this video. Now the back of this video.
That shit's insane.
All right.
Is that video formatted in some different operating system?
It can be any type of format.
No, I know, but how did you get it to load so quick? That's crazy.
That's our technology.
No, I know, but is it the operating system that makes things
It's
faster?
the cloud-based operating system that makes it faster.
I got to tell you, that's the craziest. Mike, you've seen video before. That's insane fast.
I have seen video before. This is a true statement.
That is true.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. It reminds me of that. Remember Silicon Valley with their whole compression ratio?
Yeah,
their video
exactly,
super
the
fast.
movie.
That's what
it looked like.
A lot of people said that whole story was written after my company.
They probably stole your.
So picture this. Let's say you got a guy in China, right, and you want to communicate. So we're going to go to Chinese. and
Shout
now-
out to China, locking down the whole country.
And now I'm just going to go ahead and talk because I don't have to worry about translation or anything.
The fuck?
No way.
Yeah.
Wait a second. What?
Yeah.
Where's the English?
It just translated it for him.
Where? Where's the English?
Watch this.
Oh.
This is crazy.
So it's like a bilingual platform. So
Wait
it
a
has-
second. How'd you do that? Where are you going?
I'm going to go to some other things because you don't have a whole lot of time, so I'm going to show you everything.
We'll make some time.
so watch. Ever wanted to quickly
By the way,
build
will
your
somebody tell Mo Hurst we're going to have to reschedule? No, just kidding. We'll get you in here, Mo. Hey, by the way, get Mo in here. Let Mo slide in here.
Let's say you wanted to quickly build a website or launch a QR code or launch your own streaming channel.
Why do I want to launch a QR code? To get paid?
Well,
Yeah, of course, man. I wish I had a QR code right now so people could join all my stuff. QR code for MOAmentoring.com.
Like right now, it's done.
Guys, listen, let the guy through. He's not a running back. He's a defensive tackle.
Like QR.
Mo, you want to hear some cool shit? Yeah, get over here. This is like, you got to stand a little bit. Hey, can we get him a box to sit on or something?
Yeah.
You want me to get you swap out with me?
We'll just slide your chair, and then we'll get a chair over here.
Okay.
Hey, what was that? What was that? That website that you had, big guy?
What website?
The website that he wanted a QR code for.
Oh, here, Michael.
Mike, what was that QR code?
MOAmentoring.com.
Here, take the chair. He's going to get another one.
Mentoring.
Meaning men of action.
.com.
Mentoring.com.
Hey, check it out. Scan that one. It's done.
Hey, what's up? Hey, Michael.
Yeah.
Michael.
Hey, and then I can
just take the fan off. Take the chair.
Oh yeah, it's gonna go right to it.
We don't need the fan.
Oh, well, you should pull up that website. See if you can.
Yeah.
We might break terms of service if you pull it up there.
Take the fan off. We don't need it.
No, I can't. It's too high.
Hey, so so picture if let's say a lot of people.
No, Mike, take my seat. Here, Michael.
So a lot of people are now paying people to build their websites and things of that nature.
Okay, listen. Let me tell you something. This shit was mind-blowing already, and this is we need more time.
I know.
I mean, you're doing show and tell. You just created a QR code so he can make even more money.
Watch how fast we do this website,
buddy. The speed is insane. The speed is crazy.
Like you can create a website right now in real time. So it aggregates all your favorite apps to one platform so you never have to leave. And one of the value propositions of Silo Cloud is that it protects all your data at the edge.
I can't talk to you anymore. You didn't tell me any of this shit.
I was trying to surprise you.
I'll be honest with you. I'm totally surprised. Who the fuck doesn't text me? Oh, by the way, I'm going to blow your fucking mind today.
This is crazy.
I was just chilling. But, being as though, like I said, we're trying to connect all these top inventors, creators. We need a way to do that. So Silo Cloud creates an ecosystem of ecosystems.
So I'm just gonna put this.
Mother of God, what the fuck are you doing?
Let's put 5 members of your team here.
They got ClickFunnels too.
Hey, Elon, I know you don't follow me on Twitter, but you own Twitter. Just join us on a Twitter space on Saturday. Let's talk about this. It's time we threw a wrinkle into the whole Apple Google domination.
What's funnier, you asked him, but he actually showed up.
Now you got the code.
And then you also got the source code to the same site you just seen.
The fuck?
Yo.
So basically, you could take any idea right now.
Is your mind blown on this shit?
Instantly print out
Came in
ideas.
late.
Hey guys.
Are you getting this?
So your SEO,
You seeing this shit?
Oh, your SEO.
Mo, this shit's fucking amazing.
And now we're
Listen,
gonna
I know
launch your
tech.
website.
This shit's fucking amazing. This is crazy good. And you're now just out. You literally are launching this right here on the show.
Yeah, we're launching a website right now as we
No,
speak.
but you're launching all this shit on the show right now. Like nobody's ever seen this shit.
No.
What the fuck? You know nobody watches my shit, right? This is like screaming in a beer can.
Look, that site is done. I just built a whole website in front of you in 30 seconds.
All right. By the way, the 3 people that are watching this shit is fucking amazing.
There's 114 people watching.
114? Fuck yeah. Mo, I'm telling you, this shit's a game changer.
Hey, look.
Here, by the way, the one thing I can tell you, your speed is sick. This is all cloud-based right now.
Yeah, all cloud-based.
It's almost like you're changing files and pages on a desktop.
That's exactly what it is. It's desktop in the cloud.
The speed is
That's
insane.
what I'm telling you. It's ridiculous.
Listen, Elon, before you buy anything else or make any more babies, you got to fucking talk to this guy.
So you could do like a whole live streaming.
So watch I'm about to build your channel right now. So picture this.
Wait a second. Is this like a YouTube competitor?
No, hey, there's nothing like this on the internet.
It's a YouTube
yet.
killer, right?
Yeah, there's nothing like this on the internet.
Rest in peace, YouTube. You were fun while you lasted.
So picture, this is all the videos that all my teams all around the world puts up. So I'm just gonna go ahead and click.
Wait a second. Click on the video that says Lana does that. Oh wait, I'm just kidding.
Look,
shout out to Lana.
Look how fast it. Look, watch this. Watch this.
What the
Elon
fuck?
Musk was just interviewed by the Wall Street Journal,
So
where he was asked a variety of questions on taxes, infrastructure.
Man, I'm going to
testing.
tag the fuck out of Elon. Like, seriously, if they suspend accounts for tagging, I'm going to get that done.
You got to understand, it does all the transcoding and everything for you, so it's ready for the network.
Did you just drop a word like transcoding? Who's that? Like,
Yeah, because it's a whole
how
stream.
smart are the people in this room right now? I'm telling you. Like, we're just oozing intelligence out of this thing. Buddy, I got to tell you, Lael, I'm telling you, this is 5 years of quality work.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, no, seriously, I've seen development before. This shit is fucking liquid fast. Unless there's something crazy weird here, This is the fastest thing I've ever seen on an operating system.
Yes, sir.
And you're going from video files to building websites to checking messages to translating.
So picture this, guys. Look, watch.
By the way,
I just,
only
I just put Scuddy messages in here.
The world have probably never heard of.
The fuck?
Yet are
I just put Scuddy messages in here because this is a commercial and it's gonna
human population
give you an SMS.
Shut this shit off. I can't even hear you. Yeah. What
So
the fuck
this is a Scuddy message right here. So
What is it?
I can turn this into a
What is
commercial. SCTE. SCTE. So I can set
Wait,
this
you're talking
video
aliens
file.
now?
Yeah.
SETI?
Yeah. So
What the fuck?
I can make this a commercial.
SETI. Oh, Scuddy. I thought you said SETI. Like
so picture.
search for extraterrestrial.
No. So look.
Am I the only one that knows what SETI is?
Yeah, we know.
Oh, okay.
We know. So look, when you make this a commercial, you save it, and now if that person paid you for commercial time, at the time that the commercial played, it'll batch an SMS to his phone to let him know how many viewers saw his commercial.
What?
Yes.
Holy.
So then I can drag and drop that commercial in the placement of my SKU, and it's building your EPG guide right here, all at one time.
Holy.
Okay, tell me how extraterrestrials play into this. Do you actually have aliens working for your dev team?
They tell me that I'm one.
I mean, let's be honest. Are you? Has anyone asked?
No one's asked.
Well, it's the question.
Hey,
Are you an
I'm
alien?
I'm going to go to YouTube real quick. Let me show you something.
Is that your form of avoiding the question?
Yes.
That's odd.
What are you going to do on YouTube?
Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna literally.
Mo, you've seen running backs that are fast before. Have you ever seen somebody move this fast before?
Hey, this is somebody's video. I'm gonna
Somebody. Come on, give him some credit. Give him some credit. Shout out to Joe Rogan.
I'm going to copy this, right?
The fuck?
And then now I'm going to bring that video into here.
He just downloaded a whole video.
Watch this.
Did you copy the... Wait, hold on. Did you copy the URL or did you download the video? Did you copy the URL or download the video? Huh?
Watch this. Watch this. Watch.
Wait a second. I need to know. Did you download the video or did you copy the URL?
I'm taking the whole video. Watch. Where's my backspace on this Apple keyboard? I got it. And I'm only going to take 2 minutes of that video.
Wait a second. I'm supposed to believe he coded all this and he doesn't know where the backspace is?
I don't do Apple. I don't do Apple.
Yeah, we don't mess.
Oh, shout out to Tim
So here
Cook.
we go. That's that whole video.
Yeah, but is it a link to the video or is it the actual video
it's the
file?
video,
It's the actual video file?
The Joe Rogan
You
Experience.
scraped the file?
I scraped that entire video.
Buddy, this shit's fucking crazy.
GPT.
He's talking about Chat GPT.
Yeah.
Have you experimented
Hey,
with it?
and now I'm going to go ahead and edit it, and let's label it.
Label it.
J. Rogan.
Am I the only one that's mind blown by this?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
This shit's fucking amazing.
Hey, and now we're going to broadcast this.
Fascinating question.
And it's going to push it to every social media at one time.
Someone, the gentleman who.
And now we're going live. And now it transcoded it for every iOS, Roku, and Android.
Yeah, rest in peace, YouTube. Rest in peace, Instagram.
And that's when it's going to play. Hey,
So
I want to
where's
show you guys some other crazy stuff.
So where's the social media aspect? How can people follow people inside of your operating
Oh,
system?
let me show you real quick. It's right
No,
here.
no, go real slow because I'm running out of storage space for all this information.
So, Silo is like a Facebook.
You couldn't fucking tell me any of this?
It's just like Facebook. I'm going
I'm trying to like slow you down so keep up with me.
The fuck?
I can't midway through. I'm trying to figure this out.
I've had to pee for like 20 minutes and I literally don't want to leave this chair.
That's what's up. So we can upload. We can.
By the way, Leo, while you're doing that, hey guys, say hello to Mo Hurst.
Hey, what's up, Mo?
What's going on, man?
I mean, current NFL player, current entrepreneur, current what? Talk about it.
A little bit of everything.
Well, just talk into that thing.
Man, I mean, just blessed to be here. Really enjoy.
You coming to dinner?
Yeah, I'll be at dinner.
Your mind fucking blown?
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, seriously, this shit's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Sean, is this shit crazy?
It's the craziest thing I've seen.
It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
I've never seen someone scrub a video so fast.
No
on
shit.
YouTube
I had to like literally ask him, are you stealing the URL or did you fucking download and scrape the file?
Yeah.
I asked him 3 times. He said 3 times he scraped the file.
Yeah.
That
so
shit's fucking crazy.
It's wild.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, excited to be here.
What's faster, his operating system or the Cheetah?
His operating system, but
Damn. Rest in peace, Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I mean,
He's still alive.
I think he's still doing pretty good. But
I just played him on Madden. He's incredible. Yeah.
I just played him on Madden. It's not the same guy.
Yeah, but I mean, this is crazy. I mean,
is this crazy
being
shit
an
or what?
athlete, being
How long are you in town for?
I mean, I'm here.
Oh, you're here.
I'm rehabbing here.
Rehabbing? What'd you hurt? Your arm?
I tore my distal bicep. So
which one?
Distal biceps.
How many biceps do you have?
2.
You have more than that, don't you?
Is it? I don't know.
I thought you had like 4 or 5 on one
It
arm.
might be more. Yeah, I don't know. I know you have 4 quadriceps.
That is
muscles,
true.
But other than that,
did you lose weight since I last saw you?
290. So
290?
Yeah.
Is that
Pretty
your
good.
like official weight?
Yeah.
Well, I think you're shrinking a little bit.
Oh man, just
Yeah.
shredding up a little bit,
Shredding up?
healthier eating.
Going for the Michael Sartain pose, get the 6-pack. No, come on. I know you've been sweating it in the fucking sauna lately. You've shed at least 15
great.
pounds.
Do you sauna?
Listen, let me tell you, sauna is the greatest thing in the world. Sauna and steam. In fact, you know what else is good? I just got a cold plunge.
Okay.
That shit's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
By the way, don't stay in it for more than 5 or 6 minutes. That shit's fucking cold.
I'm a 10-minute guy.
You're a 10-minute cold plunge guy?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Been trying in the morning now.
I know, you can't do it at night.
I heard there's a lot of benefits to doing it in the morning. So.
Yeah, you got to do it in the morning. It shocks your system into going, okay, let's hear it. We'll talk more in a second. Leo, blow my mind some more.
Well,
where are you staying, by the way? Are you staying on the strip or what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm at, what is that? The hotel is right next to the convention center.
Okay, which one is that? Luxury?
It's the Renaissance.
Oh, Resort World.
Oh, Resort World?
Red
Oh, is that the one with the tunnel?
Yeah.
Shout out to Elon. He built a tunnel in a year.
Shout out to the Porn Awards.
Actually, I haven't. Isn't that that's coming up, right?
The ABN starts today.
You going?
ABN?
Yeah, I'm doing a podcast.
You got an extra ticket?
You just walk
Listen, let me help you out. When this guy goes in, trust me, the doors just heavenly. You see the doors to the show open up, and then you hear former porn stars singing. Oh!
I don't know what you're talking about. It's so confusing.
What's Web3 ranking?
Banking.
Oh, banking.
They got a bank.
Who's got a bank? Oh yeah, he told me about the bank. Oh, you have your own DNA chain waiting time thing. I love that. You went with DNA chain. That's such a good move.
So at your bank, I mean, everything that you want to do, your
Rest in
trading,
peace,
your
Chase.
wallet, everything that you want to do about your account.
Rest in peace, Wells Fargo, you scumbags.
And unlike these other banks, I mean, you're doing business. These banks are just depositories, right? What if you're selling?
They're
something?
quote unquote depositories. Try and get all your
right?
money out in one day.
Well, this allows you to go ahead and track your products, your sales, your estimates, your invoices, your everything.
Do you have to fill out a form and tell them what you're spending your money on if you're like going to gamble for a big poker game? Oh, you mean you don't have to?
No. This is your account, your funds, your silo.
It's crypto, right?
Yeah. Well, this is straight bank, and then there's this crypto too.
Wait a second. Is this using USD and Swift? Or what is it?
USD.
Is it using Swift or what
it's
is
fiat. It's a fiat.
Is it fiat?
bank.
It's a fiat. Is it a crypto bank also?
Yeah. So this is your silo crypto wallet.
Hey, is Antonio and the guys from
Blockquake
Blockquake in the house still? Go get them.
So this is your crypto wallet right here. So you can balance between your deposits.
Wait a second. You have crypto and fiat all in one?
All in one. It's the only one like that.
Different. Yeah, I was just going to say, that is the only one.
Yeah, so you can bring in.
The fuck did you not tell me all this shit for?
Man,
How the fuck did you not
TMI.
tell me all this shit?
TMI.
Oh, I got this guy Leo I'm bringing with. Okay, sure, but yeah, why not?
This is God tier.
You know.
Hey, Leo.
Yes, sir.
Mad respect, man. I know what you've put into this. This is
Yeah,
very.
man, this is very.
Have you seen this shit? Have you guys seen this shit? No, you should come see this shit too. This is mind blowing. Yeah.
Check it. I'm about to transfer my friend
It's
some
the first.
tokens.
It's the first wallet I've ever seen that incorporates fiat and crypto all in the same profile.
And my NFTs. So these are NFTs. I can
right,
actually see my NFTs,
let's
right?
be honest. Fuck those things.
Wow.
No, but look.
Hey, have you seen this shit?
I
Crypto
go
and
right
fiat
into
all
my
in the same
NFTs.
wallet. Antonio, have you seen this shit? Are you watching
Kelly,
this?
have you seen this shit?
By the way, Leo, when you do come out with an ad program for this project, You should just start off with, have you seen this shit?
That's what's up.
And
I like it.
I'm trademarking that stuff.
Hey, I love it.
Like,
I
I'm
love
telling you, this shit is fucking mind. If you don't get T-shirts that say, have you seen this shit with
We
your
gotta
logo?
do it.
You gotta do that.
So the
All right,
main
that's
thing,
my contribution. I'm done. Let's go. We're good.
This is the blockchain, guys.
this is the last part. The last part is the
By the
actual
way,
blockchain. So
my,
everything right now is running on chain.
If my
as we speak.
attorney is watching this, I'd like to trademark the fuck out of
Yeah,
that.
this is its own blockchain that you can live stream your own content, upload your data.
Wait a
and
second,
it's
what?
Personalized cloud for the user, so that it's edge based and nothing's.
Wait a second,
being-
hold on. What do you use the blockchain for? Not for data.
You do use blockchain for everything.
Yeah,
so-
not for data though. Blockchain is not good for data.
No, but this blockchain is built for data.
Does
Because
it
it's
wait?
your
Does it
silo.
link to the data or does it send the data? It's a big difference.
It links and it sends. It sends incremental batches of the data that explodes on the other side of the user when they call for it. Silo is all about zero
So
distance.
how are you supporting the chain? Because the miners have to be.
Oh,
what
I'm
kind
glad
of,
you brought that up.
Oh no! That's a whole different.
No.
conversation.
Watch.
We're not getting into
Look
hardware.
how easy. Look at.
We're not getting into hardware.
It's not hardware. Watch this.
It's got to be a hardware
Watch this.
conversation.
Look.
Let me see. What the fuck? You broke it again?
No. We're
What is this?
We're about to mine on his computer. Silo's going to tell me if his computer is strong enough to mine.
Oh wow! See whether they have enough.
Wow, you can mine
The
off a
GPU
regular.
mining.
Okay, now here's a real question: can I mine off a Raspberry Pi? And if the answer is yes,
Absolutely.
I got 4,000 of them in a warehouse.
Absolutely.
I'm not using.
Yes. Absolutely.
Fuck me.
Get that going, Chris.
Yeah, I never had a chance of keeping my YouTube channel after today, anyhow.
Hang on. Let me get out of here real quick.
Do you guys understand how big this is? By the way, this is like insane huge.
They came on
This
the
is
tail
crazy
end of it,
huge.
so
Huh?
they came on the tail end of it. But yeah,
Like, I don't think you guys are getting this. This is like.
I saw part of the.
Did you see the speed at which this operating system works at? Did you see that shit?
Yeah, I saw it quickly. They were moving.
Unless I'm being fooled here, this shit is fucking amazing.
Well, I'm using your computer.
That is true. But
so right
okay,
here,
but for the record, I saw David Blaine make a plane disappear once.
there you go.
And let's
So-
be honest, he didn't really make the plane disappear.
Let me.
Shout out to David
I gotta
Blaine.
pay for my mining subscription. I'm gonna do it right here.
Your what?
My mining subscription, because now I'll be able to do this.
Dude, you're the fucking Satoshi of this chain. Why the fuck do you have to pay for anything? Just say, listen, I'm Lael, man. Don't fucking charge me. I built this shit.
All right. And
I like the whole blowing up. Is this,
now
is
it's
this one of
checking
Elon
your rig
Musk's
profile.
satellites that you blew up?
Exactly.
I think so.
Yeah.
Elon, he doesn't hate you.
Space junk.
Oh. Yeah, he's got like 3,800 of those fuckers up there.
Yeah.
We're mining.
God, you know what?
So it's checking your rig profile right now?
My what?
The rig profile. So
What's
his
it looking for?
It's looking to see if the internet speed is good, the GPU processor.
I got to tell you,
good.
the internet speed's shit here.
Yeah, we're gonna find out.
4.3 megabytes per second. Are you fucking kidding me?
What?
The fuck? Look at that shit.
I got a gig up and a gig down in my building.
Oh, another big baller brag. Is it your building or is it your mansion?
Oh, it's good enough to mine. So watch this.
Oh, wait a second.
Watch this.
February 7th, we're having a
It's
party
good enough
there.
to mine. So now we're gonna start mining.
Mining services.
So we're clocking right here, right?
We need to plan
and now we're gonna.
Andrew, this is not about you right now. Let's just focus on Leo.
We're going to use the settings so we can see our mining in progress.
Motherfucking George is
And we
making money
hash it.
already.
Yo.
George, is that your laptop?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. You're making some cheddar. Look at all the blocks, man. Is that blocks? Is that
Yeah,
blocks,
that's
or the wait? No. Is it transactions or blocks?
That's blocks.
That's a block.
Yeah. That's
Per
blocks.
second.
Yeah.
Why don't you batch them every 10 minutes?
We don't have to because Silo has 512 nodes worldwide, all synchronized. It's on an Enumium calendar, right? So that means zero distance between me and Europe.
Can you pay your dinner ticket for tonight's dinner and this shit? Because I want
can
some
pay
of this
everybody's
shit.
dinner ticket. We can do this. Now we're ready.
All right. Well, hey, if we were going to end the show on a high note, this is a good one. Are we talking Saturday?
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Get your
Can't
shit
wait to
together.
see
We're
you
gonna
guys.
go. I'm gonna have a lot more questions.
I got one more thing to do.
What? I gotta pee. What are you doing? Don't stop it.
You know what? Me too. Me too. Oh look, I'm on my Silo and I'm on video, right?
The fuck?
I need somebody's phone number. And
Here,
then we're
I'll give
gonna
you
close
mine.
the show.
I'll give you mine. 702
7-0.
He's calling you right now.
389
Wait up.
389
Wait up.
Hey, somebody go outside and get Isaiah Jackson. 5866.
Hey, touch your keyboard. My hands. Put his phone number in.
I don't know why I didn't set this up earlier.
Hey, Chris, how are you? I'm at no.
Oh, you got
I was going to do it on my YouTube, but we just didn't get it.
Oh yeah.
I know I saw you. I get mine on. I'm like.
Oh, you know what?
I just went down and picked up views.
Hey, Haresh, I'm in the studio. We're live right now. If you go to Twitter, I'll send you the link.
Hey, scan that QR code.
It's at
Anybody
Blue
in the
Ribbon.
room.
Somebody scan a QR code. Hey, Haresh, it's at Blue Ribbon Cosmo. Go to Blue Ribbon Cosmo. We'll be there in 45, okay? You there?
All right.
Uh-oh. My audience might be.
All right, I don't know what the fuck that.
Now, and do allow. Anybody got it?
Huh?
Anybody's on it?
Are you calling me?
Using this app?
And join from web. Launch from web. Launch from web.
What does it do?
Oh, okay, so.
All right.
Okay, now, here we go. I'm on now. Wait, what was it?
Yep, you're on.
Can you put it up again? Slow learner.
Oh, we live. Yo, that's crazy.
Yeah,
That is
you're
wild.
on too. You're on too. Yep.
Yo, that's insane. He's on a computer.
Oh my God.
All right, I'll be honest with you. Did it get hotter in here?
You got me.
Leo.
Let's get busy, bro.
Leo.
What's up?
We're going to dinner.
Absolutely.
Let's rock and roll.
Hey.
Signing off, guys. Love you guys, man. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for telling me.
Yeah, sure, no problem. It's too much going on at once, so you know, I try to keep my mouth shut.
Hey, we still got to talk about your shit, but this shit's fucking insane.
Yeah,
Hey,
you know,
Mo,
doing some AI stuff. and
stay there.
It's a bunch of tech.
Isaiah. Leo, where is it?
Solo Platinum is what it's called?
Silo.
All right, hey, get him sorted out with tickets and stuff. What the fuck is going on with my phone?
That was nuts.
That's crazy. And this fucker doesn't tell me shit. Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about Black Santa.
I think we're doing well.
What is this? Okay, cool.
I definitely want to talk about that stuff.
Are you going to be here Saturday?
My logistics right now. I'm like trying to like block my brain on like what I'm doing, and at the same time I have to code right now. So I'm just like,
What are we doing? Huh? Oh yeah, is that Mo Hurst?
Appreciate it, man. Thank
You
you
look
so
so
much.
svelte. Like, what the?
Let me get right.
I got the black on, man.
Have they not been? What's up, buddy? Are you seeing this shit? Did you see this shit?
Hey guys, we're not done yet. Everybody stick around.
Well, we're almost done. I got to be at the restaurant. Like,
All right, go to the restaurant. I'll meet you there.
All right.
What, tomorrow? 7.
Hey, only because I can't not introduce my friend.
Michael.
Hold on. What? Go to the restaurant. Blue Ribbon. I'll see you guys there. Hey, if they ask your name's Chris Champion, you got a table, blah, blah, blah. All right. We're supposed to be there at 5.
I'll have him take my spot.
Huh? What?
You want me here?
You stay, leave, whatever we want to do. Get the fuck out of Michael's chair, though.
No, it's fine. I don't. That's mean.
Oh, now you're going to sit in Michael's chair?
Have a seat. Come on, man. All right, ready?
Hey, are you going to the restaurant? Blue Ribbon.
Gotta go to the show floor.
Okay, give me your number. Get my number from.
All right.
No. Oh, you got the 702 number. No.
This
I'll
is
give you my
the
real-
messiest YouTube transition I've ever seen in my entire life.
Hey,
I need this guy's number right.
Yeah.
I can get my real number out.
Hey, George. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, got it.
All right, hey.
All right, you want me to do this?
Well, I gotta help you out a little bit. And then
Okay.
I gotta get out of here. So, my friend Isaiah Jackson, thanks for being on time, buddy.
Oh yeah, appreciate it.
What do you like?
Can we shut that door?
Did you get in from Miami last night or just now?
Late last night.
Late last. You couldn't get here on fucking time.
I had some other stuff.
Had stuff to do. Other interviews.
Family stuff, interviews.
Family stuff.
Yeah,
All right.
I got some family out here.
How's Gigi? Oh, is Gigi out here?
No.
No.
Her aunt is.
Oh, she is?
Yeah.
All right. So, Bitcoin Black America literally locked himself in his room, put tape over the windows, came out like, what, a week later, and then said, here, I got a book.
Yep, couple weeks. Yeah.
He is as high of a character OG in the crypto space as I've ever known and met. He is a world-class human being, a below-average shooting guard, That explains why he's in crypto.
I doubt that. Still the best shooter in the world until Steph Curry beats me.
Oh shit.
I'm 1-0, so.
Oh shit. He's Isaiah Jackson. Isaiah meet Michael.
How you doing, man? Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
awesome.
brother.
Mo, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man.
I don't think it's actually Mo Hurst. I remember the Mo Hurst I remember was larger. They shrunk him down. They like said, "You're hurt. Lose a few pounds. We'll bring you back in spring training as a running back." Is that the truth? They're bringing you in as a running back next?
Nah, man.
No?
I don't think so.
D-line, man.
There we go.
Come on, man. You could make it through that hole.
I could.
You're a little petite right now. I've noticed you're a little petite.
I got black on, man. It's
I'm telling
slim
you,
in color.
it must be slimming the fuck out of you.
Yeah.
What are you, 210 now or something? 215?
Yeah, I don't think he's 215. I think you may be a little bit off. You might want to get those glasses checked. Guys, you want to introduce our guest here?
Yeah.
He is a 5th round pick of the Oakland Raiders. He is a 2017 All-American. He's a consensus All-American, and he was All Big Ten in 2017. He currently plays for the San Francisco 49ers. He's a defensive tackle. Are you a nose guard or a 3 technique?
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. Do you ever play end?
A little bit.
A little bit? Oh, awesome. Please welcome Mo Hurst. It's awesome to have you here, man. Really glad to have you, man. So are you visiting CES? Are you promoting anything here at CES?
Right now, I've just been working with Next Play Capital.
Okay.
So they're a fund of funds. And,
Okay.
They work with a lot of athletes, and that's sort of been a big thing for me is just finding, businesses and founders that kind of align with the athlete space and, things that I can provide value for. So, I mean, that's been extremely, extremely nice for me to do, especially while being injured. So right now it's kind of just been that focus and then rehab, obviously. So
listen, ladies, you are in good hands with Michael.
You guys got to stop with this. You're going to get me in trouble. I'm about to go see you guys are all going to meet my girl.
About these two ladies, not
bro. You're gonna.
I say ladies, this head goes to like 13 strippers. Anyways, I'm going to the restaurant because I got to make sure we're there by 5.
Yeah.
When you guys are done here, go over to Cosmo Blue Ribbon. We'll have a bite. We'll sit down and talk till 10 o'clock at night. Okay.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, nice. So here we go.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious. So when you, hey, how you doing, man? All right, thank you. Appreciate it, brother. See you soon. When you're doing this, what are some of the things that they're investing in so far?
Right now, it's just been like a lot of like either like athlete wear, a little bit of like real estate apps, and then just like kind of like statistical data.
Yeah.
So sort of all those sort of different fields, and a lot of athletes I feel like have begun a lot more into sort of venture and realizing the impact that they can have.
Yeah.
So for me, it's just like athlete ownership, right? So
For
it's,
sure.
Instead of signing a deal with Nike, it's owning Nike and promoting Nike. That you're helping it from the ground up, opposed to like this huge like $1 billion or corporation. Instead, like you have your own. Maybe the NFL comes together and makes a clothing brand that they can promote on their pages with millions and millions of followers, opposed to signing a deal with a Nike that you can own it in the public market, but you don't actually help it grow or build it from your page. So.
Just to start from the beginning.
Exactly.
Incredible. And then you also have a superpower in that you can use your platform in order to promote a lot of these things on your own.
Exactly, and that's with everybody. I mean, everyone has a brand, and they have to figure out how they're going to use it, and kind of where you're going to allocate your resources, right? So. Some people could throw it into the stock market. Some people do real estate. Some people do venture. Some people do, a group of all the above. And then some people just let their money sit in the bank. So
for sure,
I mean, it's really about your comfort level and kind of where you see yourself, preserving your wealth and how risky do you want to be, and what's your term of risk. Right?
For sure.
So,
for sure. I mean, as an athlete, you think about where New Balance was before Steph got there, right?
Exactly.
He went and did. I believe he did the pitch with Nike, and it was like the same pitch that he had seen before, his friends had seen before. They messed up his name on the pitch, and then he goes to New Balance, and they're like, dude, we want you, and they were very, very authentic. And he's turned that entire company around.
Yeah.
Where that was the shoe that your dad wore when he was walking around the lake, and now it's they've got a basketball shoe. So that whole thing is completely changed because somebody took their voice and went behind a product behind it. So that definitely is a superpower that you see a lot of influencers, a lot of athletes, a lot of actors. They'll have that superpower, and they're able to do that.
Oh yeah, I mean it's huge. You see it with the Paul brothers. They created that drink, that Prime drink, and that's kind of blew up. The Rock created Koa drink, energy drink. They're just using their brand, the tequilas. Like you look at George Clooney, and Casamigos, and then you see Conor McGregor, Papa 12, and now LeBron's got Los, whatever it is. Like it's starting to transition to these guys are realizing like I'm the guy. Like I can put something out that people are going to buy because my name's behind it.
It's cool because
and
I
can
said
own
it's cool.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
So
speaking of Logan Paul and a lot of risk, you come from the crypto space.
Yes.
Can you talk about how did you get into that space and what is it that you guys do?
So I've been in the space about 10 years now. In October, I got into the space ironically from a banker. I had a roommate who was a banker at Charles Schwab, told me about it. I'm in computer science, and he just kind of handed me the white paper and was like, I don't know what the hell this is, but you might figure it out.
Yeah.
It took me a couple days. Realized really early on. I was in college during the last recession, and I didn't really understand money. So it was right after that time, and it seemed like something that could help change the money that we use daily.
I mean, this kind of comes from both of you. You understand that there's a situation where we have these super highly technical ideas that come out, especially with crypto is concerned. But in a lot of cases, it's sold to us by people who are not reputable, right? You understand what I'm saying? Like, especially in the crypto space, the concept of the Lambo bro, right? The Lambo index, the guy with the 2 neck tattoos and a couple of felonies who used to be selling you Forex a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
Now he's selling you Bitcoin. Now, obviously, that's not indicative of the entire space. I went to I went to a hedge fund conference in New York a couple months ago, and there were hedge funds there based in cryptocurrency, and these guys were, they come from traditional finance, and they're fighting against this stigma as well. Right. Do you understand what I'm saying? The same thing happens a lot of times. You see Logan Paul, actually, you mentioned the Paul brothers. They're in some hot water right now because of an NFT controversy that they got into. Same thing with Lana Rhodes. And it's something that you have to fight against. And one of the things, you talk about, if you have any reputability right now, you don't have to be excellent. You just have to not be a scam artist. And I think it kind of puts you in the 1%. When you think about how much people gravitate towards what Jordan Belfort was doing, right? And we completely forget that this guy stole $200 million. Like, it's like not a big deal. He went to jail for 15 months, and everybody wants to buy a sales program. So it's one of these situations where if you're just reputable, right. If you're just, because think about it, the biggest news story in finance, not just crypto, is FTX.
Right.
That's the biggest story. That is your lead. You understand what I'm saying? It's really bad for the whole thing. It's almost like I'm trying to think the Tim Donaghy scandal that happened in the NBA. That was like a lead story for a while. That is not what the league wants. Right. And crypto doesn't want this, but this is just something that had happened because of the lack of regulation. Can you talk about having to fight an uphill battle sometimes against some of those stigmas?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I would disagree. I'm glad FTX happened because we got to clear out the trash.
Got it.
Most people don't understand in the crypto world between FTX, Three Arrows Capital, Voyager, between Celsius, all of these exchanges going down is good. We clear out the trash. The people who are reputable, we actually emerge at these times because this is my third bear market.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere. And I think that resonates with people. People come and go, the Lambo bros, they get rich for a year, and the next year they're asking for money. It's like, yeah, these people
drives you crazy, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're not here for the right reason.
And then they're talking shit to you when they got a bunch of money on paper. You know what I'm saying? They come home for Thanksgiving and they're like some burnout, and they're like, you got to invest in crypto. Let's get into Ripple, bro. Come on, let's do this.
Oh, man. I've been to some conferences and seen some people, especially here in Vegas, where people would throw that at you. And it's funny because usually I'm richer than them. But it's just, why are you?
It's a function.
They've never had money before.
Yeah, it's a Dunning-Kruger effect, right? Yeah. Because somebody hits it big on the upswing on Bitcoin, now they think they know how to do heart surgery. Like, it's, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or if somebody, you see this sometimes in athletics because somebody knows how to play quarterback, then all of a sudden they're a hedge fund manager. It's it's that kind of situation. So, yeah, it's just really interesting. In your situation, do you have any mentors that you go to as far as when you look for people to support or look for businesses to support?
Yeah, I mean, I just try to look for people that have done it before, right? So my biggest thing is trying to figure out kind of who are the pioneers in the space, who knows a lot about the space that you're going into before you go into it, and are you able to reach them and get their advice? So for me, whether I'm going to get into, if I decide to go to crypto, like I'm going to decide that I want to partner with the guy that knows the most about crypto, or I want to partner with the guy that knows the most about NFTs, or whatever you decide to get into. And that's what I think that's cool about being an athlete, or being someone with influence, is because I feel like you have a much easier time to reach those guys and get their opinions on, okay, is this thing legit? Like, should we be investing in this? Like, and you can kind of backpack off of them and figure out right or wrong, because you don't know what you don't know.
And then you see someone who obviously would have the money and the experience for due diligence, like Tom Brady, get caught up.
Exactly.
This whole FTX thing. and it makes it kind of difficult. Now, no, you know, we all have kind of networks. My network is UT Austin, right? I'm a Longhorn. The Wolverines
huge network.
The Wolverines will be in a huge network, and then also with the Niners, are there guys in there? Like, are there like Debo Samuels? Is he investing in stuff? Are there guys on the team that you can talk to that have some ideas like that?
Oh yeah, I mean, we have a huge network of teammates, and obviously being in San Francisco, like you have Silicon Valley.
Of course.
So, I mean, we've had guys come in that run, you know, $50 million funds, $100 million funds, $500 million funds, like, and you get to learn from these guys. And like, I guess like back in the day, like when Steve Young and Jerry Rice and all those guys were winning their championships, like they were investing in deals during that time. And Steve Young was actually in law school during some of their Super Bowl runs. So like these guys were extremely smart and took advantage of being in that area. And that's kind of where you fall into like, you know, how much am I going to put into venture? You can move it a little bit when you're in the area, because if you're in Silicon Valley, you have more access to to everyone there. So maybe you go from a 10% allocation to a 20% allocation just because of comfort level.
Yeah.
So I think the biggest thing is just like understanding where you're at, understanding what you understand, and then being in that market and knowing that there's ways to create wealth within that market that you're in.
One of the craziest ones is what happened to Roger Staubach. He got out of the league. He owned it. He started his own real estate investment company. And at one point, not now, he was worth over $1 billion. I believe he was the wealthiest former athlete that had ever played. He's not worth, I think, around $600 million. So hopefully he can, you know, buy some guacamole at Chipotle with that. But I mean, it's really interesting how you see some of these guys hit it big. Obviously, Michael Jordan and the investments that he had made previously and how that had worked out for him. But yeah, some of these things are really interesting in the space. So you talked about before with Warren Buffett. You know, he used to say when the tide goes out, you get to see who's skinny dipping. Right. So this is that type of situation. I'm a performance coach, and that's one of the things that happens with me is that a lot of these guys, they can't back up what they say. What exactly is the business that you're in specifically when it comes to crypto? Are you with an exchange or a token, or what is it?
Oh yeah, so I have the longest running podcast in Bitcoin history.
Okay.
I have a media company, KRBE, and the show is The Gentleman of Crypto.
Okay.
And I also consult companies like Fidelity, Silvergate, Coinbase, Cash App. That's who I consult. So I'm sort of in the background. It's really good for me because I can be quiet. But at the forefront, getting the information out there, education-wise. Either through podcast, books, book tour, consulting, all of that.
So I come from the stock option space, Tastyworks and the TD Ameritrade Thinkorswim app. The guys who built that are the guys who taught me how to trade. And I'm curious, right now, I don't feel like there's a liquid options market on crypto. Not maybe on a few, but not on very many, right? And also, shorting is not very easy. It feels like it feels like there's only one opinion that's being expressed, and that's the long opinion. And do you think that would change a lot of the volatility in some of these products if there was a liquid options market and you were able to short on a regular basis?
Yes.
And do you think it would take federal legislation in order to get to that point?
No. The reason being is because crypto is a worldwide phenomenon, so that can actually go across different countries. And unfortunately, regulation actually holds back innovation, especially in America. When you go to Europe and you go to other countries, it actually pushes it forward. So I think it is possible. Regulation doesn't have to be there, but it does have to exist in the framework that we live in now.
Yeah, so, I mean, in order for you to issue stocks on an equity in the United States, you have to be regulated.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, right. But technically, if we're thinking about changing money completely, technically, no, you really wouldn't need it. I think the best part or the best thing we can do is go towards decentralized finance. However, the level of learning that has to happen for humans that are doing it, not there yet, not even close. And the regulations that will come in, if they impede innovation, people will move to other countries. So at that point, you basically have a market that is looking to be regulated in a different way, I would say. The old Howey test, the old way that they do regulations, is not going to work for this market.
I mean, it's obviously not going fast enough either.
No,
right?
It's very slow. Yeah,
I've seen some of these crypto exchanges buying other companies that are already regulated by the Security and Exchange Commission. That's what happened with, again, Tom Sosnoff when he created the small exchange. He sold it to Nadex, I think. I can't remember who he sold it to. He sold it for a couple $100 million. And because they had already had regulations baked in, or they already had the accreditations baked in, that's how they were able to get away with it. I'm just curious, so in the future, what do you see as this working out? Like when I see private equity coming in, you see like massive movements, huge market cap, and then you see the individual investor who seems to fall for Justin Timberlake or Shaquille O'Neal coming up with some pump and dump scheme. Like what is it that you see for the future in this whole space?
Well, in the space, what I see is that the actual market for value will be Bitcoin, and everything else after that will be valued based on that. Right now, Bitcoin's value is less than $1 trillion. If it even gets to gold or any of the $450 trillion that we have floating around the world, it will be the gold standard. Your company will not be how much cash do you have. It will be how much Bitcoin do you own? How much Bitcoin do you accept? Same thing with crypto projects. They'll still be valued against Bitcoin.
So the reason why I brought up the whole stock options and shorting thing is I believe it kind of sucks some of the volatility out of a product when you have, like for instance, instead of me going triple levered up to the upside with cryptocurrency, I could just buy calls.
Exactly.
Right. And for 1/20th the price, I can, and so I'm taking some of my speculation out of the actual equities market and putting it into the options market, which is the reason why, the S&P 500 doesn't move like Bitcoin, right? There's a lot more
liquidity.
Yeah, there's a lot more liquidity, and there's a lot less speculation. Or if I want to speculate, I have so many more instruments with which to do it, right? I could individually buy the 5 biggest stocks in the S&P 500, or I could buy puts, or I could sell puts or buy calls. There's a bunch of different ways to do that in a liquid market. And so that's why I was saying, as far as Bitcoin being like the standard, right now I don't feel like it would be the standard when we had something that was at 60K before, and we're down to like 18. That's something, as an executive of a company, I'm scared as shit to hold something like that as equity.
Yeah, some people are. The main thing is Bitcoin is 14 years old. It's barely a teenager. And the thing is, again, this is my third bear market. I heard the same thing when it was 1,000, went to 200. Same thing when it went to 20,000, went to 30,000. Same thing from 60,000 to 18,000. I think we're going to hear the same thing over and over and over until it's too late for most people. And I think institutions are getting involved heavily while retail is actually scared and running away, which is the opposite of what Bitcoin was built for. It's actually meant for the regular everyday person to be able to access it. Access to markets is the main thing that actually pushes financial innovation, and hopefully that a lot of the institutions that are into it, they give the right message. Because you're right, when you talk about Justin Timberlake, Tom Brady, everybody, all of that is just commercials, and anything you see on the commercials usually is not that valuable.
Do you find it problematic that there's a few wallets that contain so much of the crypto? It's not wealth distribution. No, just in general, like the so much of crypto is just held in a few massive wallets.
Oh, yeah.
You understand? It actually hasn't been wealth distribution at all. It actually has made the rich richer in some cases.
Well, unfortunately, people don't understand that decentralization is not based on what you hold in a wallet. It's based on the nodes that are created. As long as you can spin up a node for basically free, which you can, that actually decentralizes it because you can't change the rules. Freedom is freedom. If people want to buy more, people want to buy less. I started with way less money than a lot of people and was able to get more Bitcoin because of conviction and education as well. So the freedom that's there is not based on how much you have, it's how much that you decide to accumulate. And also, too, the price of Bitcoin now in fiat dollars makes it seem as though it's not spread out as much. But somebody who has 10 million sats, which right now is $1,600, that 10 million sats could actually make them very wealthy in the next 10, 20 years. So that distribution actually will even out over time because fiat has no bottom, Bitcoin has no top. So you're basically failing an open book test if you know what's going to happen with the fiat market, but you don't do anything about it. So that's what the cause of Bitcoin is.
Mo, do you keep up with crypto a lot?
A little bit.
Okay, so here's the thing. No, it's because I'm watching the look on your face. One of the problems is when I try to have conversations like this with people who are not heavily invested in this, it becomes very difficult. Do you understand what I'm saying? Whenever I want to talk about real estate, this is one of the things why you see so many strippers and bartenders becoming real estate agents. It's because it's so easy to understand.
Right.
Very easy to understand. But when we talk about mining a coin, man, what the fuck? Like, I understand what that word means, and I know what it means, but it's just one of these things where I actually had Richard Hart come on and explain all these different concepts to me. And that's one of the things that just makes it kind of difficult. People getting involved in investments that they don't understand. Again, we'll go back to Tom Brady. Right. It's just one of these situations like, who would have done more due diligence than a man who makes $40 million a year? You know what I'm saying? That part is really crazy to me. But have you seen any guys since you've been in the league that have got involved in stuff that have gotten them in trouble? Obviously, you don't want to say their names, but
yeah, I mean, it definitely happens all the time, and it's a due diligence thing. I think people definitely believe they know more than they actually know, and everyone comes to you with a great idea, right? And obviously, you don't know if that idea is going to be successful or go to zero. And I think that's the biggest thing is that, like 99% of companies are going to fail, so the chance of you having that one idea or, one company that is going to be super successful, the odds are against you. Majority of the time. So just like crypto, I mean, it's a confusing space for myself. Like, I'm not in it every day, so I don't understand it as well as he would.
But the thing is, it's a confusing space for some people, and those people who are still confused still make money.
Exactly.
And there's people who research the fuck out of it and go broke.
Yeah.
That's the part that makes it so crazy. It's like dating.
Yeah.
It's like dating in Las Vegas. You don't know what the fuck's going to happen.
I mean, everyone was posting their crypto gains on Instagram and Facebook.
It was killing me, man.
I don't Dogecoin.
Yeah, having to come out and basically renounce all of that stuff it was killing me. During all the bull market years.
Do you think it's confusing? I don't think it's confusing at all.
What do you mean?
Crypto or blockchain, I think it's pretty basic.
No, I promise you, if we get the stripper from the Rhino in here and you start trying to explain how you have multiple nodes and there's a worldwide ledger, yeah, bro, it is. Well, we're not talking about you guys. Obviously, you guys are all smart. I'm saying in the general public.
It's funny. I feel bad because in the DMC in Dubai, we have wallets, right, that are multi-sig that are sitting insured by the Lloyd's of London for each account up to $100 million, which is why I don't promote any of this stuff. But there are some major players that are keeping wallets there in the free trade zone in crypto right now. That it's just.
Is this because for tax reasons?
The free zone is because it's for tax reasons. Plus, we were the first ones to get a license in Dubai for crypto.
Let me ask you something.
And I lobby here.
Yeah.
I'm so mad at the United States right now because I was born here and I want this place to be like the raging animal that it's always been. We need to get back to that. But I've been right now, as of the last 4 years, in Wyoming fighting for blockchain in a blockchain task force. There is more laws right now for the good because everybody there is pro blockchain. We've got insurance on the blockchain. We've got DAO. You can create a completely decentralized organization, legal LLC in Wyoming right now. Most people don't know that.
Incredible. So when you
I walked by and I'm like, there's no way I can't not be in this conversation. I'm supposed to be at dinner. I'm like, you got to talk about this now.
Because you were a nose guard back when you were playing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm messing with you.
No, don't go there.
Yeah, we're not going there.
I was like, what do you do?
We had the owner of the Kings.
I said,
I saw that.
Yeah, I said, what do you do?
He's like, can you get me into that thing you do, basketball? What is that thing that you do?
Hey man, the Kings look good right now.
Yeah, they do for sure.
They've got a squad right now.
They do, man. We're talking about Deion.
Hey, that game keeps me from making money. I got 9,000 loans I'm trying to process. I'm trying to get people money, billions of dollars. I ain't got time to watch a game. I'm trying to get you guys money.
Okay, so let me ask you something specifically, and I'm gonna bring it back ready because we're gonna make the stream pop. I was having conversations with Andrew Tate.
Talk about Andrew Tate?
I was having conversations with Andrew Tate, and I was having conversations with Justin Waller about them specifically setting up residency in Dubai. And they so even leaving like Romania to go to Dubai, and there were certain tax advantages, and they were there to establish residency so that they could open bank accounts. What are the advantages for an individual trying to not abscond, but avoid certain tax laws by going to Dubai? What exactly does it work like it does in Monaco? Does it work like it works in Panama? How does it work?
As far as businesses, the lower taxes, the innovation sandbox that they have.
Are there any federal taxes there?
As far as for crypto or
for anything?
No,
if I sell my property, so for instance, crypto is taxes as regular property.
Follows your passport. Though.
What are you talking about?
If you don't file, like for me, I have entities in like Turks and Caicos. I got a deal with the government there, 30 years, no taxes for entities. I have insurance.
But you're still a U.S. citizen, so don't you have to pay federal taxes?
So all that money gets reported on my tax return. All the actual cash is literally held in U.S. banks. But I don't have to pay taxes on that in the insurance industry because it's one of the companies I own. I don't pay taxes on it till that insurance earns out. I can invest it like Buffett. But I can play with the money. I can make money off of your money, your premium money.
So you're talking about the float for taking in a premium.
So same thing like in Dubai. If I have I can build stuff in other countries. It's whether I repatriate that money and how it grows and whether it's growing.
Are you saying if you never repatriate the money, you don't have to pay taxes on it?
Depends on how it's made and how you own it. I'm not trying to go to jail. No
one's listening. The 7,000 people that are watching, nobody's fucking listening.
If you don't sell it,
if you don't sell it, you don't have to pay. So it's taxed like regular property.
You can take out loans on it. You can do a lot of
borrow
stuff
against it.
Borrow against
but that's the thing on all even my real estate. I borrow money against every time my real estate appreciates. I borrow money, and people go, "How do you have all this? How do you get all this money?" I'm like, "It's borrowed, and I'm writing off the interest."
Yeah,
so I have a finance license, so I'm audited every year, right? Having a banking license, they are so far up. Insurance license, oh God, Like, they know me on a first name basis.
So again, what specifically goes on in Dubai? You just don't have to. What do you mean? What do you mean like a free zone?
Okay,
what does that mean? Free trade zone.
So they have we're in the DMCC, right, which is in Dubai in the free trade zone. It's where people keep diamonds.
Is this a literal location that you're talking about?
Yes, it's a physical location.
And it's not the whole city of Dubai. It's just inside a certain area in Dubai.
The free trade zone. There are free trade zones in Sharjah.
Okay.
So you can go to Sharjah, which is the next up and coming place. You can go to Abu Dhabi. So there are places there. I spend like a month to 2 months at a time there, just because the economic freedom. It's just it's such a different. Like right now, Hong Kong's the number one as far as economically free. Singapore's number 2. We're like 11 or 12 and getting worse. So there's a lot of people are giving up their passports, their U.S. passports, because it just doesn't offer a benefit if you have investments overseas.
Am I correct that the United States is one of the few countries on the planet, I believe there's 2, where you have to pay federal income taxes?
I thought we were the only one.
Oh, I think there's a country in Africa that actually does this as well.
Oh, in Africa?
There's 2. If you have a U.S. passport, do all your business in Sweden, you still have to pay U.S.
taxes.
Pay taxes. But if you're British, you don't have to do this.
No.
Yeah, this is the only country that does. We will Uncle Sam will come
unbelievable.
get their taxes.
They
You know what I'm
get their
saying?
money. Yeah,
They will come get your money. The land war in Asia and get your taxes. That's what they'll do.
We've had banks that have literally, like in Switzerland and stuff, called up and said, "Look, just take your money back. We just don't. You're a U.S. citizen. The reporting we have to do,
crazy.
The KYC, all of the anti-money laundering laws." The banks are just like, we're so sick of you as a U.S. citizen. We just don't even want your money.
Yeah.
Just here, take it back. And I'm like, really? They're like, yeah, we don't want to report all of you cost us more than and then you want to make money off your money because you have it sitting with us? And we have to report all and then if we make a mistake, we got to deal with the U.S. Yeah, take your money.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
It's more of a headache than it is.
I don't want to be isn't that crazy? I'm a burden because I'm a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, it's changing the landscape of everything.
Let's talk.
We should be ahead of it.
Let's talk about something.
It's kind of negative. I'm sorry.
The first time I remember,
we went positive to negative. Free trade zone. Check it out.
Yeah,
it's
check it
incredible.
out.
The other one that's absolutely unbelievable. I've bought buildings in the opportunity zone.
Yeah.
I have entities, right? Because I have private equity. All the money, all the companies I'm buying. So I have 3 years to buy the 99 companies I talked about. People that put into my private equity fund, and it's all me now, so I don't need anybody's money. But if people decide to join my party, if they put it in, they pay 0 taxes on that money for 7 years. Yep. And everything they make in the company, the private equity, they pay no taxes on the increase in value. So if we buy stuff, first of all, you sell your property, you pay no taxes on it.
All right.
You get a 7-year break. They knock off 5% of those taxes in 5 years. They knock off another 10% in 10 years. It's unbelievable. It passed through Obama's administration and, believe it or not, Trump, and has been extended for 3 more freaking years.
Is this a physical location also, or is this what is
it?
This
Is physical. You can go.
Oh, you're talking about like gentrification of a certain neighborhood in a city.
Yeah.
And then, got it. I'm sorry.
Opportunity zone.
Yeah.
Opportunity
I don't know
zone.
if that's what they did in Oak Cliff and Dallas, where I live, but like that's where I used to live.
It's there. So every zip code that fits in, you can go right on the map and check it out.
They need to take all of downtown San Francisco and turn it.
I know, right?
Well, you guys want to buy crack for cheap? Go to downtown San Francisco, bro. I've never seen anything like it in my
I've
life.
been looking for a good supplier.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, man.
It's like a
Terrible
wire
right now.
Woo.
Yeah.
Can't even walk down the street.
It is, isn't it crazy?
Are you in San Francisco?
I was out in Santa Clara when I was playing for the Niners. Right now I've been here rehabbing, but I mean it's gotten really bad because I originally got drafted to the Oakland Raiders, so I got to see, a little bit of the bright side of San Francisco. It's really nice, clean, and it's just been downhill, and they haven't really done anything about it, which it's disappointing.
You're seeing definitely some changes in certain places here. We got rid of Sisolak and got Governor Lombardo now. He's in charge. We have a mayor here in Las Vegas who's extremely
shout out for Lombardo.
She's all about getting us back to work during the pandemic. She was like, no, we're not slowing down at all for any of this stuff. I'm curious because the first time I remember this discussion was when Vince Carter was going to leave Toronto because of the excessive taxation that he was going to have to deal with there, and then he wanted to go play somewhere else. It's real. A lot of people don't realize that. Even though you may have a guaranteed NBA contract, if you play for a team that was in Nevada versus a team that's in California, we're talking, 1.3 million out of every million you make goes to the government. That is a significant amount of money. You'll see in baseball sometimes these teams have to make up the difference, or else you're going to go sign with the Texas Rangers or the Houston Astros. Has this been an issue for you? Because remember, like if you play for the Raiders now, you're paying that's significant amount less you're paying in income taxes.
Yeah.
You know, even as if you're a rookie in the NFL, you're still making what, $700,000? I can't remember what the rookie base minimum is, somewhere around there.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, and so
plus cost of living, right?
Yeah, but I mean, there's no adjustment for cost of living for the NFL. Like, so let's say you're making $1 million in the NFL, you're gonna get taxed at least half of it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're making $500,000 plus, depending on what state you're in. If you're in California, then you're going to be making $100,000 less, so you'll be making $400,000 off your $1 million that you're making.
I mean, are guys going out and just renting out expenses as quick as they can so they don't have to pay as much in taxes? Because that's what I would be doing if I was in that kind of fucking situation.
I mean, it's a little bit hard for us because there really aren't that many write-offs that you can you know have as an athlete with an employer. We pay taxes in every state that we play. So if we go to London, we're paying taxes in London.
Fucking madness.
I'm living in Las Vegas, but my business, the 49ers, is in California. So I pay, every time I get a check every week on Friday, I'm getting taxed in California every time.
That's incredible.
Well, what I wonder is, how many companies do you own?
Just one right now.
You own one LLC?
Yeah.
Like, because my thing would be, there's property you can buy. You could buy a plane, write that off.
Right.
And then resell it, get a deal on it. Right. There are lots of ways. I was buying a racetrack for $28 million in Twilla, Utah. People thought I was crazy. I could write it off in 6 years.
Wow.
Every year I could write off like millions of dollars.
Yeah.
So, of course, I'm buying a racetrack. I fought for 2.5 years to buy that racetrack.
Yeah, this is one of the things as a business owner. Like we did
you could eliminate almost like so much. You just got to have freaking strategy.
Exactly why I asked the question.
And people like me don't get to people like you because we just don't. Because like I've had to make it from nothing, homeless, like 4 different times, come up. Right. So I understand the strategies, but most people are hanging around with their cool managers, and they end up broke at the end of their career.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, for me, as a business owner, we did our first $1 million in the first 10 months for me starting my business, and then we did $2 million this year in revenue. And at the end of the year, because we treat each one of the partners, we profit share, and the fourth one is the business. And I try to stack a bunch of money in the business because we want to load up on advertising. We're doing like 26-to-1 ROI on our ads, so I want to spend a bunch of money on ads. And then our accountant comes to us and is like, dude, you got to spend way more money. You got to spend way more money. Yeah. And then I just realized like all this stuff I got to do. So
and you can buy into a co-op jet if you want. Yeah, there's lots of stuff.
Yeah, we're buying programs from other people. We're buying sales instruction for our sales team.
You need
all
to
this
buy
kind
some
of
real
stuff.
estate.
Exactly. Well, we were thinking about buying another company, but like with the company,
definitely buy another company.
Yeah, for sure. So that's one of the issues you find is that like you can
$12
expense
million easy if you want to do
expense.
that.
Ready?
Yeah,
all right, let's do it.
Let's go.
All right.
$12 million. That's my cap. I'm not comfortable after $12 million.
Okay.
I get uncomfortable.
There we go.
Yeah. Definitely buy a company.
Yeah,
no doubt.
But yeah, that is one of the issues that happens. I think a lot of people aren't aware. I believe it's still this way. I'm not sure, but your gains on cryptocurrency are taxed as normal property. Is that the way it works?
It's taxed as capital gains.
They are capital gains.
Short term or long term if you cash it out. If you keep it in Bitcoin, for example, if you keep it in Bitcoin, you take out a loan against it, that's not actually taxed.
Okay.
And the 1% or 2% interest they usually charge can be written off.
Okay.
So that's actually a great strategy if you have a good stack of Bitcoin. You can buy real estate, like you said. I got a boat out of just using what you have to get what you want. Yeah.
Well, one of the things you could have easily done with crypto in December, which is part of what I looked at. I look at it as a liquidity meter.
Tax harvest.
But you could say that again.
Tax harvest.
Man, you got my heart.
Yeah, I've been going all December.
You got me, man.
I've been teaching people all December about how to do
it. Oh my God! I'm like, hi, you got a bunch of losses. You could have sold every stock I lost money in. I harvest all those losses. I was like, thank you for that loss. Thank you for screwing up. Thank you for screwing up. And I sold it, and that way I could write off those losses against.
Yeah.
I harvest.
But you got to make money in order for that to work in the first place, right?
Well, I kept all the stuff that I'm up, so I don't pay taxes on anything.
No, I'm saying there's a lot of
downs.
Like crypto bro just invested in crypto and lost his ass. Yeah. He doesn't have anything he can write off, but he has no gains to write off against. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He doesn't have any other money?
Some of them, yeah. Some just started 6 months ago, a year ago. Yeah.
You got to have multiple businesses.
Yeah, but we're talking about people.
It's really no. I love this conversation. I love this conversation. This is why I keep
everything filters up to your.
I'm with you. Everything. I love this conversation, and there's a reason why
Good.
I hang
love
out.
it too.
I hang out with more guys like you than what I used to
That's
do.
why we're not
before.
at dinner right now.
But the point is we keep. I always use the stripper who just got off work at the Rhino.
Right.
They don't. They don't get this. Okay, so they're like, oh man, it's just obvious, but you understand, like there is a language of acquiring money. There's a language of protecting wealth.
And
There's keeping wealth, and there is a language
I'm
of
keeping
avoiding
it this
taxation.
time. I've lost it 3
and
times.
most people don't know how to spend. I've lost everything I had almost twice.
Yeah,
right.
3 times for me, brother.
For sure, and come all the way back.
I lost
You're right.
almost $80 million and went, really?
Yeah.
So
I bet you said more than that. I bet it wasn't just really.
Yeah, actually,
I bet you, there's probably some fuck in there and some.
There was a
I
lot
can't believe
of
this shit
that.
happened.
I'm not
God,
putting-
why? There's
And
probably,
then I'm like,
Why me?
this time I'm not putting a gun in my mouth like last time. So yeah, this time I just went to work and said, you know what, I'm going to get through this. And I called everybody that I was partnered with and said, I'm just going to go to work every day. I went to work for 4 years, right? And April 12, 2012. I paid back $12.8 million that I could have just easily filed bankruptcy. And I remember paying the last $50,000. I called my banks every day. Hey, I just want to let you know I'm taking care of your assets. I'm working on it. I'm fixing stuff. I'm doing this. And we're going to get through this. I'm going to sell it. I'll get top dollar. You don't have to worry about air conditioning units, nothing. Everything's taken care of. Right. You partnered with the right guy, you know. So, and literally I was like, what else was I going to do? I didn't fire anybody either. I kept everybody employed. Lost $50,000 a month for 4 years. You know, so yeah.
I just think while it is
that wasn't a virtue signaling,
right?
either.
No, I understand.
I just didn't have anything else to do.
Right, but
you know,
while you say that, it's difficult, right, for a lot of people to understand. It's like Michael Jordan explaining how to shoot a turnaround jump shot with a 45-inch vertical. It's like, well, I don't have a 45-inch vertical, and when your situation,
I have a 45, half a vertical.
No, but my point is the things that you learned a lot of times. We take for granted, like the write-off thing that we were just talking about. We take for granted as business people that most people don't know this. Most people think that what you do is take your money and abscond it, and you just hold it, you hoard it. You don't realize how the taxation, the tax code
put it to work.
The tax code encourages you to spend money to expense again, which does what? Which stimulates the economy. Yeah. That's what it encourages you to do. That it is better. We feel bad if we haven't purchased something with this money and incurred more expenses, as opposed to giving the money to Uncle Sam, in which case we get nothing. That's the point I'm trying to make. But you and I understand that. Most people, the stripper who just got off work at the Rhino, doesn't fucking understand it.
I ask you a question. What business is Amazon in?
Amazon is in the evolutionary psychology business of stimulation, overstimulating people. That's what I think. I think they sell things by stimulating you, by this little one swipe, this one touch. There's an object on a screen, and they somehow separate the cost of the money for the object from the object itself, and then poof, it just manifests in front of you. I think Amazon sells an experience. I'll be honest with you, because I remember going to Target, I remember going to Kroger, I remember going to Walmart, and that wasn't the same experience as me standing in a line behind fat people. That's what I remember there. But with Amazon, it's this experience that I didn't have before, and I almost feel like I'm living in the future when I order shit from there. Like sometimes in the same day, all of a sudden a bottle of fucking orange juice and some aspirin shows up at my door. How the fuck did that happen? It's crazy. That's what I feel. That's what I feel like they sell.
So my world of Amazon is I have a cosmetic company that I'm automated with their copy and paste coding for robots to be able to replace the line there. Blockchain technology. They are a private equity company. They acquire companies. Like your expansion, your talk about what they're buying. Part of the reason why they pay zero taxes is because they buy companies.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. But hold on, dude.
But they have like 200 or 300 companies.
But what does the average? If all you guys have heard this narrative, they're just fucking hoarding money. No, the reason why they didn't have to pay taxes is because they ran expenses against their profits. They ran expenses against created liabilities against the profits. But those liabilities did things like I love the idea of people. This is really crazy. At the end of the year, a bunch of people buy my coaching program. And I was like, why do I have so many people buy my coaching program? It's a write-off. Right. It's a fucking write-off. And I'm coaching them. I'm getting them in the gym. I'm teaching them how to do public speaking. And I'm teaching them how to throw an event with 500 girls show up. That's what I teach in my program. It's a write-off. And I didn't understand it before. And then when we started buying coaching from other people, I was like, incredible. Right. I understand you understand. But that's the point.
I've been buying almost every single freaking program since I was 12 years old.
Yeah.
I bought a program when I was 15 and had my first patent going through the patent office at 16 years old. By 17, I had 200 employees and licensing rights to all of California to distribute 13 different products. And my youngest manager was 37 years old.
You know what's crazy? If you walked into a high school and said that, you would have 1,000 teenagers had no clue what she said. That's basically what.
That's what I'm saying.
People don't
you didn't understand that?
No. We
I
understood.
did,
The point is,
when I'm
we're
on
not
a book tour and I'm in South Side of Chicago or I'm in South Central LA, just saying saving versus investing. People were minds are blown when you say
education. Where are we now? Like, God, you understand? Like, literally, when this is done, probably 10,000 people watched us today on my live stream.
Right?
Do you understand? That's who you're talking to. It's not us. It's not the educated ones of us that are sitting in this room.
But I try not to distill down anything I do because I'm hoping people will want to come up
for sure.
And I came up by picking up a dictionary, buying courses, right? Sitting across from guys like us, paying the money. It's a small price. Like, I bought a course. It was like everything I had when I was 15 years old, right? But I was a millionaire by 17 with 200 employees, and my youngest manager was 37. That's the power of buying that $3,000 course that I couldn't afford.
But who knows? Like,
But
they just don't know, because so many courses, especially like in the dating community, so many courses are fucking scams, and that's the reason why a lot of people have a lot of problems with it, because they don't know. They don't know to look.
I'll give you an example. All my friends bought Tony Robbins, and I got nothing against Tony. They bought all the mindset type stuff, right?
Yeah.
I got the guy that nobody paid attention to, that had the how to get publicity, how to get patents, how to get grants, how to trademark stuff, how to license stuff, because there wasn't a question about my mindset. I'm taking this shit down, right? Like, I'm taking it down. I grew up in Vallejo. I don't know if you're familiar with Vallejo. I was a break dancer. It was a white 6%. Like, my thing was, I grew up in a tough neighborhood. I'm not saying that if
you mean Northern California, Vallejo.
Northern California, Vallejo. I went to Oakland with the rest of my family, and like literally, I had street smarts, and I
think those are the guys that are most dangerous, though.
You got to watch out for me.
The guys that come from not a lot, I think they figure it out because there's no other option.
For sure.
For myself, I'm trying to figure it out every day.
My dad cut me off at 12 years old.
You need street smarts to go to McDonald's in Oakland, bro.
I almost got arrested in Oakland.
I have no doubt.
So I took my crew there, and what do you call it? We're sitting there, and the manager, I bought there was 100 people or 150 people. I bought all their food, and they messed up my food. So this is terrible that I'm going to say this. I can't believe I'm going to say it. Nobody's going to probably watch it or remember who I am even. But they got my food wrong like 2 times. And I said, would you just please give me what I want? And the guy goes, no. I'm like, I just bought 150. I couldn't believe it. So the guy turned around, the manager, he was so disrespectful. I threw my burger at him. I hit him in the back of the head. So he calls the police. He goes, that hurt. And I'm like, really? A burger in the back of your head? It was terrible. It was the worst. And the cops came, and they were like, they had good cop, bad cop, like pushing me around. My uncle called me, he goes, you're in Oakland. They will take and beat the crap out of you when you go to jail. Inside the elevator, you will get beat, right? Like, do not do that. I'm like, it was dumb. It was really dumb. And those cops probably remember me, but
they're watching right now.
They're probably watching right now.
They just super chatted.
My ribs healed.
I'm
by the
so
way.
happy that I got to beat your ass. $5.99 here.
My ribs
from
healed.
Fat Cop 26. Yeah, no, dude, it's definitely.
Yeah, don't mess around in Oakland with don't get on the bad side of cops.
So I do have to distill things down because I do a product. I do a program on physics, and I do a program on psychology. That's a lot of times because I want more people to become interested in it. And also, I really admire like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like the way he explains things. That's just kind of the way it is. But I totally again, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. What I'm saying is there's a lot of people I think a lot of times we take for granted that so many people just grow up in a situation where they don't know anything more. Here's the thing, right? Think of all the guys on TV right now trying to do self-improvement stuff. You were complaining about Grant Cardone before, right? Okay. Now think about his comparison to like Logan and Jake Paul. Logan and Jake Paul don't want you to improve yourself. They just want you
watch
their stuff.
They just want you to watch your stuff.
I'm hoping that there's a breaking point that NFT and all of this stuff where they money grab people is going to show.
No, it won't. I don't think so.
I'm hoping that people will wake up and realize, like, charlatan, doing nothing for my life. When are we going to wake up and go, that's somebody that might be not fun to listen to, but might change my
It depends
life.
on what feeling you get. It depends on what feeling you get. So now, throughout history,
I don't watch any of his content.
Throughout history,
you know?
we've had like sort of this bifurcation of status. And what I mean by that is 25% of men who've ever lived replicated. Like 75% of men who ever lived died virgins. Now, it doesn't happen like that anymore.
What?
Yes. See, a lot of people don't realize this.
My God.
The majority of the human experience, the majority of men died. They died at 20 losers. They had no chance. The whole human experience has been a few men who were very successful who got it, and several other men who were not able to do so. I'll give you two examples. Number one, right now, a GSS survey that shows 33% of men having zero sexual partners, this includes single men, zero sexual partners in the last year. Between 18 to 30. Also, there's a thing on Tinder, Bumble, and Hinge that shows 80% of men on those applications are.
I've seen this.
Yeah.
I can't believe you're talking about this. I really cannot believe you're talking about this. I've seen this over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Where I'm employing people or in different companies and I'm going or consulting and I'm like, you have no interest in the opposite sex. Just none. None. And I'm like, really? I don't even know how that's possible. I love my wife.
Yeah.
Like, you know, she did. Shoot.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, how do you not like, man.
The point is a small number of people are successful, a small number
But
of men
you're right
are.
about this.
So if you were to look at body counts for men, for women it's usually just like linear. For men it's like you have 33% of men with zero sexual partners. The average is about 5.
That's what it is today?
Yeah, it is about 5 for a North American male. His whole life will have 5 sexual partners. And then when we get to the top 5%, it's 150. So it goes like, whoop. That's what it looks like for men, right? So again, it's the same thing with wealth. You're going to find that the top 60 richest people on the planet have as much wealth as the bottom half of the planet. Half of the planet still right now lives on $1 a day. And we forget that because we've got high-speed internet and we're all going to Blue Ribbon after this in Las Vegas and we're going to eat steaks that were just popped up in front of us. And we're going to look up on TV and watch NBA basketball in other like all over the country. And like if we want to contact our friend, like dude, we've been on a live stream for 5.5 hours right now. People have been watching us from all over the world, super chatting. We take all this for granted. And that's the reason why. That's the only point I was trying to make is that it's not that you don't have to distill it down, but there's a reason why people don't recognize this. Is because not everybody was made to be in the top 20%.
Well, I have to say on my YouTube channel, I do think, and I break it down to where I don't think it's kind to talk over people's heads without. I don't think it's kind to talk to people about something they don't understand. So whenever I'm doing a video, I try and say, like, how do I make a credit line, which there's 7 different types of credit lines. I've signed pieces of paper. I get $12 million to build an industrial subdivision. I only pay interest on the money I actually use. And I put it in a video that's called, line of credit to show people the 7 different types of uses of line of credit. But if you ask the average person what a line of credit is, they're not going to know what it is. Of course. But what I do is I start out with, have you had a credit card? Do you have a credit card? Well, you already have a line of credit in your pocket, right? You only pay interest on what you spend. There's already a pre-packaged, this is how much you got to spend, right? Your credit limit. So you already understand. So I try and help, like, okay, now just apply that to, yourself as a personal credit line. And then why not open up an LLC? Personally guaranteed, like I have 0 debt personally. I in my business world, I get debt all the time. I love debt. I want as much debt as I can possibly get. It's like what
Robert Kiyosaki says, money is debt. Debt is money.
It's the same thing. So why wouldn't I join? They're friends. So why wouldn't I join them together, right? Like they're buddies. Debt is debt is debt. But me personally, I have no debt. Personally, I'm like
he said something interesting about the education system. A lot of it comes from that.
I personally, I just think the
never
education system's so backwards and so.
I don't know why
up.
they don't teach this stuff.
It's just like everyday stuff. Like people don't know about credit. People don't know, how to buy their first house. People don't know, how to leverage their first house, how to do a HELOC loan or whatever. Like there's just like so many things that I feel like the educational system fails people in, and you can literally go and find these things on YouTube, like your page, like. You can go to someone's YouTube page and
I share everything.
Figure out how to do something, which is more beneficial than learning, maybe calculus or whatever. I mean, if you're a mathematician, great, learn calculus. If you're trying to run a multi-billion-dollar business or whatever, like maybe you don't have to learn calculus. Maybe you need to learn how to run your business. Maybe you have to learn mindset. Maybe you have to figure it out like in a different way because there's so many guys that there's so many guys that are smarter than me in high school. Like, I'm sure you guys can think of guys that were, way smarter than you, but they're not as successful as you guys because you guys have something that's different. And, maybe it's drive, maybe it's you're willing to take a risk, or, for whatever reason, coming from nothing, maybe you push yourself in the dictionary, you try to learn as much as possible because you had that disadvantage or whatever. Like, everyone has their secret code, like, and we're all built a little bit differently. I feel like if we try to change it a little bit, like, I've seen a little bit of people doing a little like finance work in high schools. I think there was 2 states that just recently passed.
They're working on it. I know here in Nevada, I'm working with
Nevada
to try and implement a full program that's a comprehensive program that at the end they actually have tools they can use.
Yeah.
One of the biggest problems with the school districts, and I mean, imagine getting paid a low wage to teach a curriculum that's outdated that nobody wants to hear.
It's crazy.
Go. And keep a bunch of adolescents that are hormonal, thinking about having sex every couple of seconds, get their attention, keep their attention to learn something they don't want to know, right? So, when you think, and tools that they're not going to use past that. So our curriculum, but getting a curriculum through the school system, there are entrepreneur curriculums, there are financial curriculums, they've been written.
Yeah.
It's just that we can't get consensus on it. And I also wonder, you got to wonder, and I know I'm not a conspiracy guy, but it just seems like they want to put out NPCs through the system. They don't want players.
No,
I
agree with you.
You have
I
to
don't
learn
think
to be a
that
player.
Because it's government-funded education.
It
The
is.
government is not interested. Hey, you know what we need? More fucking revolutionary entrepreneurs. How do we do that? People who talk shit to the government. How do we? Let's get him more money. Let's get him more. No, that's not how the government works.
Our money.
Our education system is based on a Prussian model that's over 150 years old, and we manufacture people when they're turning 18.
Did you say Prussian?
Prussian, yes. It goes.
That's my ancestry.
Yeah, you should read the
Prussian. Really?
Read the book.
It doesn't exist anymore.
Read the book by Sal Khan. It's called The One World Schoolhouse. He talks about the old model of education where everybody's like, you go through 10th grade math, then you go through 11th grade math, then you go through 12th grade math, and then you come out of the you are turned out of the system. That's the way it works. The way Sal Khan from the Khan Academy wants to do it is, I'm really good at trigonometry, I'm not really good at English, and we're just going to go through, but you don't pass any level until you get an A in everything. Total proficiency or nothing. And it's really amazing when you see how they do this. Anyway, guys, it's already 5 o'clock. Well, let's go. Let's go eat. Let's do something real quick. Do we have the decals on everybody here?
My phone died.
Oh, it's all good. Hey, man, that's cool. I've never seen that happen before. That's awesome. No, don't touch it. It's fine. It's perfect. We lost it. We lost it. Okay, yeah, don't touch it. It's fine. All right, so here's the thing, guys. If you guys want to go ahead and shout out your social media, and if you guys would contact me, I want to put you. I'm going to tag you in this thing so that you'll all be on this, and you guys can grab clips. No, it's totally on camera. Go ahead. What's your social media? Where can they find you?
You can find me on YouTube at Andrew Cartwright. Just type in Andrew Cartwright.
Please, hey, send that to me so I'm going to tag you in the title for this. Okay.
I'm at Mo Hurst Jr. on everything.
Instagram. Oh, do you have a YouTube channel?
Instagram. No YouTube channel yet.
Okay. Cool.
Need to start one up soon though.
Yeah, definitely.
At Bitcoin Zay, Z-A-Y.
Z-A-Y?
The Gentleman of Crypto on YouTube.
Gentleman of Crypto. Hey, guys, please write me. I want to tag you in this. If you guys want to rip any kind of quotes or anything out of this, that's what we're going to do. That's what I have a company that's all we do. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us. We have gone 10 to 5, 7 hours. This is a 7-hour live stream, and we appreciate you guys staying with us. And we will see you all next week. Stay tuned. Hey, if you guys are subscribed to this channel, we're going to be doing a bunch of live streams from the Adult Video News Awards this week. And then next week, I got Dr. Trevor Backmeyer coming on as a guest on the podcast, and a bunch of other huge guests. I got Cole Hatter just said he's going to come on. A bunch of other huge guests coming on. So, guys, stay tuned, and we'll see you. Thank you so much to Chris Champion for setting this up. We've gone the entire day. Now let's go eat.